Chapter 646. The only reason I hadn't thought of that was because I was so tired. This time. I pulled out a mana potion and took it. If I drank any more water, I'd definitely throw up. After so many times chugging the waters of life in excess to keep my mana levels up, I was beginning to hate that sweet taste. Maybe I should brew it into a tea or something to give myself some variety. Of course, Xiao was correct. The woman was probably still alive. I glanced at the man who blushed, looking down. I am sorry. I had just hoped. That means. His hands shook as he spoke, but having only been resurrected an hour or two ago. He just didn't have the strength to put up any kind of fuss, and thus collapsed helplessly. It meant that his wife had been captured by the bandits. She hadn't been able to kill herself or escape. And now she was likely in some bandit camp. You didn't have to use much of an imagination to guess what was going on in there. I had known since the beginning that it'd be impossible to save everyone. But something about the thought of leaving those women to their fate made me feel anger. After some careful questioning, we had found out that our guess was right, and the village had only been raided the previous night. That meant that they had only been kidnapped for the last 24 hours. And there was still hope in saving them before anything bad happened to them. Perhaps that was only wishful thinking. But it gave me a sudden surge of strength. I didn't want to just abandon those people. A list was quickly compiled, and there were about 12 women who were seen being taken from the village. Once we were certain they weren't among the dead, our only conclusion could be that the bandits still had them. "They're here." A man who appeared to be the elder of the village pointed at a map I had hastily drawn, which was almost on a par with ones you could find in a shop. "You are certain of this?" He looked away awkwardly. "I am a hunter. It's my job. One woman. I marked her. So I always know where she is." His face turned red, while a few of the nearby women who overheard started giving him flat looks. It was no wonder he wanted to remain silent about it. Hunters had the ability to target a prey, but to set a woman as your target, it definitely came off bad. Stalking in this world took on a whole new meaning. Then again, I consistently found a certain fairy in my underwear. So I knew all too well how odd stalking could be. I had a feeling if I didn't have such an open policy with the women in my life, I'd be experiencing more than a few stalkers of my own. However, this stalker could pinpoint where the woman he liked was on the map. They weren't particularly far from here. Although Mickey and I were tired, I absolutely couldn't stop here. We had to rescue them tonight. Chapter 647. With the guy having given up a location, I now had it marked on my map. Regrettably. I couldn't just mark any location on the map and go there. I needed that familiarity to make it work. Either by having a marked person to target or a familiarity with the person. Therefore, I used Miki's dungeon points. Freed up a few portals, and went the old-fashioned way. We first gave proper directions to the townsfolk before we moved on. They'd have to move during the night, but my sense life worked at least that far. And there didn't appear to be any groups that might be bandits between this town and the other village. "Oh, you are sending us to that village?" The elder went white. It's the only place the bandits are avoiding," I said defensively. "And for good reason. Those people. They aren't right in the head. I get it, but no one is asking you to commit incest." "They are. Multiple times. They kept trying to hook me up with my sister. She ended up moving 3 villages away and won't even look me in the eye on holidays." I get it. They're weird, however. "It's the safest place for you right now. It's between them or dying. Which do you choose?" "Well, we're thinking about it." In the end, I was able to convince them to head to the village. Actually, the village had no official name. It was simply called Outcast Village. At some point, I'd need to come up with a better name for it. If this was going to be the city I lived in from now on, this was kind of important. Anyway, as the villagers headed one way, we ended up heading the other. At this point, it was getting dark. This turned out to be in our favor. With the sun setting, it only took one jump before we could see the fire in the distance. If I had gone during the day, I definitely wouldn't have been able to see those fires. Maybe I had been thinking about this wrong. I was used to being in dungeons where night and day didn't matter. However, up here, our skills working in low lighting would assuredly be advantageous. From my sense life to Xiao's shadow walking, our abilities were definitely better suited for this time of day. Not to mention the fact the bandits would be asleep and blinded by their fires. Moving at night would truly be the best action for us. I already saw myself changing how we would do things tomorrow. Of course, we'd still have to start during the day, because the other villages probably wouldn't take kindly to someone entering at night. We might end up getting mistaken for bandits ourselves and killed. Looking out over the fire, I gave the girls their last direction. I wasn't good at guessing, but Ruby had some experience and said that the group looked to be to bands. That meant 20 people. It was the largest group we had challenged yet. These were the bandits who had attacked the previous village and wiped out everyone there. They were clearly not good people. My goal was to wipe them out in a single quick hit. We wouldn't play around with changing jobs or instilling fear. Rescuing the people in distress was more important. With a wave of my hand, our attack began. Chapter 6:48. In video games, I liked to summon tons of minions, either as some kind of ranged class or necromancer, and then sit back as I kept my group going. They would move forward like a small mobile army, doing my bidding, I supposed. In that way, I was suited to be a lord from even before. One could call it my playstyle. Reality was different from games. Though, these weren't skeletons or wolves I was sending into battle, but women I knew, loved, and cared about. One of them even had a baby inside her. Therefore, I gave her the safest job. However, they were all important to me. And even in a world with resurrection, I'd be unhappy if any of them were hurt. I couldn't just stand back and watch as they risked their lives, so I always went in with them when things were at their toughest. As the Lord and Master, was it the brightest decision? I really couldn't say. I knew I could help in a fight. And even if I lost some perspective on the battle, I could always be close enough to react instantly when needed. Most of all, I would never lose what was most important to me. Thus, as the girls went around the camp to take out patrols and surround it, I also took my place right up there with them. As per MY rule, everyone was in a group of 2. Since there were 7 of us, I was the only one alone. But this was because I had the slave communication, so I could contact all of them whenever I needed to. When I had rearranged the dungeon points, I had given Miki and myself night vision. Xiao didn't need it, although I could have given it to her if she wanted. Her dark night seemed to give her a skill comparable to it. Raisa also appeared to have gained a skill as a dungeon diver that improved her vision. It wasn't as good as the dungeon point skill, but it was good enough for her. Celicia and Carmen could only look on jealously as we could instantly see in the dark like it was day. Actually, I was pretty sure that Celicia could see fine too. She just wanted dungeon points. But she wouldn't get them until I took them into a dungeon and beat it with them. These weren't simple things to earn. They required a great deal of effort and even putting your life on the line. Carmen was the only woman in the group who looked genuinely blind. Even Ruby seemed to have something. Even if it was just her other sense is being honed and experience that helped her get around in the dark. Carmen was too used to bright light and fighting directly. This kind of sneaking wasn't her particular forte. She'd much rather just bash through the group head-on, fighting each man down, given her strength. I reckon she might even have the ability to take 10 of them on her own. Help! A woman let out a scream in the middle of camp. I cursed under my breath, as that scream would definitely wake up every man there. That's when I noticed something was wrong. Looking around, I could see the fire, sleeping bags all around, and the group of trapped women in the center. I could also see my girls on the outside. They had each targeted a sleeping bag and would attack swiftly in one move. The idea was to at least kill 7 of them before they knew we were there. However, with that scream, not a single person in a sleeping bag had jerked up. I hadn't even been looking at my sleeping bag because my eyes were on the map. It was difficult to tell when you were far away. But the group of bandits and women were intertangled. That is to say, this entire camp was fake. And all of the bandits were mixed in with the women we were trying to save. Run! It's a trap! I screamed, losing decorum. Time to die, my lord! A man jumped out from the group of women. There were no bandits behind us. I would have detected them. There were no bandits underground. They weren't even trying to run and attack us. Although he had made this declaration, there was nothing around that would have obviously defeated us. That was when I saw a bright light overhead and looked up. When I looked up, I could see a descending fireball of light. "It's Meteor!" I let out a cry, my mind going blank. I didn't know how, but they had completely caught us in a trap I never would have predicted. They didn't just use hostages, but they were sacrificing their own lives as well, just to kill a party of rescuers. "Master," I was too stunned to move. But I was the only one who hadn't gone into motion. Ruby had grabbed Raisa and suddenly tossed her in my direction. It was only at that moment I realized that Miki a few meters away had her hands out. Without time to think, I caught Raisa. But the force of the throw caused me to stumble back and through a portal Miki had summoned. Just as the light on the other side went white, the portal snapped shut. Just a bit of hot air shot through. Then I was standing in the middle of a forest, holding Raisa, and everyone else was gone. Chapter 6, 49. Resurrection. I didn't have to return to the scene to know that there would be nobody to recover. The moment we arrived near the area, someone had summoned a very powerful spell and dropped it right on our heads. I thought I was being so clever with my movements. Yet the bandits somehow got one over on me. Now, all of my companions were dead. Well, all except for one. Raisa had tears running down her cheeks. She seemed to have just a bit of survivor's guilt. I could sympathize. I should have died instead of them. Instead, Mickey had managed to save my life, and Ruby had managed to save Raisa's. The only conclusion I could make was that she knew Raisa was pregnant. As to how that was the case, I wasn't sure. That didn't mean that Ruby was the first I brought back. That honor was given to Miki. Not only had she been the one to save my life, but if push came to shove, she was the only other one who could do resurrection spells, although it was doubtful. She'd have the strength to do it the same day I brought her back. Even knowing what I knew, my mind was disordered and my body was still shaky until I saw her body fully formed. Resurrection really was a miracle. It was a God-given gift, and one that I was happy existed in this world. I couldn't count the number of times I would have faced a bad end if it wasn't for that ability. Miki's eyes began to flutter open. It didn't look like she had just died horribly under some horrific spell. Instead, it looked like she was just waking up from a good night's sleep. Deek. Ah, Master. She tried to sit up as soon as she remembered the previous events, but I kept her down with a hand on her chest. Miki. No sooner did I feel her warmth in my hand, did tears swell in my eyes. She looked down at my hand on her chest. Master, I'll definitely make them bigger. You don't need to cry because they're not big enough. I grabbed her and pulled her into a hug, burying my nose into her neck. I am sorry. I am sorry. I failed you all. Master. Her voice calmed down as she started to regain her focus. She ended up putting her hand on the back of my head, holding me gently as she stroked the back of my head. I was supposed to be the one calming her down, but in the end it was the other way around as usual. I thought I had gotten stronger than this. I felt like I still had a long way to go. Miki suddenly shook. Master! Even with this. You mustn't show such favoritism. Ha! I looked up at her. That was when I noticed some killing intent. I looked at Raisa. But she'd never show killing intent toward us. Besides, she was looking around, anxiously looking for the source of the killing intent as well. Even my map showed nothing within my sense life range. Unless the source wasn't something alive, why, you summoned me first. And even held me gently for such a long time. You know how Xiao is. Xiao! I suddenly had a feeling like there were eyes staring at me. It was definitely the feeling Xiao gave when she was displeased. Xiao was dead, though? Was she haunting me behind the grave? I just picked Miki for the obvious reasons. And then I broke down, so I needed a minute before I could resurrect the others. This wasn't favoritism. It wasn't. Please. Master, the quicker the better. Wait, that was right. Miki was a spiritualist and a nine-tailed fox. She was closest to death. So she definitely was far more aware of Xiao's presence than I would be. In fact, she might even be able to see the ghostly apparition of Xiao right now. I started feeling a fear inside me. Xiao kept saying that even in death we'd never be apart. I thought she was just talking about how my death meant her death from the slave bond. Now, I was seeing what she really meant. Miki. Just a thought. But what if? And I am just throwing things out here. What if we let her cool down? And not resurrect her for the time being? That could work! A fearful energy filled the forest. And even nearby animals started to flee. A few moments later, I was on the ground desperately chanting resurrection while Miki begged for forgiveness. Ghosts are scary. Yet when I finished resurrection, I realized I summoned something scarier. Chapter 650. Ruby's eyes snapped open. Ah. So we did die. Unlike the other girls, who had required some time even to move, Ruby sat up only moments later. She had a bitter expression on her face that seemed to say that death was an old friend of hers. Every other member of their party had been resurrected. Ruby had been the last. This wasn't that surprising, as she was the odd one out in the group. She wasn't a part of the party or attached to me in any particularly meaningful way. Are you okay? Miki asked, panting after having just performed the last 3 resurrections on her own back, to back without rest. Considering she had only been resurrected herself just a short hour ago, showed how strong, willed, and capable she was that she was able to manage that much. I suppose. Ruby signed sadly. I am sorry to all of you. Ruby glanced down and raised an eyebrow. Why is Deke naked and tied up like that? He's repenting, Xiao said, wrapping her arms around me affectionately. I shivered as I felt a cold breeze that had nothing to do with the wind. Repenting my ass. Xiao was just being vindictive. I already apologized, so ropes and knives were completely out of the question. Miki said that since Xiao was so weak to bedroom play and flirtation, that if I just pushed her down while she couldn't move after being resurrected, that I could avoid my punishment. However, we were in the middle of the dark forest, and we still had the rest of our party to resurrect, so how could I just attack her? Plus, she couldn't move or defend herself. What kind of guy would I be if I took advantage of such a situation? It turned out that Miki was probably right, because once Xiao could move, I ended up naked and in a compromising situation anyway. If you are angry about his orders, please blame me, Ruby demanded. I am the one who failed to guide you all properly. I just went along with it. I am your mentor. So I am the one who led everyone to death. Humph! Xiao snorted, crossing her arms. Do you think we'd be angry over such a thing as dying master owns my life and my soul? He can do whatever he wants with me. Even if he beat me daily and made me clean his bathroom with my tongue, I wouldn't say different. I managed to just spit the gag out. What are you saying? What kind of man are you implying I am? It's not how Master treats me that is the problem. Xiao pretended she didn't hear me. It's how Master treats other women. Ha! What did I do? I am talking about that. Her finger launched out, and she pointed immediately at a certain girl. Every eye, even the usually disinterested Carmen, ended upon Raisa. Hamiao, I said out loud before I could stop myself. I am talking about that thing. Her finger landed on Raisa's stomach. Master's baby! Chapter 651. And so, to conclude my 4-part apology, Eliana and Raisa are pregnant. I am the father. I am sorry I didn't reveal this sooner. I don't know, Xiao responded, a displeased look on her face. Should we forgive him? Miki, ha! What I already knew. What? When did you find out? I am attuned to spiritual energies. Did you think a baby could grow in her womb, and I wouldn't be able to sense it? I've known for months. Months? I only realized it a week ago. Raisa said tearfully. I could detect in with sense life, plus it's kind of the talk of the town. Everyone has been wondering when Deke would announce it, Ruby explained. How you all knew? I didn't know, Carmen said. I didn't care, Celicia added. Why, you, Master! Open up a portal now and bring the others over here. It is. Other women should be just as angry at you as I am. Like that. We ended up opening a portal to where the girls were camped out. With the slave communication, I instructed them to step in. And soon we had 3 more women with us. Looking down at me, still naked and tied up, Lydia scratched her head. Has Master gone full pervert again? Must we battle to subdue him? I am still sore from last time, Tara complained. I thought you had extreme pain tolerance, I do? Girls, I ignored their strange conversation and just explained myself before Xiao glared at me until I broke. It's about Raisa, Eliana, and me. Has Master finally decided to talk about the baby? Lydia asked excitedly. Oh, is he announcing the baby now? Tara nodded. Baby? Celeste's eyes widened. Oh, my goddess. I am pregnant. You are not pregnant, Celeste. Raisa is. How can you be sure? Celeste gasped. Someone will have to check. That's not how it works. Besides, it's Raisa and Eliana who are pregnant. Raisa and Eliana. You all knew, Xiao cried out. Yeah, I mean, I am a beastkin, so I can kind of smell it on her. Lydia explained. I just talk to people around town. Xiao shouldn't be so reclusive. Then maybe you'd hear about things earlier. You all. Xiao let out a cry. Everyone knew but me. Sorry, Xiao. But it was obvious. You probably just didn't want to see it before you had to. Ah. Even if you say that. Xiao ended up growing depressed, and the other girls spent some time comforting her. Is it like this with Decall the time Ruby leaned over and asked Raisa? So, is anyone going to untie me? That would be great, I asked. But I seemed to be ignored by all the girls, until I suddenly noticed Celeste standing over me. Oh, Celeste, please. You are not holding a grudge, right? Can you undo these, Master? She looked down at me darkly. You must help me check if I am pregnant. What I mean? Sense life? You are not. We must be certain. It's fine. Just put your head up there. And check. Celeste. Why are you being so serious suddenly? What do you mean up there? Wait, why are pulling down your panties and lifting your skirt? Don't worry, Master. It'll fit. Wait. Mm. As I lost the ability to breathe, I could only just hear the world outside between Celeste's smooth, silky thighs. Celeste, why are you sitting on Master's head? We must be certain. Raisa glanced back at Ruby and nodded dumbly. This is about what we should always expect around Deke. Chapter 652. The group of us stumbled through the portal late in the night. I had planned to take Lydia and the rest of the girls to the house for the night as well. But they insisted on returning to the woods. They called it training, and I decided not to ask for any more details about it. As for me, I preferred a nice, comfortable bed to rest in to regain my spirit. They're bastards, Xiao snorted. We'll definitely make them pay for this. Okay, Master. I might be able to trace the direction of the mana source tomorrow morning. I am just too tired to do it tonight. Miki added. Both girls had only recently been resurrected. Miki then went on to resurrect 3 others. In general, resurrection took about a day to recover from. Resurrecting from the destruction of your body could take up to a week. Thankfully, these girls only needed a night. It was because of all of the status bonus my hero and slave master jobs gave them that they were able to keep going. However, The idea of tracking down the bandits who already had a heads upon us last night would be a fool's errand at best. Certain destruction at worst. It was better to take it easy immediately after. Xiao may have been a bit upset about finding out about Raisa. But the main reason she kicked up such a stink was to get everyone's attention off of death. Things like that could build trauma in a group. I couldn't even begin to understand how the bandits were dying so casually on the other side. I barely even stroked their hair for a moment before I felt both girls fall asleep. Their breathing turned regular, and both of them held me tightly with their eyes closed. They muttered slightly, their eyes tight. Their souls had been damaged, and it'd need some time to recover. At least, they'd need a good night's sleep. And we'd probably need to take it easy for a few days. I definitely couldn't afford to lead them into another massacre. While thinking about my plans, my mind kept running around in circles. The basic reality was that I didn't understand these bandits. They weren't like Celicia. I thought her expertise would have been enough, but she seemed to be blocking something out, and even Ruby, our mentor, was flummoxed. How did they resurrect so quickly? When did they get such a powerful spell? At first, I thought it was Meteor. But I suspect now it was just a giant fireball. It was still powerful enough to wipe out an entire band. The most alarming question, how were they so organized, I realized that the more I thought about it, the less I was able to get to sleep. The girls were exhausted with death. My exhaustion was from my failure. With a sigh, I decided to get up for a bit. Using position shifts, I quickly moved out of the way, leaving the two girls hugging each other. I stood up, stretched, and then headed out the door into the rest of the small house. From what I understood, this place costed an arm and a leg because of Lord Rain's ridiculous taxes. This place that was only a small two-story home was almost as pricey as my mansion in the capital would have been. When I walked out the door, my eyes immediately landed on Raisa. Like me, she hadn't been resurrected. So she was the least tired of the bunch. We were the only two up. As for Carmen's managers, I had sent them to their own bedroom that they were forced to share while we lived here. They grumbled a bit. But they'd stay out of our way while we were here. She glanced over at me. Ah, Deek, took a breath and nodded. Raisa? We need to talk. Chapter 653. Deek, I have something to say. Raisa, let me speak first. It's all my fault, she said. I am in the wrong, I said. Deek, Raisa shook her head. I knew I was pregnant. But I went on this trip anyway. I put our child into danger knowingly because I just wanted to have a chance to be closer to you. This was all my fault. I should have just been honest with you before, when you... I mean, I raped you in front of hundreds of witnesses. Why, yeah. That. When we conceived a baby lovingly together. Her eyes grew scarily forceful. Right. When that happened, you knew pretty soon. Didn't you? Ah! Yeah. As soon as you became my slave, I can access your status information. So, you just wanted to keep me safe. That's why. Raisa, I am in the wrong here. I reached out and grabbed her hands. I thought I could keep putting off telling you that the longer I delayed it, the less of a deal it would be. Your baby will be the first child I have ever had. I am not sure I can be a good father. My own dad was a deadbeat who cheated on my mom and left us when I was young. I never had a good role model. Maybe. That's why I have so many lovers. I am so frightened that I'll end up like my dad and leave the ones that love and need me. That I end up accepting more than I can handle. Deke? No, Master. You will always have us. You don't need to try so hard to keep us. Rather, we're here for you, and I know every girl, even Celicia and Carmen, are willing to put their life on the line to protect you. Celicia and Carmen, they have no reason to care about me. You gave them something no one else could. You gave them a home. I think you might find their feelings for you are stronger than you think. As are mine. You two, I saved your life. But that doesn't mean you need to love me. It's not because you saved my life that caused me to start having these feelings. It's simply seeing you that gave me these feelings. You are an amazing person who does amazing things every day. Knowing the secrets of how you've done it doesn't scare a girl away. It only makes her realize just how much more incredible you are. Raisa. I mean it. I am happy that it's Master's baby that I am having. I wouldn't want it any other way. I shouldn't have brought you along. Though, I am your master, and I knew you were pregnant. I didn't think that. I mean, I suddenly found it difficult to find the right words. You didn't think my life would be endangered, she finished. That's not your fault either. I am the one who chose to risk my life. Okay, I still wasn't sure. Do you see them as slaves? She demanded, squeezing my hands. What? The girls? Do you see them as slaves? Of course not! I responded emphatically. Exactly. She raised her hand from mine and gently touched my cheek. You don't treat us like your slaves. You don't make us do anything. You let us decide what we want. You always have. So, don't take all the blame on yourself when things go wrong. Okay. Raisa suddenly blushed, pulling away. Ah! But it is definitely your fault when you ignore us and leave us wanting. Oh, I leaned forward. A small smile forming on my lips. Have I left you wanting? Why, you... When you say it like that, Raisa, don't you think you've waited long enough? Race's tail started to wag. The three guys were very annoyed when I kicked them out of their bedroom and ordered them to sleep on the couch. Chapter 654. The first time I had ever slept with Raisa had been under some pretty extreme circumstances. She had been captured by Lord Rain and tossed in a gladiatorial rink to be used for entertainment. to save her. I had disguised myself and slipped into the rink. Various things happened, and she ended up pregnant with my child. Since then, she had been my slave, and I had kept her safe in Cham. Her time since then had been filled with training soldiers. In particular, her training concentrated on survival. Many armies only trained their soldiers how to fight, but in any given war, more deaths came from starvation and disease than an actual battle. I felt it was important that all of the troops had some basic survival knowledge. And Raisa was the most skilled at making use of her environment to stay alive. I hadn't realized it at the time, but I had been avoiding Raisa and perhaps disregarding her feelings too. It wasn't intentional. It had more to do with personalities. The other girls were far bolder about demanding my attention, whether it was Lydia, Miki, Celeste, Tara, or Xiao. All of the girls would seek out my affection and demand my time. It should go without saying that Alaya and Astria would do the same. When it came to Raisa, she would just sit back and wait loyally. I could no longer act passively. The relationship I had with my women went both ways. I had committed myself to give my love to any woman who committed herself to me. Now, it was time I made good on such commitments. After Raisa almost got hurt, and it could potentially endanger the pregnancy, I realized just how much she meant to me. So, I made the time and the two of us were in a bedroom together alone. I looked at Raisa lying on the bed. Her ears were perked up, and the tail she was sitting on wagged excitedly behind her butt. However, since her tail was squished, it didn't move much at all. She had her arms up and facing palm outward, and her legs up and spread too. I thought she was just getting into missionary, but then I realized that this was a submissive position an animal might take. Just lying there, Raisa did get the impression of a dog looking for a belly rub. Her shirt was even up, exposing her tan belly to me. Feeling somewhat complicated, I reached out and touched her stomach. Naha? Her cheeks grew rosy and she made a cute noise. It appeared like Raisa liked to be touched on her stomach. Her tail was twitching under her excitedly. Only the tip that came out from between her legs could move through. Seeing her reaction, I started to use the back of my hand to gently stroke her stomach. My fingernails brushed down her soft, yet well-toned skin. There was a small scar on her stomach. Raisa had many scars and bruises. She had a very rough life. After all, as I stroked her, she licked her lips excitedly, looking at me with adoring eyes. She didn't move although waiting for me. However, through the imperceptible movements of her body, I could tell that she wanted to go farther. I brought my hands up and started pushing her top up over her head. She helped me remove her top, exposing her modest, pert breasts. I am sorry we haven't done this sooner, I responded. Ha! Master? She panted. I gently kissed her while one of my hands worked on removing her pants and panties. My fingers began to explore the crevices of her underwear, rubbing through the fabric. Ah! Yua. She moaned as I touched her gently. I peeled her underwear down, and this time she parted her legs for a different reason. I pulled out my cock and slid between her legs. Our tongues met and began to wrestle both in and out of our mouths. Every girl kissed differently, and Raisa was a messy kisser, throwing her tongue out and even trying to lick me in various places. To stop her from licking my cheek, I grabbed her chest and pushed her down. My hands squeezed her breasts as I started to push inside her. Although we had already had sex and she was pregnant, she still felt tight. However, she was wet enough and her pussy sucked up my cock eagerly. I acted gently, but I didn't hesitate to shove myself in her all of the way. I took her slowly and thoroughly, enjoying her body. Whenever my face got too close to hers, she would end up licking me again. I didn't want to tell her to stop and ruin the mood. So instead, I grabbed her tongue with my lips and began sucking on it. She started moaning, and I could feel her having an orgasm. I wrapped my arms around her and held her tightly while the pair of us kissed aggressively. It was extremely raw and passionate. This wasn't a perverted romp, but something far more physical. This was a man uniting with the mother of his child. She tasted sweet and accepted everything I gave her. She seemed to be begging me to kiss her harder and harder, even though she didn't say anything. With her small but strong body under me, I couldn't last anymore. My cock erupted, and I came deep inside her, filling her up with my seed. I didn't need to worry about pregnancy since it was too late for that. Our lips finally broke. A bit of saliva dripped down her chin, but she didn't seem to notice or care. Her eyes were completely focused on me. Master's stuff inside me feels so warm and comfortable. Is that so? She blushed, looking a bit shy. It is. I noticed that her eyes turned distant, and she looked slightly sad. What is it? I am just a little sad that this is it. What do you mean, Master came? So it's done. I just wanted Master in me a little longer. I am not sure when the next time we'll be together will be, but I look forward to it. She made a fist when she said that. Speaking with determination, she looked extremely adorable. It was to the point where I couldn't help but tease her some. Who said I am going to leave things like this? I demanded. Huh! She looked slightly taken aback. Master? You don't have to force yourself. Ow! Silly girl! I flicked her forehead. You are beautiful and sexy. I am ready to go again. Really? She looked down at my cock in surprise, letting out a noise when she saw that it was still hard. How bad do you think I am? I growled. Even without pervert. I can go longer than that. Sorry. I didn't know. Well, now you do. Then, please, Master, stick it back in. Nope. I am going to have a bit of fun now. Let's do a position I think you'll like the best. A position? What position does Master want me in? What else doggy style? We had a great deal of fun the rest of the night. Chapter 655. Just as morning arrived, I pulled the naked Raisa off me and snuck out of her room. Thankfully, She had tired out quickly and was now happily asleep. Every once in a while, her tail would start going again and I'd be slapped awake. So, overall, the night had been a disjointed one. I still had bags under my eyes come morning, but I had finally decided what I was going to do, making sure not to wake anyone. I walked to Carmen's room and snuck in. I had barely made it halfway across the room when Carmen's eyes snapped open and she sat up. "Master." She blushed. "So, you've finally come. Please be gentler with me this time." This time, I raised an eyebrow and then finished walking over to her closet and opening it. "Celicia, we need to talk." "Ah. Sister." "You." Her eyes went from surprise to anger. I hadn't come into Carmen's room for Carmen. Rather, I sensed Celicia was in here, and she was the person I needed to reach out to. "I've been expecting you," Celicia responded, standing up like she wasn't just hiding in her sister's closet half the night. "Then, can you guess why I am here?" "Of course. The bandits knew you were coming. They knew too much to be comfortable. They got the jump on us, and we even ended up being killed. That is inexcusable." "How much did they know? It's hard to say. But then again, you weren't expecting me to have the answers." "No, but I need to have those answers before we can begin the next attack." "WH, what are you saying?" Carmen broke in, her brow furrowed in confusion. "You have a fight today, right?" I asked. "Ah. Why, yes." "Then we'll stay the day here. I need to go out with Celicia and get some things." "Wah, what about my fight? I haven't done much leveling, and the enemies are growing stronger." "I am a slave master with various boosts to those in my party, so you should be stronger now just with me in town. If we have time, we'll go to the gladiatorial match and watch. All right?" "Ah?" "Yes." She looked like she wanted to say more, but she stopped with just that. The pair of us left the house. I put on an amulet I had gained from a dungeon which changed my physical appearance. It didn't work as completely as Xiao's magic. That is to say that I couldn't turn myself from one person into another person. I could only make superficial changes to my nose, eyes, and mouth. With Xiao's magic fueled by fairy dust, I could look like anyone. But the amulet used a lot less mana and was enough so I wouldn't be noticed. For the first time, I walked through the streets of Alarith and was actually able to see the state they were truly in. The food looked miserable, even by Aberyst's standards. The people were even more miserable. Most of them seemed to live on the streets. Every alley had been turned into a small shantytown using whatever garbage or wood that was needed to protect them from the weather. The people were dirty and underfed. The only thing that kept order were knights, who seemed to still be in a steady supply despite the large group I had taken out only a month or so before. He seemed to be able to produce an infinite number of knights. It was like the bandits and their never-ending resurrection. Were the two things connected? I wouldn't put it past the Imperial Cloud Metho to send the bandits artifacts to help destabilize Aberys. We weren't even in a particularly poor area of town, but the poverty was everywhere. Our district was probably around mid-tier. Even if I wanted to spend the money, the current laws in Ellerith kept commoners from buying a better property in Ellerith. Well, at least they allowed commoners to buy at all. I certainly wasn't going to buy the property as Lord Deekson. A man Lord Rain wanted dead. There was one place that was spared from this dismal atmosphere. The inner city of Alerith kept out this level of riffraff with a secondary set of walls. That's where the gladiator rink was. Most people visiting the city would never have seen the poverty in these sections, as there was a means of entering directly to the inner city, which was the path lords were sent. The levels of corruption were hidden for anyone who didn't look too deeply. I should know. I was one of those who hadn't seen this the first time I had come as Lord Deekson. The pair of us reached the market and I turned to Celicia. Okay, it's time for Plan B. Chapter 656. The prices in Alarith were high even by the capital's standard. Thankfully, I had accumulated a fairly decent amount of wealth after our recent dungeon visits, and I could afford to shop here. I am looking for weapons and armor that wouldn't look amiss on a bandit. I began to explain my plan to Celicia in detail. It wasn't a particularly bright one. One of the reasons I pulled her out was to find out if it was feasible before wasting time on it. I also wanted to give the girls more time to recover. After a single night, they might be able to fight, but they'd still be a bit weak. The more time I gave them, the better. However, the people were suffering. So a day was all I could afford them. Then we had to start working. In short, I planned to infiltrate the bandits. I originally stole bandit outfits so that we could launch surprise attacks, but that backfired spectacularly. After only a single day, they had found us out and created a countermeasure. There were too many mysterious aspects to these bandits. Perhaps I had been a bit too arrogant and prideful. I had expected everything we had been through to be enough to deal with simple bandits. The result of that was the death of my entire party. I figured that no matter how clever they were, we'd defeat them with strength and resolve. I figured no matter how tricky they were, we'd have our courage. In the end, I hadn't just put Raisa in danger, I had put all of my girls. Unless we could find out how they are resurrecting everyone like that and stop it, we were powerless against these guys. That led me to this conclusion. We had to go in and figure out the cause of their resurrections. So, that is your plan, Celicia asked. We won't be able to just march in and declare ourselves bandits. They are familiar with their people and would quickly notice an unfamiliar face. If we captured a small bandit troop, Shao should be able to replicate their faces and we could sneak in that way. Perhaps. Celicia stroked her chin thoughtfully. But would you be able to replicate their mannerisms, their relationships with the other bands? Although the group is united under some bandit king, each band is inherently self-servitive. Some bands are allies, and some bands are bitter enemies. The larger the group of bandits, the more complex their connections are. Some bands are successful, some are not. These aren't like your soldiers. They don't all wear the same armor and clothing, fight and train alongside each other, and have a sense of unity and loyalty. These are cutthroats, thieves, and murderers. What do you suggest? I asked. Our only option is to try to get them to accept us as one of them. We have to form our own band. I understand. How do we do that? Isn't the answer simple? We rob people. We make a name for ourselves. We become bandits. I see. You don't seem surprised by this. Cilicia raised an eyebrow. Why do you think we're in Alarith? I asked, looking around. Cilicia looked around, not seeming to understand what I meant. However, I already had a plan. Alarith had been taxing the poor for a while now. Since we needed to form a band and get our name out as the baddest in town, then what better way than to take from the rich and give to the poor? Chapter 657, as Cilicia had said. Bandits don't wear uniforms. They wore a random assortment of equipment from their cut of what they stole. If they were successful bandits, their outfits might be better, but if they were crappy, it wouldn't be surprising to see them in rags. That meant that my girls couldn't go out and about dressed in matching outfits of fine magical quality. We also couldn't wear most of the gear found in the dungeons. A bandit would usually sell off anything to valuable. As Cilicia put it, so if we wanted to be bandits, we had to look cheap. Unfortunately, I didn't buy stuff of a cheap make. So, nothing I had in my storage would work, even if we could use some of the stuff I bought. All of the girls had lost their storage rings and all of their equipment once again in another fire attack. Another reason I didn't stick around the house and left so early was that I didn't want to be there when the girls, particularly Carmen, realized just how much she lost in that last attack. She had even gone out of her way to carry more than she needed. Seeing it all go up in smoke had to be hard. I was starting to dread storage rings. Not that I'd be able to buy any more in the near future. Thankfully, I had my storage skill and my time, Stopic storage ring, so I was good. I did fear it'd get destroyed. Which is why I tossed it in storage before every encounter. Even if I had died, I'd only have lost what I had out to use quickly. Still, I had the bandit weapons and outfits we had stripped from the bandits on our first day there. The original purpose had been to wear them to get close to the bandits, so that we could take them out by surprise. The disguise didn't need to hold up for more than a few seconds until we got the first strike on them. However, I couldn't use those outfits now. Most bandits marked their items when they acquired them, so that other bandits couldn't steal them and say that they were theirs. If we ended up going through all of this effort pretending to be bandits only for a bandit to notice our armor and accuse us of stealing, it would be a major waste. So I ended up buying used armor and weapons for the girls. I didn't have an eye for stuff. And Cilicia kept having to direct me to shoddier armor than I wanted to buy. Bandits depended on the idea of good quality that looks like crap. They want to protect themselves without their armor being envious of others. As a result, certain types and metals were more popular among bandits. In the end, we ended up picking out 7 crappy-looking pieces of armor and weapons. They are something I never would have willingly picked normally. On top of that, because Alarith's taxes were so bad, this stuff cost way more than it should have. I ended up spending as much for a pile of beat-up crap as I would have for shiny new furniture somewhere else. Maybe I should have gone to the capital to find these weapons. Oh well, it was done. The guy was even susceptible to barter. The level 10 skill of merchant, which seemed to be an evolution of haggle. I was able to take a 15% discount out of him. What now? Boss Celicia asked. Let's get the girls. I'd like to see the gladiator fights before we plan our next move. Chapter 658. With the new purchases safely in my storage ring, the pair of us returned to the house. At this point, most of the other girls had woken up. Only Xiao remained in bed and needed to be encouraged to get up. As it turned out, the promise of a kiss was all she needed to get moving. Now remember, while we have a large supply of fairy dust, it won't last forever. Try to be as careful with it as possible. Compared to the vial I found in Car's dungeon at one time, we now have about 10 vials worth in all. And the fairy fountain produced more every day. I still wasn't completely sure what fairy dust was. I knew that it could be produced when a fairy was really happy. I also knew that it acted as an aphrodisiac if used on fairies. I had 2 vials with me, and I didn't like the idea of returning to make more. That meant that we needed to use its parsley. However, that would be impossible if we all needed to wear a mask continuously. I could be spared because of my amulet. I would give anything to have 6 more of these amulets, but I just didn't. As a result, the only choice was to have Xiao disguise everyone. That meant a lot of fairy dust, though. I don't think we even really need to change our faces, Miki explained. The Lord wouldn't have paid attention to me or Xiao. Only your face will be remembered. You think? But what about the bandits? I stay in the back to attack their minds. And Xiao hides in the shadows. It's unlikely any bandits would remember us so clearly. We also were not seen, Celicia said. I wore my helmet when I encountered bandits. They would not recognize me. Carmen nodded. I made sure not to reveal my face as well. Being seen is a good way to elicit vengeance, Ruby added. So, it was only me then. Everyone else had hidden their faces while we encountered bandits. I hadn't even noticed. I was the only one who went around showing my face. I wondered if the disaster that night even would have happened if I had hidden my face. They wouldn't have known who I was, and they wouldn't have initiated a countermeasure. Well, that was what I thought, with a sigh. I gave a nod. It turned out that while trying to be cautious, I was the only one who hadn't been careful. I made sure that Miki and Xiao took their trait-hiding dungeon skill so that they appeared human. Without horns or a tail, Neither girl drew any particular notice. Next to Carmen in her dazzling paladin armor, which thankfully hadn't been the armor that she was wearing when it was destroyed, the other girls were hard to even notice. She had thankfully brought her backup armor for fighting with bandits. As to why she had backup armor, I decided I wasn't going to ask about her spending habits. It'd just give me a headache. Chapter 659. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last month, you've watched countless fighters battle in the arena. You've been there through the sweat, the blood, and the tears. You've seen them taste victory. And you've seen victory snatched away. We've finally come to 100 remaining gladiators, the best of the best. We have reached the championship rounds. All battles from now on are one-on-one. Teams may decide who fights, but they fight for the whole team now. Who is the best? Who will fall? Who will win the championship in only 6 more rounds? We will have our answer. As we approached the arena, an announcer seemed to be repeating this spiel every few minutes. There were 2 weeks left for this competition. It went on for about 2 months, an entire season, which was there to ramp up hype and separated the casuals from the hardcore. It was now reaching the boiling point. There were various cross-tournaments, including groups, singles, knockout, and even shows like what they tried to do to Raisa before I rescued her. By the way, Raisa was the only one who had a magical mask on. For the rest, we depended on hoods, face masks, and the dungeon store's trait, hiding skill, to make everyone else hard to notice. After shopping with Celicia, I had everyone wear clothing that wouldn't be a miss on a commoner. We'd blend into the crowd. The one exception was Carmen, but she apparently always wore her helmet when fighting, so no one had seen her face yet. Every fighter that made it this far had been given some kind of pet name by the crowds. Carmen's name was the Shiny Knight. When I heard this, I was going to sympathize with her, but she was quite happy to have such a name. I supposed, as long as she was happy, I wouldn't make fun of her particular tastes. As we reached the edge of the Colosseum, she attracted more and more looks. I could hear people whispering her name. It seemed like she had a reputation. Numerous competitions are going on all month. Drake, Carmen's current fight manager, explained eagerly, trying to warm up to me while his cronies took point. However, one is considered the most prestigious and high tier. That's the one that will win you that dwarf blacksmith, as well as a few other prizes. The prizes he's giving this year are excessive, even by normal standards. That's why so many tough opponents have shown up. What kind of prizes? I asked out of curiosity. Noble status. See, can he do that? He can create knights. He also can give land and create barons. To most people, that already is completely changing their life around. They can buy property in the cities, they can own land. To any commoner, it's the same as changing their fate, which would otherwise be impossible. Ah, no offense, my lord. What offense I was able to become a count. All right. Drake scratched the back of his head. Anyway, the point is, this is a massive spectacle right now. Carmen has garnered interest for fighting solo. I thought you said solo was the most popular. On one is the most popular, but most of those people are still on teams. They pick which teammate fights based on their opponent. Carmen is only one of a handful that has fought solo and reached the top 100. It requires endurance to fight life or death battles non-stop. The finals will be the worst. However, 6 matches in 2 weeks. That's 6 fights until literal exhaustion. The first will have a 5-day break, then a 3-day today. And the last 3 matches will be daily. In other words, it's an endurance run. Carmen had incredible resilience. But I have to say, she won't be able to fight 3 matches successively like that. Chapter 660. If she can't take the matches. I started. When we initially signed up, we did sign it as a team. Basically, everyone who was part of your party at the time. That means that shout, Mickey? Or you could stand in for Carmen if needed. Drake finished. So that was what he was getting at. He thought that we'd need to take turns fighting. I could hear a bit of worry in his voice. So I felt his advice came from a genuine place. He didn't just want to win, he was also worried about Carmen. Having lived close to the girl for the last month and seeing her fight numerous battles to the death, as he called them, I could imagine he had developed a sense of camaraderie with her. Perhaps he even saw her as a sister. Thus, I considered his words with a great deal of weight. However, with my bonuses, Carmen should already be much stronger than she normally was. If she could get this far on her own, then as long as I made myself available these days to help boost her, she should be fine. We could be worrying over nothing. She had fared fine over the rest of the season. I didn't see any reason that the championship would suddenly crank up the difficulty by that much. As the team owner, it turned out I was able to get special seating in a box overlooking the field. It seemed like my fake identity as a rich merchant was holding out fine. This was partially thanks to Faina, who occasionally sent parcels to sell in Alarith to help sell the illusion. She was always thoughtful like that. Because of Alarith's taxation, it wasn't very valuable to sell anything in this city. Most merchants that were here were solely concentrated on supporting a gladiatorial team. Drake had only mentioned it in passing. But it turned out that I was becoming popular as well. My alternative personality, Reynolds the Merchant, was one of the only merchants still selling anything in town. As I said, I don't make money off it and was only doing it so that I could maintain the illusion as a merchant. But it was single-handedly keeping the markets in Alarith going. It was the only reason people were even eating. I wondered what Lord Rain's face would look like if he knew I was the reason his lower and middle-class citizens weren't starving and revolting. If I was a more capable guy, I probably should be helping the collapse along, as it'd be advantageous to me. However, that would require me to allow children and women to starve, and I just couldn't allow that. I'd probably send more goods to Alirith now that I knew there was a problem like this. It was probably very easy for nobles to suppress the lower class in this world. After all, nobles and their soldiers could be resurrected, while peasants couldn't afford it. Think of it this way. Lord Rain had already accepted foreign aid. If a peasant revolt truly began, to what length would he go to squash it at best? He'd invite a foreign army to help him quell them. The low caste would die for good. And anyone they did manage to kill would only keep coming back. I couldn't imagine the death toll. And I didn't want to have the blood of innocent people on my hands if I could help it. Thus, I had a plan to follow. And quelling the bandits to the south was just step one of said plan. As I considered my next moves for not the 100th time, the afternoon matches began. Chapter 661. For our next match, on my left, reintroducing a man who had battled his way through countless trials and tribulations, the devilish Iceman Jarm in Condor. The man the announcer indicated was a tall, pretty boy with flowing white hair. He truly did have an icy appearance. His expression was cold, and the women all seemed to make adoring sounds as they looked at him. Devilish didn't have anything to do with some kind of dark power, and everything to do with his effect on women. Thankfully, my women weren't affected by such a pretty boy. Sigh. The things I would do to that man. Cilicia purred. He's so pretty. Et tu stay, shall relax, master. There is more to a man than looks. Just because he's pretty as a flower doesn't mean he's desirable. Master has many manly traits that Jarman couldn't compare with. Miki said defensively. Really, I sniffled. I am manly, Shao, you made Master cry. Repent. Amstaster! Please use my lap as a pillow as part of my apology. Apology, my ass. Aren't you just taking advantage now? Ruby crossed her arms and snorted. I don't know what the big deal is. He's not that good looking at all. He's all skinny. Looks sick. I like a man with some meat on his bones. You mean... Like Deke Miki asked with a mischievous grin as she tried to keep Shao from offering her lap to me. Ruby's cheeks turned red. I didn't notice, though, as my attention was the next opponent who was being announced. And on my right, so far undefeated, he comes from the Imperial Cloud Metho, where they call him the Demon, Slaying Hero. Bernard Castile? In a word, the guy looked cool. He had a long cloak that fluttered behind him in the wind. And half of his face was covered with a scarf. He wore a black, rimmed hat. In his hand, still in its sheath, was a long, curved sword that might have been a katana. He seemed to have a similar Asian appearance to Shao. Was that the look of demonic blood, or Imperial Cloud Metho? I just didn't know enough about them to tell. As for Shao, she said her days before her capture into slavery were foggy, and then it was just a daily struggle for survival. As for the lore I gained, it never showed much detail except when relevant to the story. Ready, begin. Bernard only stood there as Jarman moved into action. he shot out a bolt of ice. But that was only a distraction as he started to glide across the stage. I realized he was using the ice to travel, causing the ground immediately in front of him to freeze as he skated around the rink. He was incredibly fast, and he moved like lightning. The ice bolt he had sent was dodged with a slight lean from the other man. Jarman darted back and forth across the arena, but Bernard barely seemed to move. The longer time progressed, the colder it got. Soon, even the first few stands were starting to shiver and cover themselves. Only Bernard on stage seemed unaffected by this cold, watching Jarman with only a passing interest, like he was watching a fish in a pond. "Since you won't make the first move?" "Allow me!" Jarman suddenly yelled. He suddenly split into two people, although one of them was completely made of ice. They attacked as a pincer attack, each sending 100 icicles out at Bernard. It was a surefire attack. But even that wasn't enough. Both the fake Jarman and the real one created blades of ice, and they launched into a flurry of attacks. With 100 ice daggers tying Bernard down, he's powerless to block one Jarman, let alone two. Only a second before the first dagger of ice touched Bernard did he finally move. He pulled his curved sword from his sheath and swung a single arc. It wasn't aimed at anything and seemed almost lazy. In an instant, a wave of energy exploded out. The icicles all shattered, as did the swords the two Jarmans held. Well, one Jarman, as the other, also exploded. As for the other, he was hit back in a horizontal line, flying away from Bernard. His strike hadn't even been aimed at anything in particular, but the force caused Jarman to slam into a wall outside of the arena barriers. Disqualification. The crowds immediately rose into applause. This wasn't the first time seeing Bernard fight. Had I been paying attention at the betting rings outside, the bet was overwhelmingly in his favor. The other guy seemed to have been outmatched. As for me, I was starting to have a sinking feeling these last 6 matches wouldn't go so easily. He's the running champion. Also a solo like Carmen. He is who we need to beat, Celicia explained. What does Master think? My eyes fell on a young woman who had walked out. She shouted some choice words at Bernard, who ignored her and then began to fret over the Iceman still embedded in the wall. I think I see an old friend I'd like to talk to, I responded. Chapter 662. Carmen was still 3 matches away. While she went to the preparation room with Celicia and her management team, I swung by a group of boys leaving the Coliseum with a single woman at their center. She was fretting over one boy in particular, while the others gave her a forlorn look. That was the Iceman himself, who had been healed and hadn't been that hurt in the fight to begin with. If anything, it was his pride that took the most damaging blow. Harem. I thought I recognized your friend, I called out to her. The girl looked up, no recognition appearing across her face. At the same time, the guys moved protectively around her, forming a protective barrier as they looked at me suspiciously. I wasn't planning on moving in on their girl. But it was an action that would have been impossible even if I wanted it. One by one, the guys seemed to recognize me. At the very least, they remembered the meal I had once prepared. And they started to relax their guard just a bit. Finally, after enough time passed that I was starting to feel a bit awkward standing there, Harem let out a cry of happiness. "Ah, newbie!" I was glad she didn't shout out my name in an area where that could cause me trouble. But it was clear she didn't use my name because she didn't remember it. All the boys around her, even those that hadn't been in the mirror dungeon when I met her, shook their heads. I didn't get it. Harem was a really dense and thoughtless person. I just didn't understand what appeal man or woman would have in a dense person like her. "I am sorry about the match," I said. "Ah." Well, I wasn't interested in winning anyway. I just wanted to see how my boys compare to the current stock of gladiators. If we didn't happen to get this year's champion early on, Harem's boys might have even made it to second place. Alas! We just ended with some more bad luck this month. Has your luck been particularly bad? She shrugged as she went closer to me. But the boys still made a perimeter where I couldn't get closer than 3 arms' width to her. I didn't find anything in Mirror Dungeon worth our time. Then, with the destruction of Fort Pride, the Ost Republic border went quiet, looking for a challenge that inevitably led us to the only Colosseum. Unfortunately, this season had already started and we had missed the preliminaries. Thankfully, my boy Evan here managed to loosen the rules with a 5 gold bribe, but after 2 weeks of battle, it ended like this. Mary had acted like she was granting us some great favor by getting us in ahead of the preliminaries. It looked like a simple bribe would have done the same. I still didn't know how I felt about the church. They may be tit e phil, but they also did preach a bit of xenophobia, and they may have been more powerful and more dangerous in the past. The church in Aberys had regressed to this point. But that didn't mean there weren't other factions and sects that were worth my worry. "Where are you going next?" I asked. "Ah. Isn't that obvious, the Ost Republic?" Chapter 663. I scratched my head. What's in the Ost Republic that has any importance? Oh, you haven't heard. I mean, it's still a month away. If we decided to finish the tournament, we'd have just enough time to get there before it starts. That's right? You don't know. Well, one of the boys suddenly elbowed her, and her eyes shifted to him, and then she snapped her fingers. "Ah." That's right. She liked. I mean, the princess of the Ost Republic is getting married. That's the news. The Princess Semem. Her eyes turned from the left to right. Anyway, you should come to the Ost Republic. But you must arrive early. Alyssa will want to see you. Alyssa will be there. I felt stupid as soon as I asked it. She was some kind of general's daughter or something. It was clear she had status in the Ost Republic. Why wouldn't she also be invited to this wedding? Yes, she'll be there, and she definitely wants to see you. I see. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. Our last meeting had been at the beach. I had somehow managed to cheat my way through a victory against her. I cheated, and frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if she was angry about that, as to how I felt about her. I didn't have any strong feelings one way or another. She was a strong opponent. Yet even though she tried to kill me on 2 occasions, I struggled to see her as my enemy. Maybe it was because she had always been honest and straightforward with me, but I didn't find myself hating her at all. So, you'll come, I was going to say I was busy, but after seeing the strangely hopeful look on Harem's face, I couldn't bring myself to shut her down completely. I'll see if I can in 2 weeks. 2 weeks was a long time. But between the end of the gladiatorship and the battle against the bandits, I didn't see myself having time to go down and visit. Well, I guess I had a full month before this wedding officially began, but she said she wanted me there early. If I couldn't be early, then I probably wouldn't bother to show up at all. Good. Good. She looked strangely relieved for some reason. Master, Carmen's about to start. The voice in my head was from Miki. Usually, I needed to open up slave communication with a slave to be able to talk to her. It was like making a phone call, where their side could only forcefully receive it. However, as Miki's mental powers grew, she had found a way to send me messages as well. I need to go. Ah, are you in the competition as well? I didn't see your name. It's a friend. I'll tell you about it later. At the wedding? It's a promise. She gave a bright smile that caused her face to shine, and I was stunned for a second. She really was a beautiful girl when she smiled like that. My heart started to beat faster. Then my eyes landed on the men all around her, who were now glaring with hostility at me. I am not after your girl. You can all stop glaring at me. Chapter 664. I got back to my seat just as the announcer was introducing Carmen and her opponent. Her opponent this time was a burly man with wild hair and a pair of wicked hand axes. He had an almost psychotic look to him, and I had a feeling that if I ever faced him, I'd definitely feel fear. His teeth were crooked and yellow, and it was hard to tell if he was smiling or snarling at everyone. He also looked antsy, as if he couldn't wait to leap out and take Carmen's head. On the left, we have the shiny knight, Carmen. Her beautiful armor has turned the blades of 100 men, sending them scampering away with embarrassment. Let's see if her extreme defense is enough to win today's battle. On our right is Frick, the slaughtering berserker. His savage style of fighting and lack of fear has made him a vicious opponent in the ring. On one side, we have the ultimate defense. On the other, we have the ultimate offense. Let's see which one will win. As they gave their talks, I looked around the stage. Lord Rain wasn't there watching the event. He seemed to have a lower lord sitting in as his proxy. As for Bernard, the winner of the last match, he was sitting down and watching this match. I admired him a bit at that moment. Despite being heralded the champion for his lossless streak, he still felt he could learn something from these matches. Since he was an opponent, though, it still left me a little worried. He wasn't just strong, he was bright. "Begin," the announcer declared. Carmen slammed down her shield. "Master is watching me today, so I apologize if I don't act politely." He. "I am never polite." He let out a bellow which caused me to jump. But the cheering that exploded in the crowd suggested this was his usual chant right before he attacked. He slammed his axes against her shield and then spun to the side, slamming them against her side. Unfortunately, with the smallest amount of movement, she had twisted, keeping herself behind the shield. How dare you block me?" "Ah!" he screamed, seeming to grow enraged that she blocked him as if she shouldn't. As the attacks went on, I could hear the people in the stands starting to mutter to themselves, "Damn. Not even he can get through that armor. Leave it to the shiny knight. All looks, no glamour." I was hoping with a berserker we'd see a different outcome. Bernard watched intently, but everyone else's excitement seemed to drop quickly. The match went on, but there was nothing but shouting as he slammed his axes against her over and over again. He even used a skill or two. But as soon as he did it, she'd use a defensive skill that nullified it. She was like a towering giant, standing there unmoving, no matter how much the berserker raged. The crowds grew more and more annoyed as a 5-minute match turned into 15. "Just fight me!" Frick looked like he was about to cry, his face red and ugly. With her helmet hiding her face, she was like an unmoving obelisk looking down on him. "Just give up," one guy from the audience screamed out. "She's never gonna move." I scratched my head. What's going on?" "Well, it's not like Carmen has that many offensive abilities." Celicia laughed. Drake spoke up with an embarrassed cough. "I mean, she's tried, but she lacks speed, coordination, or strength. She almost lost a match when she fought a different way. So, we decided the best way is for her to rely completely on her strengths and just let the opponent tire themselves out." "Doesn't that take a really long time? Her longest battle took 6 hours." "I see." My gladiator champion was a joke. Chapter 665. You. Ha! Ha! Frick collapsed to his knees. "Just concede already?" Someone shouted from the stands. The last 30 minutes were extremely boring. Frick commenced a one-sided battle against Carmen, but her defenses were top-notch and were now further boosted by my presence. He simply wasn't able to get through her armor. During this time, I got to hear the mumbling of a lot of people. She was no one's favorite contestant. At first, her extremely pathetic offense but strong defense accumulated a lot of fans. But as time progressed, as she depended more and more on her current style of just defending until the enemy surrendered, she lost most of the crowd. These days, Her matches rarely garnered very much attention. She was considered the most boring contestant and was a thorn in the entire gladiatorial events side. Technically, she didn't break any rules, though, so no one was able to kick her out or do anything about her. People usually used her fight as a time for a bathroom break or to get lunch. Today's match had been unusual, as Frick's berserker rage had earned him a lot of fans, and many people hoped to see the shiny knight finally taken down by his pure berserker rage. As the referee had excitedly explained, he was a creature of pure offense, and in theory, he should have been able to blow through her defenses and create a far more interesting battle. His success would have released a lot of pent-up frustration that the crowds had been feeling as a result of her matches. According to Celicia, this wasn't a pipe dream either. Carmen and Frick were about even in a normal fight. They had already predicted that Carmen battling Frick had a roughly 50-50 chance of Carmen being defeated. It truly may have been a fight that would have nearly killed Carmen if I hadn't shown up and simply by being present passively boosted all of her stats. The proud berserker Frick, who had expected to at least damage and beat Carmen down until they were both barely standing, was now completely humiliated. No matter what rage he displayed to boost his attacks, it all fell on Carmen with little more than a thud. Finally, after 30 minutes of being pressured by bored contestants shouting at him, because they already knew that no amount of jeering would push Carmen, he had collapsed under the weight of embarrassment and failure. He no longer felt rage. Instead, he felt a sense of helplessness. It was like the feeling an ant might have if he was asked to defeat an elephant. "I concede," he said, looking like he might cry. Carmen appeared to have brought an adult man to his knees crying. With the fight done, she left the stage. As she did so, she pulled off her helmet. She was still in full view of the entire crowd. She shook out her blonde hair and let out a smile. The crowd collectively gasped. This was the first time anyone had seen her outside of her armor. They probably imagined all kinds of faces when thinking of the cold, unspeaking, unmoving tyrant that drove the crowds to boredom. They never imagined an immaculate beauty with a gorgeous smile. Bernard jerked as he saw her face, clearly surprised. As for Frick, his mouth fell open, and he suddenly felt embarrassed that he had spent the last 30 minutes cursing and wailing on her with axes. A few other men instantly started shooting him glares as well, and as the shiny knight's reputation suddenly skyrocketed. Frick's reputation dropped. However, the biggest blow to everyone wasn't her beauty, but the reason she pulled off the helmet and smiled in the first place. She was waving happily, trying to get a certain person to notice her. "Master? Master? Did you see me? Did you see?" she asked excitedly. If people looked poorly at the man who had beat on such a beauty for 30 minutes, you can imagine how they saw the man who was her master and forced her into battle time and time again. I let out a sigh. This was troublesome. Chapter 666. Although I received quite a few dark looks as I recovered Carmen, and we made our way out. There was one person in particular that caught my eye. It was none other than Bernard, the undefeated champion. He had a downright hateful glare leveled in my direction, and for the life of me, I didn't know what I had done to cause him any grief. I wrapped my arm around Carmen and hastily pulled her out of the arena. I had no interest in seeing any more of the gladiator matches. Actually, after seeing how the last one went, I already had a feeling we needed to work on strengthening Carmen up. I'd never even assigned her a second job. Now that I knew her paladin was completely defense-oriented, I desired to get her an offensive job leveled up in time for the next battle. I ended up getting a bit more attention than I would have liked. Plus, Carmen had revealed her appearance, which she had carefully concealed up until this point. Thankfully, Lord Rain wasn't there, and even if he was, he had no reason to recognize Carmen, so it was probably fine. The group of us returned to the house, and as soon as I entered, Raisa was there with her wagging tail. Wait. Was she waiting at the door for us to come home? She was sitting in front of the door in a kneeling position when we walked in? Anyway, it was as good a time as any to start preparing for our next fight. Master, while you were out. I collected this. Raisa rolled out a map. I realized it was a Traveler's Guild map. It had merchant paths and various other notes that were useful for anyone traveling to and from the city of Alerith. If we were normal bandits, it would have been extremely useful. However, I didn't want to destroy the lives of normal people. Rather, I was looking more toward dismantling the nobility's sources of wealth. Even though the map only had minimal use, Race's wagging tail suggested she needed a head pat. I made sure she got one, and she closed her eyes and grinned happily. This was the future mother of my child. I didn't know how I felt about that. Hey, boss! Drake spoke up. If you want to hit them hard all at once, then you'll want to strike tonight. Drake had previously not been part of the conversation, but he happened to overhear us as he came down to get a drink. Why's that? Tonight is when the gambling guild does their money exchange. They send out the gold and then get back coppers and silver. The exchange isn't done in the city, but at a hidden location outside. How do you know this, He blushed. I've been betting on the events. Got to pass the time somehow. I heard that they exchange every 14 days. Since Bus keeps giving us a gold piece instead of 10 silver, I'd command have them break to 100 coppers every day for a week. And found that they weren't able to break it the day before and were the day after. You just randomly did that? Thursday. It used to be my business. Yeah, they always say the man who knows where the money moves has all the cards. Or something like that. Then, where are they meeting outside of town? That is a closely guarded secret. His face lowered slightly. But then he glanced up again. However, I know someone who will be there. Chapter 667. So, Our goal is simple. We're going to hit the drop-off point, I explained. Xiao has followed Drake and will mark the man he insists is involved with the drop-off. We will follow behind. Trying to find the spot where they will do the currency exchange. Pretending to be bandits. We will hit them just as they bring out the money, and we will hit it hard. Once we have taken all the money, we will break off and redistribute it back to the public secretly. Any questions, Celicia? What's our name? Any other questions? I am being serious. The entire point of this is to catch the notice of the Southern bandits and get them to offer to let us join, right then. We need a recognizable name as well as an identifiable feature. How else will they be able to find us? I had to admit that Celicia's words did make a lot of sense. There was no way that we could be contacted and asked to join if we didn't have some means of being identified. The remainder of the day ended up dedicated to planning out our band's information. The band name we settled on was Rain's End. It sounded appropriate and quickly revealed what our goals were. Plus, if it'd make Lord Rain a bit uncomfortable, that made me happy. We also decided to tie a dark red band on our sleeves so we could easily recognize each other. I didn't want us accidentally having friendly fire, especially if we ended up fighting other bandits down the line. We also went so far as to discuss relationship dynamics. If I was the leader and every girl was my slave, that would certainly look suspicious. Bandits were bandits exactly because they were trying to free themselves from oppression. Supposedly, they didn't really keep slaves. That was told to me by Celicia. And I already had come to realize the way she ran things was vastly different from how they ran things in the South. Besides, even she admitted that they would sell people into slavery if the price was right. There weren't any fast rules for being a bandit. They were really just the whims of the local bandit kings. In the end, we decided it was best if I wasn't the leader of the group. Instead, Ruby, who was the most physically imposing, would act like she was in charge. At first, the thought of this embarrassed her. She had mostly just been along for the ride. I wasn't even sure if she agreed with most of our decisions, but she knew enough to not get in the way. She was a mentor and guide, assessing me for my adventure ranking. The fact that this quest had devolved into committing the very crimes we were trying to stop, well, it was best if I didn't focus too much on that. Soon, the night fell, and our group did our best to leave the town without drawing attention. Only once we were out of sight from Ularith did we change into our bandit garb. At this point, I had the map in front of me, and I was following the man that Xiao had marked. Since Xiao marked him, not me, it wasn't like I could see him marked on my map. But she had pointed him out, and I had more or less figured out which red dot he was in my sense life. As long as I kept an eye on it, I wouldn't lose him. With the sun setting, the band of Rain's End headed out to start a life of banditry. Chapter 668. The red point on my map ended up stopping at a place seemingly in the middle of the forest. We had brought horses so we could keep up with the movements of the carriage. I still couldn't ride a horse. To this point, I had never found a good reason to learn. Thankfully, one of the girls was willing to let me ride behind her. I clung to Xiao tightly since every move made me feel like I was about to fall off. With portals, horses weren't needed very much. That was my reasoning. As we reached the edge of the forest, I could see it was a mansion hidden out in the middle of nowhere. This must be where the gambling guild kept the large profits they were raking in from the gladiatorial matches. Why were we picking on the gambling guild? That answer was rather simple. They were in with Lord Rain. They received no taxation, so all of their awards went to their pocket and didn't contribute to the city's health in the slightest. As for what Lord Rain got out of it, I wasn't sure. My current thought was that they were somehow tied with the Imperial Cloud Metho. But I wouldn't be able to confirm this unless we could get into the mansion. Unfortunately, the security looked pretty tight. Anyone we killed would also likely notify others of our presence. In this world, a person's death was as much an alarm as anything else. That meant that we needed to get through and get the money while capturing and silencing every person there. That was easier said than done. There were a lot of guards present. I could see the carriage holding the money approaching the mansion. There were 15 guards, half of them were knights. There was double that amount already at the mansion, waiting for their delivery, presuming there were more inside, and I was looking at nearly 50 opponents against a team of 7. Maybe we should have just raided the carriage itself. 15 would have been difficult, but we might have been able to succeed. Another option would be to start taming monsters, or possibly using Terra's golem machine to create a small army. At that point, I could just create a portal and bring a large number of my soldiers over. However, if I did that, there would be no way to make this look like a bandit trade. Plus, we might even start a war immediately. Silently wiping out the forces sent to kill me had pushed the pair of us into a stalemate that has lasted the last 2 months. But if I showed any sort of aggression against Lord Rain, that war could start sooner rather than later. Miki? Can you put people to sleep? I asked. I can, Master, Miki whispered back. The more alarmed they are, the harder it is, though. That made sense. We'd need to lull them into a sense of peace before we could do our attack. If they all fell asleep, then we could complete the entire task without killing anyone. Although I wasn't afraid to kill these people. Which is exactly why I picked those who were doing jobs that were just a little bit nefarious. I would feel better if no one died. I started looking through my inventory and my inventory ring, trying to come up with something that I could use. Just when I was about to give up, my eyes fell on a certain box in my inventory, and a clever idea came to my mind. Chapter 669. As two guards stood in front of the gate that led into the secret mansion. A horse with 2 people walking beside it came walking up. They saw them approaching for a while, and had already unsheathed their swords. However, the 2 people and the horse seemed non-threatening. so they waited until the people were close enough that they could see them before speaking. "This is private property." "No visitors?" "Ha," I called out. "I am not a visitor. Then where am I supposed to transport this wine?" One of the people was me, and the other was Miki, who was dressed as my servant and slave. Technically, she was my slave, so this wasn't too challenging to pass off. Plus, her thin, pale form gave her the appearance of someone who couldn't put up a fight. Compared to the other girls who all had various levels of athleticism, she pulled off a simple servant the best. Her ability to set the mood, decreasing suspicion with just her presence, was only a plus. I already said, "No ow." What as one guard tried to dismiss me again. The other one hit his chest. "What wine is that?" the guard asked with interest. "Ah, only the best wine in Abaris," I declared, pulling out a jug from the horse's saddle. I had about 100 liters of wine in jugs, enough to throw a pretty good celebration, sitting in my storage ring. I didn't drink very much, but a lot of places seemed to expect gifts, and wine was the gift of choice for most. So I had bought them in bulk cheaply in Chom, where I could take advantage of my hero status and my barter skill for some pretty cheap wine. It had been found in the underground cellar of one of old Chom's taverns. The wine was actually a better quality than most in Chom could afford, since Chom needed money and I needed bribes and gifts. I bought up all the wine to help the local breweries. I didn't expect to ever go through it all, but in a time-stop ring, it would last. Then again, didn't wine taste better with age? I didn't really know that much about these things. But this stuff was already extremely valuable, and I got it for a very good deal. The guard who had spoken also seemed to have good taste, and he could see that the wine I had pulled out looked to be the quality stuff. I popped open the cork of one bottle, all while running a spiel like I was a wine salesman. I was just a transporter. So this was probably very suspicious if anyone thought about it for too long. But thankfully, the guards didn't appear to be very bright. After pouring a glass for each of them, they drank it without even wondering if it was poison or anything. Of course, it wasn't altered in any way. For Miki to do her magic, it was enough if I could just get most of them inebriated. In theory, she could probably manage it without any of this pretense. But as men fell, other men would become more alert. And it risked becoming a race between when Miki's mana ran out, or the last few men managed to band together and start fighting back. I didn't want to leave anything to chance. "This is definitely great stuff. Sell me a bottle," the guard said with a smile. "Ah." As I said, it's already paid for. When he gave me a questioning look, I handed him the bottle I opened. "This one's on the house." He was a bit stupider than even that. I was beginning to realize I was giving a bunch of guards in a world without an education system to much credit. Perhaps some of the people in the manor would be a bit more challenging. He opened the door without question. And while the other guy was a bit suspicious, he followed along and stepped aside. Chapter 670. "Where is the rest of our cut?" a man asked as we entered the manor. We left our horse tied out in front, and I let Miki carry a basket of wine while I tried to look like I belonged there. There appeared to be 3 groups discussing things right in the main foyer of the mansion. The first group appeared to be carrying the bags of coins. The second group was the ones receiving the coins. And the third group looked like bandits. We had changed out of our bandit clothing, but thanks to Cilicia's education, I could pick out a bandit on sight now. Your cut had already been supplied. The one who looked to be from the financial group said with a snide voice, "Well, we're increasing the cost. That last city is proving problematic. It just won't fall." "That's your problem." I barely managed to keep my mouth from falling open. Of course, I could connect the dots. The city they were talking about was Regency. They seemed to be asking for money from the bankers who work with Lord Rain. Were the bandits on Lord Rain's payroll? What were the chances of that I had come north to establish a name so that I could get closer to the bandits? But I didn't know they were related. It made sense, though. Lord Rain was trying to destabilize the region. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of those lords fleeing the south were seeking sanctity with Lord Rain. If that was the case, then would causing trouble here have the effect I was looking for? I suddenly wasn't sure if our actions were correct. With that little bit of knowledge, the entire game had changed. It was too late now, as we were already seen. "What is this?" one of the men asked. "I was ordered to bring wine here," I explained. "From Lord Rain, as a gift. To your leader, for a job well done." Making up the story as I went along, I gave a smile and pulled the basket from Miki's hands and presented it. The money guy looked surprised and confused. But after a brief second, the bandit gave a smile. Now, this is what I am talking about. A little respect and appreciation. "What's your name?" Kid. I mean, I was a young guy, but no one in this world had called me a kid before. "I am D." Deed. "Sir." "Well, Deed. Have you considered being a bandit?" Was it that easy I had plotted all of this stuff to create my band? Fight my way toward getting noticed by the bandit leaders, joining their organization, and finding out their inner workings. But just like that, I now not only knew their backers, but also had a free invitation to join. This felt like an extreme anticlimax. After all of my hard work, I wasn't satisfied at all. Even the money men who should be looking at me suspiciously seemed more relieved that I'd taken on the attention of the bandits. And so were foregoing their suspicions for convenience. "Hey, I got an idea," the guy suddenly shouted. "Let's all get drunk." It's time to party. All of my meticulous planning. Things that didn't involve dungeons were too easy. Chapter 671. The mission turned out to be a complete success. They sent out people and cleared our horse of the alcohol. The bandits were happy to push everyone to drink heavily. Even the guards ended up with a bottle in their hand. I juggled my dungeon points and thus was immune to the alcoholic effects. I wouldn't make the mistake come morning by removing my poison immunity. So all I had to do the rest of the night was act as drunk as everyone else. I thought that this interruption would have made the money guys angry. But one of them ended up taking me aside as the night fell and the number of drunks increased. The name's Grutch. You saved our asses there. Lord Rain has impeccable timing. Really, yeah, those bandits were trying to up their fees again. I am not some knight, and I don't feel like having my throat cut so that Lord Rain can play his political games. Not that I'd speak ill of our employer. I am just saying my cut isn't enough to deal with these cutthroats. But place drink and come morning, they won't even remember why they came. Well played. Give Lord Rain my compliments. Yes, but don't mention it to him directly, considering who he's gifting this to. I tried to cover myself over the overenthusiastic moneymen. Oh, of course. I know how to keep my mouth shut. I saw nothing. With that, he grabbed and downed his cup of wine. Now, if you excuse me, I see another bottle with my name on it. No sooner had the moneymen left than a man threw his arm around me in a half hug, with his other hand clenching a bottle. Deed, this is all thanks to you, man. It was the leader who had previously started this whole thing in the first place, and even invited me to join the bandits. Ah, but Lord Rain. I tried to deflect his overexuberance. Lord Rain? He made a bitter face and shook his head. That guy is a blowhard. True? He blinked and then let out a laugh. You are all right. So, how about it? You join my band. What about my slaves? Bring them. The more, the merrier. Ah, it's not like we'll ask you to share them or anything. I wouldn't give you my sword or my armor. So I wouldn't expect you to give me your women. It's every man for himself. That's what I always say. But I heard that all the bandits are forming together in the southwest. What is that about, that bandit king? He hissed. I raised an eyebrow. You don't work for him. No? He shook his head vehemently. Well, yes, sort of. My band has been tasked for being the convoy between Lord Rain and that bandit king. Like you, we're just the messengers. We deliver messages, and we pick up and deliver the money. That king is also a bastard, always counts every coin, and holds us accountable for anything missing. We're not even allowed to rob in the area. Alarith is the richest region thanks to their northern backers, and we aren't allowed to pillage a single house. Meanwhile, the bandit king tries to be some kind of ruler. You sound like you are not happy about it. I am a bandit. Damn it. I got into this for the money. I don't want to conquer a country. Drink, money, a little bit of danger. That's all I ever wanted. Ever since Bandit King Celicia went away, it's just been shit. You are one of Celicia's men. You've heard of her. Well, who in the West hasn't? He laughed. She was a crazy woman, too. But she was a crazy woman with class. At least, we always got some of the wealth when she was king. Sleep? He suddenly keeled over. I shot a look back. WH, what are you doing? Wasn't I putting everyone asleep while they were distracted? Miki asked. Why, you? I looked behind her where she was gesturing, and there were bodies scattered everywhere. While I had been chatting with Grutch, Miki had gone forward with the plan and neutralized the entire mansion. Chapter 672. What do we do? Master Mickey cried worriedly while on her knees on the ground. I hadn't decided if I even wanted to go through with the plan. After all, I was already invited to become a bandit. The goal was complete. The guy was just about to tell me everything. And then Mickey came in and interrupted. I might have scolded her a bit after that, which I had immediately felt bad about. However, now that everyone was unconscious, it'd be very difficult to join the guy now. I ended up calling the rest into the mansion, and we picked up and put all of the people where they wouldn't be disturbed. Miki promised they wouldn't wake up for a while. Some of these guys seem familiar, Celicia muttered. That was because they were some of her old team. I decided not to mention it, though. So, what is the plan? Master, are we still going to rob the place after I had some time to calm down and think about it? I realized that we really ought to continue the plan. As this guy already suggested, his band was just the messengers. They were in no way close enough to the core banditry to help me if I joined their band. I'd be left just helping them carry messages. On top of that, a lot of good could be done with that money. I checked. And there was 10,000 gold coins worth of money in this shipment. The greedier part of me considered taking it and adding it to Chom's coffers. It'd be nice for Chom to use some money that wasn't part of my wealth. However, deep down, I knew that this money came from the improper taxation on the citizens, or I suppose the exploitation of their desperation in gambling. And the best course of action was to return it to the people somehow. We're going to take it all, I responded. Celicia, ciao. And Carmen began to move through the place while I put our horses on the cart. Thankfully, they had never unloaded the carriage after starting their drinking party, so it was best to just steal it. Ruby helped, but she was more uneasy about it. I had offered her to stay back and not get involved. But she had insisted as our mentor that she take equal responsibility with our actions. She had the look of a woman who was pushing herself. After she carved the design we had come up with, which was a $sign with an X through it, I came over and admired her work. In this world, the $sign didn't mean money. So it was meaningless, but it was a distinct enough symbol to stand out, and it had a meaning if anyone asked. Looking at the frown on Ruby's face, I patted her shoulder. I actually couldn't reach her head. We're doing the right thing. Rather than look relieved, she jerked, her cheeks turning red as she looked away from me. I was going to inquire more when Xiao suddenly came out. Deke, you should see this. What was it now? Chapter 673. I followed Xiao, who apparently had found something in the mansion. The mansion wasn't a very impressive place. Compared to the top-notch decorating of Fana, it looked rather bare-bones and uninspired compared to my place. I needed to stop comparing mansions. It felt like I was being a bit conceited. The place where Xiao took me turned out to be the basement. A lot of thoughts ran through my head as Xiao walked on ahead. Were there slaves down here? Or maybe some kind of underground torture chamber? What I did end up finding caused my mouth to drop open. There was a stock of supplies in barrels. These included food, firewood, and other supplies one might expect to run a mansion out in the middle of nowhere. However, the thing that Xiao wanted me to see was a table sitting in the corner. Gold coins were covering it. No, it wasn't money. If it was just more money, Xiao would have just taken the money and added it to what was in the cart. As I got closer to them, I started to realize that they were a bit bigger than a normal coin. Wait. Tokens. I grabbed one of the coins and picked it up, and I immediately began to recognize what it was. It had a similarity to other such tokens I had held in my life. One such token was called the Hero's Token. Each village had one, although I honestly had no clue where they got them from. That was probably something I should ask the mayor or Prince Aberis. The person who receives such a token instantly unlocks the special job Hero. While true hero could only be obtained by defeating a demon lord, any village could elect a village hero. These tokens, on the other hand, matched 2 tokens I had on my person. They were called knight tokens. Their use should be obvious. Giving them to someone unlocked the job knight for him. I had a feeling that tokens could exist for any job. Maybe there was a time when jobs were unearned through feats, but handed out by hand using these tokens. They were essentially a small little blessing in physical form, once handed to someone and that person picked up the job. The token was just a useless coin. Although it was gold in color, it was not even made of gold. Rather, they were made of just normal iron, and they lost their golden color once they were used. However, every single one of these coins was active. That meant that anyone who was handed such a coin would gain the job knight. Knight was a strong fighting class superior to things like swordsman. It was like me with white mage. It allowed someone to jump past the basics, allowing them to exude more power than they previously could with a higher tier job and high-tiered skills. Right in front of me were nearly 200 of them. I think we found out where Lord Rain is getting all of his knights from, Rasa said bitterly. Yeah. But where are the tokens coming from? I shook my head. We'll take them. That'll be a slap in Lord Rain's face. An hour or 2 later, we had packed up everything of value in the mansion. I even took vases and paintings, reckoning that a real bandit wouldn't just take the cash. As we rode out of the mansion, a batch of words popped up in front of my vision. You have taken a large degree of wealth from the local population. You have unlocked the job, bandit. So, I have become a bandit. There is no denying it now. Chapter 674. How are we going to distribute this money without being caught? I asked. Holding another meeting at our house in Alerith. In the end, I dumped the carriage and put all the coins and tokens into my storage ring. I didn't use it before because few bandits were rich enough that they'd be wandering around with storage rings. It was a day after our successful robbery. The girls had spent half the day out and about through Alareth to try to see how Lord Rain was reacting. Other than tightened security and an overall feeling like something was off in the city, there were very few signs of retaliation. Lord Rain wasn't the kind of guy to do things on the surface. He preferred to smile to your face while sliding a knife into your back. Any actions he was taking to address these issues would be difficult to discover. I think the best action is to subtly give money back. Let's create a business in the city. We'll buy up goods using Lord Rain's money, then sell them at affordable prices, even if it means selling at a major loss. The loss will all be Lord Rain's money anyway. We'll just steal more, and then give back the money we stole. We will sell necessities like food, firewood, and goods necessary for survival. All right, Master? I'll go get the paperwork going for that, Miki declared. I'll check with the Adventurers Guild. We have one located in Alareth. I'll see if I can get a hold of any vendors, Ruby added. I have some contacts from when I used to be a slave. I might be able to help, Raisa said. Ah. Well, if you change your face, it should be fine. Rather than waste fairy dust, I gave her my amulet so that she could go out and do that job. Just be careful. Okay, it makes me happy to see thee quarry. Her tail waved happily. In that case, we'll see if we can use Carmen's gladiator status to endorse your business. It's common for merchants to break into the city by first showing off a popular gladiator that works under them. Honestly, our excuse that you were a rich merchant was starting to wear thin since we weren't making very many large purchases. Now that you are opening a shop, this will resolve all doubt. Drake spoke up. Plus, with her reveal yesterday, this is the best time to strike. Xiao stretched. I'll see about personnel. I am good at reading people. Didn't I live as a gladiator myself for some time? The only way I survived was by knowing who I could trust. In that case, since everyone else is doing something important, I'll be taking a nap. Celicia stood up. I grabbed her arm. No, you are not. You are coming with me. Hugh, what is that about? She asked in a deliberately irritating voice. We need to plan our next hit. You were the bandit king. You have to know how to find out about trade routes and where money was going. I plan to hit another place tonight. Already, we need to make a name for ourselves. We need to keep striking while the iron is hot. Chapter 675. The Doc's Celicia nodded and gave me a pout. Didn't you ask for my opinion? I did. But there isn't a river or lake near here. There are no docks. Gah! Thursday, then. How about the bars? Are you just trying to get drunkum? Master. Please. I know what I am doing. You'll have to trust me. That's how I ended up heading to the downtown portion of Alarith with Cilicia. I didn't have my face changed, so I just kept my hood up and hidden. Cilicia did the same. That kind of made us both more suspicious. But we were in a suspicious area of town where people weren't likely to reveal their identity anyway. In short, we fit right in and wouldn't draw attention. There weren't guards in this area. I felt a tug at my pocket only to see a kid run away. Thankfully, I didn't have anything on me to steal. Even my storage ring was left in my inventory. Unless a thief had some way to break into an interdimensional hero skill, all of my items were completely safe. Hey! Cilicia's hand jumped out, and she caught the wrist of another kid who did the same to her. She pulled a knife with her other hand and waved the blade in front of the kid threateningly. I need that money to drink. Don't think I won't cut a child? Cilicia, weren't you just like them once? I asked, grabbing her hand and pulling free the child before flipping a silver coin his way. Maybe, she cursed, with her knife clenched in her hand aimed threateningly at the kid. That's why I know they need frequent lessons. The boy snatched the coin from my hand while eyeing Cilicia's knife. Then, he stuck his tongue out at her and raced away excitedly. She tried to go after him, but I held her by my side. I felt more tugs as other kids saw I had money. It seemed like giving one a coin had emboldened the others. There were child hands in places I didn't want a kid's hands. A certain kind of pervert could probably find a lot of enjoyment in the poor district just by handing coins and hiding the rest on him. With a sigh, I pulled a bag of coins out of inventory and then slid it myself. Ah, someone cut my purse. I yelled furiously as coins suddenly dropped to the floor. The kids all raced out from every nook and cranny nearby to grab anything that touched the ground. Meanwhile, I pulled Cilicia, who had tried to jump at some of the coins, and brought her out of the crowd of crawling children. As we left the kids to pick up the last coins on the ground, they seemed to leave us alone. Assuming we only had the one purse and they had cleaned us out. Humph. Master is far too lenient with thieving children. She made an unhappy noise. They're just the first step toward banditry. You are just given money to future bandits. I had a thought like she was one to talk, but I decided not to say anything. This seemed to be a personal thing. Perhaps it had something to do with her time after her village was destroyed and Carmen was taken away. She would have lived on her own as a street urchin before becoming a bandit. We're here. Chapter 676. The pair of us walked into a tavern. At least, I was going to call it a tavern. It was mostly just a few chairs and tables under a tarp. It was truly the poorest Devi could imagine. The man behind the bar was a hairy beast of a guy who was missing half his teeth. He even spat into the cup he was washing to clean it. We weren't the only ones in here. Even though it was not quite evening yet, and the sun was still out, I didn't want to be in this area of town in the dark. So I was hoping we finished our business quickly. I'd even open a portal rather than walking home in the dark. So, what are we doing here? I whispered to Celicia. Hey, barkeep, I'll take a bottle of your best. Celicia cried out as she approached the bar with her hand up. I'll also take any trade route maps or money rumors. Just like that, I let out a noise. Relax, master. This place is a craffily. You think anyone here cares about code words or caution? She snorted. Everyone's a stranger. The man glared at both of us for a solid minute, and I was beginning to think that Celicia was completely wrong. Then he reached under the counter and slammed a bottle on the table. 10 gold. Take it or leave it, he said in a deep, husky voice. Celicia looked at me with a raised eyebrow. I sighed and pulled a pouch from my inventory, sliding it over to him. He didn't even look as he cut it, and then slid it under the counter. He reached and pulled out 2 glasses. He then popped off the bottle and started pouring. As he did so, he leaned toward the pair of us. I don't have a map, but I know a guy who used to work with the Merchants Guild. He might be able to help. As for rumors, the money in Alarith runs deep. Even the local thieves and bandits are afraid to go after it. If you try to steal anything from this city, you are as good as making a personal enemy of Lord Rain. When he said he didn't have a map, I had felt gypped, but after his advice, I suddenly started to see the guy in a new light. He was warning us away from doing something stupid we might not be prepared for. It was admirable. Making an enemy out of the Lord might just be our bread and butter, Celicia responded coyly. Grabbing one of the glasses pushed in her direction. Both eyes ended upon me. What? The drink, master. She looked down at the other glass. You got to drink it. It looked like brown and water. I was not interested in it. However, the man's look started to darken, so I equipped poison immunity and hoped for the best. We clicked our glasses together and slammed the drink down. I will give it one thing. It tastes exactly like it looks. Chapter 677. I have the map that you need, but if you want it, I'll require you to go on a quest. The mysterious man we located in the alley based on the bartender's directions stated. Seriously? Yes. You see, the other day, I was fighting for my life, and my prized armor was lost. I need you to find all 5 pieces of armor. Each piece is in the hands of a different scoundrel located all across Alarith. What? You will need to acquire the armor from them, which may require you to complete their requests in turn. However, that is a risk I am willing to take. Can't I just give you the money for the armor? I asked with my eyes narrowed. Heck, I'll payable. I just really need that map. No, that armor is particularly important to me, he snarled. You must recover it. Once you do that task, and also clean my house and do my taxes, I'll give it to you. What were those last 2? You live in a tent, and you are a criminal who probably doesn't pay taxes. Humph. Don't judge me. Do you want the map or not? Why does this world randomly turn into a game at times? I am already on a side quest. And now I had an errand in the side quest, which may lead to another side quest. I just wanted a map that indicated some good places for a bandit to hit. And don't think you can find this map anywhere else. I am the only man in the poor district who has a cartographer job. Plus, I used to work for the Merchants Guild and still have some contacts there, so my information is good. Can I just glance at it? To make sure it's real, if I just looked at it once, I'd be able to update it on my map skill. And then I wouldn't need to do anything ridiculous. This guy was seriously pissing me off. No one would care if I murdered him. Right, I mean, he could just be resurrected later. Right, I supposed if I started thinking and acting that way, I'd be just as bad as all of the others. I resisted the urge to end this man's life, but I was thinking about it. The man folded the map and then put it in his back pocket. You think I am a fool armor first, or no deal? Can I kill him? Cilicia mouthed the words. No, we can't. I sighed. Very well, this map better be frickin' worth it. The man then gave me the location of all of his pieces. Some seemed easy to acquire, while others seemed to span long adventures. It was truly disheartening. Maybe that's what it means to be a hero. Never give up, even in the face of constant side quests. The pair of us turned around and left. After leaving the wiry man behind, I checked my map and considered how we were going to get the armor. We probably should start with the mysterious mage. I swear to God, if he has a backstory, It's fine. Master! I just pickpocketed him. I froze. What? She didn't even get close to him. She pulled out the map. It's one of my skills. How could I be a bandit queen and not be able to pick someone's pocket from the other side of the room? I don't even want to go into how little sense that makes. Well, whatever. He was annoying, so I just took the map. She handed it to me and then let out a noise. Ah, but... I am sorry, Master. I know you don't like theft. Do you want me to return it? And we can do the quest fairly. Hell, no! I pulled the map away and opened it. Once the information appeared in my map skill, I let out a breath of relief. Cilicia, I could kiss you, I declared, marching back to our house with renewed purpose. Kiss. She blushed, touching her fingers together and then speaking very lightly. W? Well, if that is what Master wants. I looked back to see Cilicia standing a few dozen meters behind me, not moving as she had her lowered and her face flushed. Come on, what's the hold-up? Why, yes. Cilicia ran up next to me and we made our way back to start planning tonight's raid. Chapter 678. The girls all returned, one by one, that had finished their jobs. And we'd be opening our shop in the next few days. In the meantime, we needed to carry on our task as bandits. By that point, I had decided what we were going to do. This wasn't exactly money this time. It was a shipment of metal from a nearby mine. It wasn't anything so impressive as mithril or orichalcum. It was a shipment of processed steel. Steel is about as good as it gets without going into the mythical metals, Ruby explained. Some people try to push for diamond swords or something ridiculous like that, but steel is cheaper, reliable, in high quantity, and it doesn't lose out to most standard metals. Of course, there is elvish steel and dwarvish steel. Elvish steel resembled mithril in many ways, and since the elves are extinct, so is the recipe for elvish steel. No one cares that much, because mithril already does most of what elvish steel could do. Carmen added, mithril wasn't necessarily the toughest metal to fight with. Auric alchem was technically better at toughness, and there were supposedly even metals better than that, although I hadn't looked more into it yet. Mithril was known for two things. First, having a high capacity to contain magic. It was a great metal for using enchantments. All the best enchantment items used mithril. Copper and tin also could accept spells, but the quality of said spells decreased with each downgrade. The other reason it was popular was that it was extremely light. That's why ultimately our boat contained so much mithril instead of some other metal. It appeared like elvish steel was just an alternative to mithril, and since mithril in this world was more prevalent than elves, it sort of got forgotten. However, I was more focused on the other type of steel that they had mentioned. What about dwarvish steel, I asked. Dwarvish steel is a step above normal steel in strength and quality. Only the dwarves know how to make it, and it's a trade secret. They're not nearly as extinct as elves, but they typically keep to their cities in Esmore. That's the reason that dwarf slave contains so much value. So, that impish Ruby contained such an important piece of knowledge. How had she ended up leaving her city and ending up in Aboris? That was a question I'd like to know. They live in Esmore. It might be possible to get in touch with some dwarves. After all, I knew a certain guy in the capital. I wondered if Pate would be willing to help me out. We'd always been friendly. He was the ambassador of Esmore. It's kind of his job. Ruby seemed to read my mind, and she shook her head. The Esmere don't get along with the dwarves very well. The dwarves live in the mountains between the Ost Republic and Esmore and don't concern themselves with anyone. They are notoriously reclusive. That's why that dwarf slave is such a find. Yeah, I am starting to get that. I had only met the dwarf girl in passing, but she had ended up being enslaved by Lord Rain and put as a trophy for the gladiator competition. In the beginning, she wasn't a magic blacksmith, so my interest in her was more just a vague thought that she might have some potential. I was mostly trying to free her because the blacksmith who I had relocated to Chom had asked me to do it as a personal favor. Now, I was starting to think that we should win her at all costs. Chapter 679. Part of the reason I was attacking a metal shipment as opposed to a money shipment was because I was still worried about a trap. The bandits down south had been far too prepared for us. I believed that part of that reason had to be because of Lord Rain. It was clear he had spies in the capital and had told the bandits that I was coming. He also had some awareness of my capabilities. After all, anyone could send someone to the capital to ask around about a particular hero. I kept to myself. But others didn't hesitate to toot their horn about my accomplishments. The more my name was spread, the more honor would be brought to Chom. Lord Rain might have already made changes in the hopes of killing off this new bandit group. I couldn't allow myself to believe he'd guess it was us. Who could predict that we descended into a life of banditry? Well, it was a ploy, but it was one we had selected so we wouldn't get caught. I was out with Xiao, Ruby, Celicia, and Carmen. The other two girls weren't here tonight. I sent Miki and Raisa back to our village in the south. They brought supplies we had purchased with Lord Rain's money. More importantly, Miki would resurrect the people who died when that vicious fireball was used on us. Since no traces were left over, she'd get their effects from their families to bring back the poor women. The only hope was their trauma wasn't too severe. We couldn't hope to sell this ore, but we could give it to a blacksmith in the village and have them start making weapons and armor for all of the people there. That was the final reason I had decided to attack this spot. We were waging a war on two fronts, and I had to consider both with every decision. Miki and Raisa would push forward the war front on that side. Miki could set the mood, motivating a beaten people into a bloodthirsty group looking for revenge. Raisa was a survivor, so she could give these people the fundamental knowledge they needed, if not to become killing machines, then to at least survive any encounter. I didn't need them to grow to the point where they could take out the bandits. That wasn't part of the plan. I just needed these people to make the bandits feel a bit pressured. That wasn't today, though. We were just preparing for the encounters to come. It was evening, not night yet, and there was still plenty of light. That meant, unless we picked our spot just right, they'd see us coming and have time to defend. The trick to ransacking a carriage was that they didn't have time to put up spells or defensive formations. That also meant that the most important one to take out first was the mage. Celicia helped pick out the location and plan the attack. She was becoming more reliable every day, it seemed. We picked an area where there were a lot of hiding places very close to where the cart passed. Just as it passed, the girls jumped out and the battle began. It lasted only moments before the last of them was knocked out. We had caught them all with their pants down. I decided not to waste any time in case Lord Rain had some trick up his sleeve. I opened up a portal and sent the carriage back to the village, and then brought it back empty. Looking at the empty cart, I frowned. "What is it, Master?" Xiao asked as she noticed me looking at the cart. "Lord Rain will continue to hide our deeds, which prevents our name from getting out." True. He doesn't want people to know there is a bandit out there threatening the safety he charges an exorbitant price to maintain. The only reason most people put up with him was because, despite living next to the wilderness, his city has stood safely for years. They convinced themselves that it simply costs that much to be safe in that place. A small smile formed on my face. I have an idea. Chapter 680. Halt! A few hours later. The shipment of metal ore entered town just as expected. The guards were awake now. And they didn't act at all like they had just had a battle where they might have been knocked unconscious. The time was now evening, and the streets were busy as people were heading home from their jobs. Well, many of those homes were just hovels created in certain alleys, since that was the best anyone in the working class could afford. At least they were able to feed their families, usually. Thus, when the inconspicuous cart full of metal ore heading toward the castle was suddenly stopped by a man shouting halt, it drew a lot of eyes. The guards put their hands on their swords. They were suspicious. But they weren't on high alert or anything. The person in front of them was Drake, and beside him were his street toughs. Although they were dressed better than they once had in the capital, they only appeared to be mildly wealthy laborers, perhaps blacksmiths or mediocre merchants. Nothing that would cause the guards to worry. It wasn't like they were moving gold coins. Metal ore was heavy, and you needed tons of it. It might be valuable. But who could steal it in the middle of town? What is it that you want? One of the men asked, his hand only lightly touching his sword as he waited for an answer. That carriage you have right there. You are coming from the local steel mill. Right. The steel mill was right next to the iron mine, and was ultimately where all of their metal was processed. These men then brought it into town where the local blacksmiths would do what they were asked. While most cities had freelance blacksmiths, who were only occasionally hired to do bigger jobs, all of the blacksmiths in Alarith were picked up by Lord Rain. He had strict quotas he had them meet every month. Although they were paid, it was only half the price of normal work. If they wanted to do jobs that made them any money, they could only work on them after making their quotas. That meant that the blacksmiths in this city were expensive and difficult to hire. Why did they put up with it? For the same reason. They were expensive. And they could act as selective and snobbish as they wanted to the public. Any who could handle the quotas could then sell their extra ware for 5 times the price they could sell it anywhere else. Furthermore, there was never a lack for work. As to what they made for Lord Rain, that would be the knight's armor that was being used to build his army. I had assumed the knights I had encountered were all provided by Imperial Cloud Meadow. They had even led me to believe this. While some of them might have been brought over as teachers to help the new knights, most of them were selected locally. They were raised to knighthood using counterfeit knight token, given good armor produced in bulk at the expense of the citizens, and then trained by a few skilled knights from another country. I didn't know another way to say it other than that he was building an army. So, when we were attacking the steel ore, this too was weakening Alarith as a whole. Chapter 681. A tense silence had followed after Drake had pointed at the cart of steel almost accusingly. The steel was covered with a tarp so that no one could see what was inside. But that wasn't to say that this was a particular secret. They had guarded the journey, but if anyone wanted to get rich robbing steel, they'd be better off stealing the shipments after they were turned into swords and armor. That's when they started to gain real value. The shipment was guarded because of convenience, and the cart was covered to keep things from falling on and into the shipment, as well as to keep the shipment from accidentally bouncing out of the cart. No one would think that metal or would be worth stealing, and no one would treat a metal or shipment like it was something hidden. Yes, this is steel ordered by Lord Rain. The man announced, feeling no reason to keep such a fact secret. He used the name Lord Rain, not because he knew the man, but because he reckoned the name would deter anyone who was bothering them. Lord Rain may be the noble of this city, but he was notoriously fickle and had punished or enslaved countless people for upsetting him. No one wanted to end up being the next person to fight for their lives in his Colosseum. Therefore, his name was enough to cow just about anyone. It seemed like Drake wasn't as easily moved by the name as others would be. Then, I am in need of purchasing some steel. It's kind of an emergency. You see, Drake announced in a loud voice that could be heard by everyone. The man's brow furrowed. After all, it was pretty bold to buy something that was reserved for Lord Rain. However, the transporter also knew that this particular shipment was twice what Lord Rain wanted. Lord Rain was a stingy man, and any amount they dug over his quota, rather than being bought at a marked up price as one would think, was marked down. That is to say that Lord Rain wouldn't take extra produced steel except on a discount. This steel is for Lord Rain. Apologies. The guard answered this way anyway. Lord Rain was feared. I need some steel. Not a lot. Just a ton or so. I'll pay you 5 times the going rate. 5! This caused the guard's eyes to nearly bulge. The guard was probably thinking that this guy must be desperate. It was true that Lord Rain had a monopoly over the iron mine and the steel mill. Anything extra, he'd purchase at a discount, only to then sell that to the people at the same price. This meant that, like everything else, there was always a high demand for steel. It was a rotten deal that only benefited Lord Rain. And the millers that these transporters worked for had become extremely bitter because of the injustice of it all. On the other hand, no one had explicitly told them that they couldn't sell extra material on the side. If they set up a merchant kiosk, they'd be under the same massive taxation that brutalized everyone else, and at that point, they should have just sold directly to Lord Rain, but this was a different case. This guy approached them wanting to buy some of their surplus. In short, they had the opportunity to make quite a bit of extra money on the side. Drake only gave an innocent smile. Chapter 682. Drake pulled out a large coin purse and tossed it to the guard before he could give a definitive answer. The guard instinctively caught the money and looked inside, feeling the weight of it on him. All of his doubts started to melt away. Even if Lord Rain became angry at this, it likely wouldn't fall on them. Lord Rain wasn't the type to deal with commoners. He would likely go to his employers at the steel mill. At 5 times the original value on a ton, even if they fired him over it, He'd have a nice little nest egg to carry him to his next job that would certainly involve moving. As Alerith was an awful place to work, even for a guard. Although there were rumors around town that said Lord Rain was picking out skilled bodyguards and turning them into knights, which are nobility, many people were suspicious of this. The bodyguard here just happened to be one of those that had ignored the offer on more than one occasion. Alerith, in general, felt suspicious, and many people were starting to feel like something big was about to go down in the city. Many people were very interested in moving away as soon as they had the chance. For this bodyguard, his chance seemed to have arrived. "Very well. Where did you need the steel dropped off at?" the bodyguard asked. "How about I just collect it right here? I have a storage ring for this kind of thing." "Humph, your choice." The bodyguard responded upon seeing the man gesturing with his ring. To any commoner's mind, a storage ring was the telltale sign of a noble. Since this guy had it, he was either a noble or the retainer of a noble. In that case, he was someone who was all money and no brains. Since he was buying steel at 5 times the going rate, this wasn't difficult to believe. The guard brought Drake around the horses to the back of the cart. He then grabbed the tarp covering it and tossed it aside. "Take only 1 ton," he ordered, "not an ounce more." He was expecting Drake to reach out and absorb his share. However, instead, Drake stared blankly for a minute, then threw back his head and yelled at the top of his lungs. "What kind of fool do you take me for trying to sell me rocks as if they were steel?" His voice caused the crowds of people to quiet down. Everyone who was passively paying attention to the cart blocking the way in the middle of traffic now had their full attention on the cart and the transporters. The bodyguard spun around, looking where Drake's eyes were located. On the cart was exactly what Drake described: rocks. They were just useless, worthless chunks of stone piled up under the tarp. Where processed steel was supposed to be was nothing of any value. Wait. What is this symbol, the notorious bandits? Rain's End. Are you telling me you were robbed by bandits and then tried to sell it off on me before your boss found out? A symbol had been scratched into the carriage. No one at all knew what it meant. It was a wavy line with 2 parallel lines through it vertically and then across over it. They now knew that it belonged to a gang who, by their very name, allied themselves counter to the current lord. Drake swiped the coins from the bodyguard, who was still standing there dumbfounded with his mouth open. That man had no memory of his cargo being stolen. I had made sure of that. As Drake stormed away as indignantly as he could, leaving the giant commotion he had made in his wake, he winked at me as he passed. That's one way to make a name for yourself. Chapter 683. 4 days went by, and we made sure to hit a different place every night. Normal bandits only thought about pure monetary gains, but we hit everything from a textile mill to food. Of course, every heist ended up getting exposed publicly, always with that strange symbol which everyone in town came to know as Rain's End. They were now the talk of the town. Lord Rain had to respond to it. And his response was the standard boilerplate that bandits would not be stood for. He told his citizens that these thieves were not to be tolerated and that everything they stole was taking away from the comfort and lives of the people. This campaign might have been effective if the people hadn't already felt like their comfort had been robbed from them by Lord Rain years ago. His mandates were left all over town, and they quickly became a joke. This was because the day after, a mysterious merchant opened up in town and started selling stuff at an affordable rate. The people were eating better and living more comfortably than they had in years. Lord Rain couldn't manage to convince the population that things were worse because of the bandits, so they only started to ignore him even more. The store was endorsed by the top 50 gladiator carmen and was worked by several beautiful women of various types. The reputation of the place exploded and grew very popular in a surprisingly short period. 2 nights later, some mysterious men tried to start stuff with the store, but they were sent on their way pretty brutally. And it became known that the girls were also not to be messed with. After that, taxers came in trying to force them to collect money, hoping that would demotivate the store or cause the elusive merchant to increase his prices. But they paid everything asked without complaint, and even included some nice bribes for the taxmen, which left them leaving with good feelings. When Lord Rain asked about it, they spread lies that they were about to crumble at any moment and how they were turning up the heat on them. If we sold the supplies we just stole, it would be found out. Thankfully, I had my city to back me up. It was exceptionally easy to send all the food to Chom and then swap with their food. So, we were selling goods we stole from Alareth at a cheap rate to the citizens of Alareth, and then paying the taxes with money also stolen from Alareth. In the end, we were making a profit, considering none of my own money was being put into the business. I had the profits go to an orphanage in the city, which only started to increase my reputation even more. Yet, no one knew what name to call me. Unlike Rain's End, the band, I had kept my identity as a merchant hidden. I finally decided to just register under my true name, Deacon Williams. That's a clever name, Master. It sounds like a lowly merchant. Mickey gave a thumbs up. I think it's a rather silly name, but it's made up. So who cares, Ruby added. Shao, the only one from my world who had seen my history and knew my name, patted my head in sympathy. No one else suspected a thing. Chapter 684. Isn't that the so-called champion? I asked. Noticing someone standing across the street from our shop. We had to keep an eye on troublemakers. Thankfully, my sense, life could detect the difference between those who wanted to do us harm and those who were innocent. One showed up on my map as red, while the other showed up on my map as blue or gray. Blue or gray lives were usually ignored. I didn't pay attention to them much at all. However, the red forms stuck out like a thumb. These were usually knights and guards working under Lord Rain. The night that a bunch of thugs tried something, it was pretty clear that Lord Rain had incited them to cause trouble. They showed up as red, so I could see them approaching and thus did something to counter. They had attacked at night when we should have been asleep. But thanks to our nightly raids, I was up and looking at my map. Ever since, we had someone stay at the store as a guard all night, just in case there was more mischievousness. Either way, this had left me on high alert and very aware of the potential for Lord Rain to send others and cause trouble. So I noticed when Bernard, the gladiatorial undefeated champion, suddenly ended up sitting on the other side of the street watching our store, it left me feeling a bit concerned. More surprising, he didn't show up brightly on my sense life. It was just the faintest mark, and I couldn't even tell if it was gray or red. There were only two reasons that the mark would be like that. The first was if the life I was sensing was exceptionally weak. In theory, a mouse could show up on my map, but the light around its life force was extremely small. Thankfully, plants didn't typically show up, unless they were in some way aggressive, or I wouldn't be able to see a thing anywhere. The second way life could be weaker is if the creature was trying to hide. There were numerous ways to obscure and hide your life. It was clear to me that this guy must have had some way. In truth, I wouldn't have even noticed him if I hadn't physically seen him in broad daylight. That was the extent that he was able to block my sense life. I went ahead and marked him so that he wouldn't break from my sight. As soon as I did so, the man stood up and grabbed his sword. He had recognized when I had marked him. That was the first time that had ever happened to me. Although I heard certain skittish animals could detect such a thing and would immediately run. Thankfully, while this guy was sitting in broad daylight in the middle of a busy street, I was watching him out of the corner of my eyes indoors, through a window and a crowd of people. He looked around with a frown on his face, but he ultimately couldn't see who marked him. I let out a breath of relief. But then I started to wonder just what this guy wanted. I had a feeling he was going to be a lot of trouble. Chapter 6, 85. Since Bernard didn't seem to do anything but watch us. There wasn't much I could do but keep a track of him. That was what I thought, but the next morning when I checked my map, the mark on him was gone. He had figured out some way to remove it. I made an annoyed sound. This was going to be a pain in the butt. I just wish I knew what he wanted. Master, we should get up. Miki lifted her head from my shoulder. The store doesn't open for another day or two. The next match for Carmen is occurring today, she explained. I sat up in a rush. Ah, crap! I forgot to train her. Although she was able to deal with her opponents as long as I was giving her boosts, there was still the problem of her not having any fighting talent. She was completely defensive. I had planned to take her out and train her, getting some job like swordsman for her to fall back on. Not only did she not have a job, but I also hadn't increased her level at all. I had been busy the entire week worrying about which targets to hit as well as keeping the store running. As a result, I had completely forgotten about my plans to level Carmen up so that she could be strong enough to battle that undefeated champion when the time came. I could just allow her to win the same way we let her win last time. But it was super embarrassing, especially now that we had come out as merchants. This wasn't just a gladiatorial reputation, but our reputation as merchants that was on the line here. I jumped out of my bed and hastily started dressing. What time does her match happen? It'll be in the evening, Miki explained worriedly. Good. There is still time, I announced, shoving my way out the door and calling for everyone. You want me to go level now? Carmen asked worriedly after I told everyone the plan. Shouldn't I be taking my time and going easy today in preparation for the fight? No time. We need to get you in a fighting position. Maybe, if I have you do all the hard hitting, you'll get some kind of job. I just can't believe that in your entire life, the only job you ever unlocked was Paladin. I just wish there was another job we could give you instantly that could increase your strength. Ah. Isn't there? Xiao asked. What do you... Oh, of course. I felt stupid for not thinking of it earlier. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a token. It was one of 10 such tokens, my knight's token. Of course, Raisa had already taken one of these tokens, but I decided not to hand them out lightly. I also wasn't going to give Carmen one of the counterfeit ones, although they seemed to work just as well. This token was much more important, though, since it signified the trust the king had put in me. And I was putting into whoever I selected. Once they became a knight, they would be my retainer, and also collect a salary from me. Of course, if that person happened to be my slave, I could forego those things. Carmen. Will you be my knight? I asked, pulling out my token. Yes, 1,000 times, yes. Carmen jumped up and threw her arms around me, her big chest pushing against my own. Suddenly, we were kissing. I was very confused. Did I ask her something else by accident? The girls were crying through smiles. And Celicia said something like about time. I seriously didn't get it. Could someone explain it to me? Chapter 686. Name Carmen Class Resistance Job Paladin VL 78. Knightel VVL, 1 unlocked jobs. Common Earl VVL. 4. Race Human Carmen's level in Paladin was no joke. My girls were working on closing the gap, but with one job alone, any of my other girls other than Celicia would be hard-pressed to fight her. Fortunately, they did have levels in a lot of other jobs, and even the ability to equip them. That's what always made up the difference in previous fights. Tara had even managed to go against her directly at some point. I now knew part of that reason was that Carmen fundamentally wasn't an attacker. Where Tara could hit as hard as she could get hit, Carmen's high defense was all she had. Of course, that's why I made her a knight in the first place. She took the token and it shone with power. Although she had the knight job now, she wouldn't be considered a noble because she was a slave. I didn't know if I did free her if she would then become a noble. I'd have to ask about that. Unfortunately, we don't know what knight unlocks. That's a closely guarded secret in Aboris. Ruby admits. That won't be a problem, I assured her. After all, I could always check their skills out myself. She was right. The records regarding the night job was sealed. They likely had figured out every skill from level 1 to 100, as well as what the possible evolutions of night were, presuming there was more than one. They probably sealed the records as a power move. The fewer people who knew the true extent of what a knight could do, the more presumed power the nobility possessed. I could probably access those records if I asked. I just hadn't considered it before now. For the moment, I'd only learn what skills she had as she leveled. Of course. Raisa had Knight too, but I had never leveled her either. She'd only gained 2 levels since from fighting bandits and training. It wasn't unusual to not have a clue what skills were coming. None of us kept traditional jobs that were well documented. To those in the 3rd-tier jobs and higher, the less they exposed of their ability, the more elusive and powerful they seemed. That Grand Magus was a good example of that. Only he knew the extent of his magical ability, and as long as others were clueless, he'd continue to come off as a mysterious guru of untold power. How does the capital typically train paladins? I asked out of curiosity. There is a dungeon underneath the keep in the capital. It is a location reserved for knights and nobles only. Carmen spoke up. That's right. I remember vaguely hearing rumors about a massive great dungeon there. Very little is known about it, other than that it exists. It's a mystery, one of the kingdom's closest guarded secrets. I see. I should ask Prince Aberries about it the next time we're in the castle. I found it odd that he had never mentioned it to me. There had to be something about it that I didn't know. However, my knight should have the right to train in it. I should have the right to train in it too. However, we didn't have the time. Going to the capital and asking to meet the king could take half a day. By the time I go into that dungeon, it would be too late. However, she had given me the idea of where to go next. Come on, we're going! I opened a portal. Now, the girls jumped as I stood up. It's time to take on a great dungeon once again. Chapter 687. As Drake's gang went to the gladiatorial rink to maintain a presence, and Miki remained behind to take care of the store, the rest of us took a one-way trip into a dungeon. Dirge Race recognized where she was right away. This was the spot where we had fought the variant boss that had nearly killed Raisa. That meant that we were on the 5th floor of D-Ridge, the farthest down we had ever gone. Since I could teleport anywhere I had been, including dungeons, I decided to spare myself the taxation fees by going right into the depths of the dungeon. I was worried Ruby and Raisa would look down on me for tax evasion, but they were too distracted by the new environment. I picked Dirge for a few reasons. First of all, it was one of only 2 dungeons I hadn't completed yet. Not that I anticipated ever completing this dungeon. Dirge wasn't like the dungeons I had finished. This was one of the great dungeons. That meant that not only did it go unfathomably deep, But the levels were also larger and the enemies were typically stronger. Well, that was what people said anyway. The reality was that most small dungeons weren't frequented by people. So the monsters in there had a longer time to be exposed to miasma and grow stronger, just like with dungeon bosses. The monsters also grew stronger the longer they were allowed to live. Darridge was a very popular dungeon and a major site for resources for all of Aberystwyth. People frequently entered every day. So at least within the first 10 floors, the monsters were regularly defeated, preventing them from building up and becoming dangerous. The true dangers came from the vastness of the dungeon, which made it easy to get lost, and the number of monsters that sat on each floor. If someone drew too much interest in a battle, they could find themselves overwhelmed by monsters from all over the level. That was typically why great dungeons were considered dangerous. Even so, Darridge was considered the safest dungeon for anyone who wanted to get their feet wet, other than the dungeon I created personally. This was probably the least dangerous dungeon on the continent due to its safety precautions. There was a lot of existing information on the dungeon which went down to a shocking level 60. This included maps, details about each enemy, and more. On top of that, there were tons of people. So you were never too far from help on the early floors. Finally, there were people with jobs similar to Raisa, who went and rescued those who were in danger, usually for a small fee. So, this is a great dungeon. Ruby shivered. And I thought that Mina's dungeon was bad. Ruby was looking somewhat pale standing there. It took me a moment to realize what was wrong. She had been on my first journey into a dungeon along with a large group from Chalm. Of course, that group had been scattered and I had gotten trapped in it and almost died. That felt like an eternity ago. I had thought she would be fine because of her experience, but the miasma of a great dungeon, let alone level 5 of a great dungeon, was much higher than what she would have experienced then. Overall, she was very inexperienced with dungeons, and on top of that, she didn't have the protection of being my slave. I didn't know how it worked, but my resistance seemed to passively affect my slaves. Well, even without that, they were all special in various ways that made them highly resistant to miasma. Ruby was the first person I had brought into a dungeon who didn't have such resistance. Most people who entered a great dungeon started on the first floor, and then slowly worked their way down, acclimatizing themselves to the increasing miasma. There was a reason the miasma in the safe rooms was expected. Climbing down a dungeon was a lot like climbing a mountain. You had to grow used to the thin air and take it slowly. Dropping Ruby into level 5. A great dungeon was actually a bit cruel when done to a normal person. If she wasn't already a decent adventurer, she might have passed out on the spot. I reached out and touched her forehead. Refresh! White light poured through her body. Her face turned red. Thursday, thanks. She stammered. So, is Ruby part of the harem yet, Raisa whispered to Xiao. She better not be, Xiao retorted. I just meant, for status purposes, since his harem gets various benefits. I wanted to ignore the conversation, but that was a pretty good question. Taking a look at the blushing Ruby, I decided it was better to keep that question a mystery for a bit longer. Chapter 6, 88. Master, I worry we aren't going to accomplish very much. Carmen sighed. This place is very large, and finding enemies will take time. At best, I might gain a level or two. That's true. I nodded, reaching into my inventory and pulling out a mysterious vial. When Raisa saw it, she made a noise, her eyes widening in fear. She was the only one present who was familiar with this particular concoction. After all, she had been following my party when we last used it. As for Xiao, she wasn't in the party yet, let alone Carmen and Celicia. It was something Miki and I had cooked up. She hadn't been working on her alchemy a lot lately, but I still had enough leftovers for when I needed it. Master! Raisa shook her head, tears starting to form in her eyes. So, what I was thinking is, perhaps we should just forego this whole thing. I already have the night job. The first skill appears to be basic swordsmanship. So, I already have a heads up from before. I promise I won't just stand around. I'll fight back. With Master's bonuses, I feel I could do better fighting. Huh? I dropped the vial on the floor. What's that? Ruby seemed to notice Raisa shaking her head desperately while I was fiddling with an odd vial. So, how about I just go home and sleep? Carmen continued. I mean, being well. Risted is important for a fight. Especially a fight of endurance. I know that it sounds like I am being lazy and just want to take the day off. But I am committed to Master's cause, I swear. I hear ya. I smashed the vial with a crack, and then created a spark and set it on fire. A mist began to rise up into the air as it burned. So we can go home. I'll think about it after you take care of the monsters coming toward us. Oh, there is a monster coming. A few? I checked my map as every hallway around us started filling with red. Soon, there was a dead spot of no red where we were standing, and just about every hall leading to us was red. Master. You don't have Terra. She can't build walls and redirect traffic. Carmen's eyes narrowed competitively at the mention of Terra. After just being turned into a knight, she was starting to feel valued, so hearing about the other tank in the group set her off. The biggest reason she hadn't been fighting learning offensive skills was exactly because of her competitive feelings toward Terra. I can do anything that woman can do, Carmen snapped at Raisa angrily. Rumble. Sho looked around curiously. Is the ground shaking? What is happening? Ruby asked, a frown forming on her face. It's okay. Carmine has got this. I believe in you. Why, yes, Master. No monster will get past my knight. And never. So, Go out there and cut down every monster. Show them your resolve. I will. Master is my muse. For you, I'll fight this battle. Watch me. With a big smile on her face, Carmen leaped out into the front of the group, brandishing not just her shield, but her sword as well. Fire shot from her eyes as she was completely energized. Then, the forms started emerging from the darkness into the light of the hallway. As more and more forms came, and Carmen only had time to shout one thing before the horde struck. Master is the devil. Chapter 689. On the left, we have the shiny knight, Carmen. Her armor. Anyway. On the right, we have the silent killer, Dementon. His capacity to cause enemies to lose sight of him, even while closely watching him, is unparalleled. Keep your eyes open. Or he may just slide a blade into your gut. Carmen was on stage, but the crowds weren't cheering her. Rather, they didn't know what to say. Carmen was the shiny knight. Every battle, she'd proudly stamp onto the stage in her expensive, beautiful armor. She would slam her shield down like an unstoppable wall, and then she would stand there unspeaking and unmoving. As much as her fights let people down, her motif was well established, and people had certain expectations whenever she appeared. However, today, she came walking up to the stage covered in blood and filth. Her once shiny armor had been cracked and torn to the point where most of her body was exposed. She hadn't even bothered with her helmet, and there was a bone, tired look in her eye that was enough that it almost seemed to drag the entire gladiatorial competition down. Her shield was nowhere in sight, and she had a sword that looked like it had seen better days, full of nicks and dents. She moved like a zombie, taking one step at a time until she reached the stage. Then she stopped and stared off vacantly, not even paying much attention to Dementon at all. As for the silent killer, a smile started to form on his black, painted lips. He had been very worried about fighting the shiny knight. After all, her powerful, pricey armor left no weaknesses, and her pure focus on defense made it impossible to break through. Dementon's power was in breaking through a weak spot, but she didn't normally possess a weak spot. He didn't have the strength of the slaughtering berserker, so without a weak spot to exploit, it was a game of attrition, and she had shown herself very adept at winning those. Yet, that was the normal shiny knight. This knight didn't shine at all. Her armor was crippled, and her strongest weapon, her shield, was completely absent. She was full of hundreds of holes to exploit, and Dementon looked on with glee as he saw an easy victory. Bernard was present again, sitting front and center despite the fact he didn't even have a match that day. His eyes were knitted as he watched Carmen, as if her appearance caused him personal grief. Begin? I am sorry. Your time has met an end, Dementon cried out, disappearing with a flash. Screw off. Carmen suddenly moved like a spring-pulled taut. X/. She was so high-strung that she didn't hold back a single bit. She immediately pulled out a move and attacked, slamming her sword down. Although an X slash was supposed to be two rapid slices at a perpendicular angle, she only struck once, putting the entire power into one slash. Boom! The entire ground shook, and a wave of compressed air shot out from the end of the sword. She hadn't been aiming at Dementon, but the attack filled the entire battle platform. Dementon, who had leaped into the air to perform a falling attack, had no means of taking the blow or blocking. He went flying right off the platform, slamming into the wall under the bleachers. When the smoke cleared, he was embedded in the wall. Without a word, Carmen spun around and then walked off the stage. She was already halfway out of the arena when the announcer came to his senses and announced her as the winner. Mumblings went around in her wake, and she remained the point of discussion throughout the entirety of the next fight. Yeah, she could attack now, but her battles didn't feel any more satisfying, if anything. Her attacks sort of reminded people of the undefeated champion. Bernard gave me a look with narrowed eyes as Carmen walked away. What was his problem? Seriously. Chapter 690. After battling hard the entire afternoon, I'd like to say my progress with Carmen went pretty well. Name Carmen Class Resistance Job Paladin VVL 79. Nightel VVL 15 Unlocked Jobs Common Earl VVL 4 Race Human. The fight was a bit anticlimactic, but it did show how much of a difference an extra job can make, especially when amplified by my skills. It was no wonder my other girls were able to keep up with Carmen, despite being mostly 20 to 30 levels under her. Now, of course, her High Paladin job had made her my strongest teammate. Celicia couldn't even compare to her sister at the moment. Although she had gained to jobs from Bandit King, which was part of the reason for her strength. Name Celicia Class Rogue Job Swashbuckler VVL 40. Nightel VVL 5 Unlocked Jobs Bandit VVL 50. Common Earl VVL 6. Thief LVVL 25. Pickpocket LVVL 5. Shaman LVVL 2. Bandit King LVVL 50. Race Human is like her sister. Celicia had unlocked many different jobs. Most of them were self-explanatory. But I was interested where Shaman and Swashbuckler came from. Of course, I didn't equip Bandit King on her. I didn't know if Bandit King would alter her temperament and behavior, and it was my way of neutering her abilities. Swashbuckler seemed the only other fighting class she had that wasn't outlawed by the church, so I went with that. As for Knight, I gave the third token to her after she bugged me about it non-stop. She was hoping to give herself the Knight job just like her sister. Apparently, after seeing her sister have something, she wanted it so she could feel closer to her. She could never be a paladin since the church would never give her their blessing. But the Knight job just required her wearing me down. Actually, she stole the token before asking, and only asked when she realized that it wouldn't work unless I gave it to her. I wasn't sure how the token knew, but unless a lord passed the token to a knight with their consent, the token wouldn't activate. That's also the reason that I didn't pick up the Knight job for myself. After all, I didn't have any pure fighting jobs. I depended on True Hero for all my weapon needs, but it was lacking in many areas involving speed and defense. It was a bit of a self-sacrificing job, often allowing the user to be damaged in the name of smiting a foe or helping an ally. This usually wasn't a problem for me because I was a white mage for most. And I could heal any damage True Hero forced me to absorb. That didn't mean I wasn't interested in a better ability for close combat fighting, and Night would have been perfect, yet. You cannot use your Night token. I suppose it made sense. I couldn't become my lord. That would just be silly. That's when a thought came to me. I pulled out the counterfeit tokens. I didn't know exactly how similar to the original tokens they were. I knew that they had no limit in that they could give people jobs, since they weren't given to me by the king, and probably came from the Imperial Cloud Metho. Maybe I could use them unreservedly. I didn't think Lord Rain personally handed the token out to every knight he made, so these might function differently. Thus, I picked a token and used it. I didn't get an error, nor a white flash. It was more like a puff of miasmic darkness. You have resisted demonic entrapment. You allowed yourself to be marked by demonic miasma. You have unlocked the job Demonic Knight. Chapter 691. It's difficult to say, Master. Shao sighed after examining me in our room. I am not exactly a real demon. Although Shao was technically a demon, she was reincarnated into this world and only appeared a demon. The village she had appeared in was a border town. Not unlike Chom, where non-aggressive demons and humans seem to live together. This village was burned to the ground by the Imperial Cloud Metho, and Shao was turned into a slave until she ultimately ended up in Aberrus. She had never been in the demon lands, and she knew nothing regarding demons at all. It wasn't like she had some kind of genetic memory on what it meant to be a demon. As for becoming a demon lord, that was something that had happened due to despair. Perhaps it was the special job she was given. Mine was white mage, which skipped a great deal of practice to instantly give me a third-tier job. Demon lord might be similar. But where other jobs could be accessed all the time, the Demon Lord could only be accessed with special circumstances, which might be someone's mental state. And Demon Lord is still grayed out. I finished my thought out loud with a sigh. Shao jerked for a second, and then looked up at me guiltily. Master, I have something to confess. Huh, what is it? I can become a demon lord. What? I jerked up, feeling a bit alarmed. She shook her hands. It's not bad. The other girls already know. I can access it similar to the way Lydia accesses her beast form. It's kind of an emotional thing. When I feel despair and desperation, it unlocks. However, I didn't lose my mind, so I believe with time, I can control the job. I see. I scratched my chin, still worrying a bit. Well, as long as you think it's safe. She was still my slave. So even if she did turn, I should be able to have some control over her. I wasn't like her previous slave master. I was also a harem master. Ahem! And then there were my blessings, which gave me an affinity for slaves. Overall, Shell shouldn't become a problem. Instead, I put it aside and focused more on this demonic night job. I hadn't equipped it yet because I was worried. You have resisted demonic entrapment. I think that was a one-time attack when you used the token, Master. Demonic Night should just be something similar to Dark Night, Shao explained. As for why it failed, that should be obvious. You are immune to certain effects of the miasma. Certain effects miasma can still damage your soul the same as anyone. If you fail to resist a powerful enough karmic infection, there can be some consequences. I see. Don't feel too down. You are still quite amazing. If you weren't, it likely would have attacked your mind and then taken control of you. The effects probably wouldn't have been obvious at first. It'd probably be like a sleeper agent, unless activated. You'd go on thinking nothing was wrong. If that's true. That means... My eyes widened in horror. Shell looked at me curiously, but then she started to realize the truth as well. All of these nights Lord Rain was creating, they were all infected with demonic entrapment. I didn't know where he was getting these tokens from, but whether he knew it or not, he was creating a demonic army with the snap of a finger. The right person could take control of all of those people, making them fight however he saw fit. Chapter 692. So, that's all we know. I finished explaining the situation to all of my girls. The nights that Lord Rain was using to maintain his power were all inflicted with a demonic curse. The purpose of that curse couldn't be completely predicted. But it was clear that someone was planning to take control of the army and perhaps have them do something they wouldn't be willing to do otherwise. Whether this was orchestrated by Lord Rain or whether it was some plot that was using Lord Rain's naivety, that was unknown. My interactions with my former master were limited. He was a greedy man who didn't value life, Reza explained. Going so far as to work with the demons, though. I can't believe he'd be so bold. We also have to consider that this might have some relation to the Widow's Dungeon, Shao added. Huh. Why, the Widow's Dungeon, it was a curse located so close to the city. In normal circumstances, he would have destroyed it. However, just as he was pressured to get rid of it, orichalcum seemed to randomly show up. It also seemed designed to ensnare the king, something that only benefited Lord Rain. Demons have a strong connection to curses. So with these mysterious coins showing up so closely nearby, I just thought that maybe we should consider that, Shao explained. I nodded thoughtfully. I recalled back to the first time I had ever met Lord Rain. At the time, I had handed him an enchanted necklace, which had caused him to react oddly. I had originally figured his odd behavior was because necklaces in this world were a symbol of betrothal. However, I asked a bit more, and while giving a woman a necklace was associated with marriage, it wasn't to the level the girls had insinuated. They were more or less making a mountain out of a molehill. No guy would have thought a magic necklace as a visiting gift would have been so odd. How did Lord Rain react back then? He had thought I was suggesting I knew something. Shortly after, he tried to keep me from entering the widow's dungeon. And then he turned around and tried to have me killed once he realized I was in there. I had completed the lore, so I thought I was done with the place. Was it possible there was still some secret buried in that dungeon that I had missed? Stories didn't always match reality? And at its heart, a dungeon was the telling of a story, besides the inevitable degradation of data. The spiritual equivalent of the telephone game, dungeons also could get some details wrong, especially when they took a story from only one point of view. The more I thought about it, the more confused I grew. There was some deep mystery afoot, and I couldn't make heads nor tails of what it all meant. Furthermore, it had to be something that even the dungeon master wasn't aware of. If the queen knew about it, then I would know about it. That's not to say she'd honestly tell me everything, but that the lore was downloaded into my head the moment I cleared the dungeon. Master Miki asked worriedly as she saw me sitting there with my eyes closed. My eyes snapped open. We have only one choice now. Our next heist. We're going to break into Rain's Keep. Chapter 693. After carefully considering the entire situation, I decided that the best course of action was to gather more information. That meant that we needed to infiltrate Lord Rain's vault. It was the biggest heist yet to perform for Rain's End, and was a natural evolution of our goals. However, this felt like it was a bit too soon. It may be too dangerous. I wouldn't have even considered it. But with demonic knights being mass created, it was a danger to all of Avery's. It was something I couldn't ignore. And I needed to know whether Lord Rain was involved or just a pawn. The fact that this would be a major blow to him was only a plus. Putting us at odds with Lord Rain so directly may cause the bandits who are, at least, partially financed by him to fear reaching out to our group. I had to put the issues of the bandits in the south to the side for now. Since this was currently posing a greater threat, I even considered calling the other girls in so that we worked on this all together. In the end, I decided not to. They needed to be able to grow on their own, and so did I. We were strongest as a unit, but that was because every girl was strong on her own too. Of course, I had sent a message to Lord Aberys and the castle. I didn't really expect a response. First off, I didn't have much to tell them. There were tokens, and they may be cursed by someone. They already knew Lord Rain had too many knights. Whether they were supplied by Imperial Cloud or by counterfeit tokens didn't make a difference. Everything I had were guesses. Until I had more information, there was nothing they could do. Even then, I knew the answer I would receive. The majority of the army was tied up in the south, and until a peace was officially reached, there was no one to spare. As for Astria and Elia, I didn't want to get them involved. the pair would only complicate things. And with Alea's former dungeon possibly serving some connection, it may rile her up and cause some unwanted effects. Overall, I still considered my control over the two women to be feeble. That was just another reason that I felt I needed to get stronger on my own. We spent another day and night preparing for our attack on Rain's Keep. In the end, we realized that the best time to attack would be when he wasn't there. The next round of the gladiatorial fights would begin tomorrow. That would be between the top 12. Since this was the last battle before the finals, Lord Rain would attend. The next 3 matches would be back-to-back over 3 days, narrowing from 6 to 3, 3 to 2. And finally, the last for the win. While Carmen was on stage fighting, with Lord Rain in the audience, the rest of us would sneak into his keep and make our move. We weren't going to do anything particularly special. We had already gotten some guard uniforms from previous raids. We'd come to the castle looking like we belonged. Knock out the guards when necessary with Miki's help, and then work our way inside. No one sold a map of the castle, and my map only fleshed out my one entrance into the castle. Unfortunately, we'd have to go in blind. However, we always had portal and return under our belt, no matter how deep we got into the castle. We'd always be able to get out. Everything would turn out fine. It always did. Chapter 694, the next morning. Xiao ran recon on the keep while Carmen prepared for her next fight. I hadn't taken her back to Dai Ridge, as I wanted to give her time to get used to her new levels. Rather, an event where she pancaked her competition against a wall was something that I wanted to avoid happening a second time. People were already suspicious of her newfound power. If it was revealed that she was a knight, it would lead to the question of who knighted her. That day, I remained in my room most of the day while the girls went about their assigned chores. I went through the plan we had come up with a few times. As I said, it wasn't much of a plan. We were planning to break in, pretend to be guards, and survey the castle. Then, if things became more than we could handle, we'd escape via a portal. And no one would be the wiser, even if we failed today. Simply the new map knowledge would allow me to portal into the castle easier in the future. You could say that was the true goal of this visit. I wanted to see as much of the castle as possible. Unlocking a visual map that I could use to navigate and keep track of things inside, mixed with sense life. I'd know all movements inside and could move around with ease. Lord Rain would be all but helpless if I could create a portal in the hallways right outside his room. This went all the way to when I was finally going to war with him. If we captured him in a single move, the war might even be over without a drop of blood spilled. Well, I might have thought that before the appearance of demonic knights. As for why we didn't portal directly into the castle this time, the answer was obvious. I was taken through the busiest and most secure route into the keep intended for guests. There was no place we could enter without risk of being seen and subsequently surrounded. It was the back hallways, the kitchens, the storage closets, and the servant quarters that would allow us to sneak into the castle in the future. It'd be nice if we got all of the answers we were looking for in this journey. But I was also considering when Lord Rain and I were eventually at war. Master, his carriage has left the keep. Shell's voice came through slave communication. My eyes snapped open, and then I rose and left the room. It's time. The remaining group consisted of Ruby, Miki, and Celicia. Ruby had an expression on her face like she hadn't signed up for this when she decided to adventure with me. In truth, none of us would have imagined that hunting down a few bandits would have led us into a conspiracy involving Lord Rain. However, that was just how things had ended up working out. The group left the small home, and we didn't dress like guards until we had found an alley where Xiao was waiting for us just outside the keep. She used darkness to block the view while we quickly changed to look like guards. With our disguises ready, we left our hiding spot and started heading toward the keep's side entrance. It was time to find out the truth. Chapter 695. What are you here for? A guard demanded as the group of us approached. We're here on orders from Lord Rain. I was told to report inside immediately, I declared, wondering if this would work at all. The man's eyes narrowed suspiciously. I didn't hear anything about this. Oh, yeah. Communication throughout the Rain's guards is awful, isn't it? Why, the other day, I ended up spending half the day guarding a shrub. I'd still be guarding it now if a knight didn't walk by and correct me. He leaned closer to me, and I fought the urge to back away. I had thought we could talk our way in. However, it wasn't like the girls weren't prepared to knock them out swiftly and silently. We picked a time to approach when the street was nearly empty, and the girls had grown very skilled at knocking out enemies. Miki could also wipe their memories and keep them asleep. In short, they'd never realize why we were here. I know exactly what you mean, the guy suddenly laughed, slapping me on the shoulder. So frustrating. How are we supposed to keep the Lord safe when our left hand never knows what the right is doing? Right? Of course. Of course. I laughed along with him. Well, go on. Then I won't be the one getting yelled at if you end up late on your duty. Have fun? I waved as the group of us walked in past the two men. Once we were out of earshot, Miki shook her head. That actually worked. I already had my menu open. Unfortunately, the menu's scan function was blocked by closed doors. In the dungeon, there were no closed-off parts. It was a fundamental aspect of dungeons. If they just shut off pieces of themselves and left people to be forever trapped, then the risk of entering a dungeon would lead people to never enter them. They had to always be able to escape under their power. Of course, that didn't mean there couldn't be death traps and temporary blocks, such as the one I experienced with Lydia in our first dungeon. A castle was different. It was a hallway with many closed doors. Perhaps it was a winding labyrinth, but instead of me getting a massive view of everything the second I walked in, I had to unlock the map one room at a time. I suppose in that respect this felt more like a video game than even the dungeons. The one good thing is that doors didn't block Sense life. They existed somewhere the map didn't cover. But I could usually guess if a room contained people or not. Furthermore, it was a simple thing to avoid running into people. Since my main goal was to flesh out the map, the more I unlocked, the better I felt. If we did find a map or schematic of the castle, that would instantly unlock everything. That would probably be the best action. But I couldn't guess where we'd find one. To speed up our mapping of the keep, as well as our search for any documentation related to the night tokens. I had the girls break up into smaller groups and check down hallways. Of course, I told them where people were with my Sense life. And even without my direction, Xiao and Reza were experts at moving around unheard. And Ruby and Celicia at least had the experience to keep low and not make any reckless moves. We steadily started to get a full layout of the castle. As we continued without incident, my confidence grew. It was time we figured out where the treasure room was. Chapter 696. Finding the treasure room wasn't that hard. After all, I had detect treasure as part of my dungeon diver abilities, although it wasn't nearly as sensitive as Sense life. And it wasn't until we were deep in the keep that I finally found where the treasure was. Just because I knew where didn't mean I knew how to get to it. In the dungeons, I had to backtrack numerous times to find some treasure stashed at the end of a dead end. This was a treasure room, though, so the entrance was probably hidden. There might be traps and guards as well, but that was nothing a dungeon diver wasn't used to. I guessed that the treasure was located under the throne room, but that only came from gaming and years of lazy game design. As we explored more of the map, I was able to confirm that the throne room was indeed on top of this trove of treasure. I didn't get too excited or greedy. After all, ransacking the treasury was only our third goal. First, we found Lord Rain's room. As the girls went through it, looking for any incriminating evidence, the smile on my face started to slip. I started getting a bad feeling as I realized something was off. While it was true that I was avoiding the guards with pinpoint accuracy using my Sense life, it stood to reason that someone on the other side would have a similar ability. They'd grow suspicious of our erratic movements and send someone to investigate. Furthermore, there were far too few people in the castle. We should have had a much more difficult time moving around. But we were able to get into just about every area of the keep without too much struggle. Even with Lord Rain out, and most of his knights sent out of the city to search for the notorious Rain's End, this still seemed extremely suspicious. With a sinking feeling in my gut, I decided that it was time to leave. We had explored a good portion of the castle at this point. If Lord Rain's room didn't contain anything incriminating, then it was likely somewhere we couldn't reach. As for the heist where we would attack the treasury room, that could be planned at a later date when we were more prepared. "Everyone," I announced, "we're going to go back now." "Really?" Miki asked. "We're having luck, though. I found some letters. I just need to read them and see if they have value." "Take them with you." Technically, stealing documents would alert him we were here. But the bad feeling inside was growing worse. I lifted my hands and began to cast the portal. Just as the portal was about to form, the spell suddenly winked out. Ah, a counterspell. It wasn't that my portal couldn't form. Like with that artifact that Elysia used. Instead, I had cast the spell, and it had been interrupted by a counterspell that prevented the magic from working. This was the first time I had ever encountered the thing, but I knew what it was instantly. Don't leave so quickly. We have things to discuss. A dark and malevolent voice seemed to fill the corridor. I spun around to see a man standing at the end of the corridor. The girls behind me all gasped at the same time, as if they hadn't even noticed him despite facing his direction until the moment he spoke. He was wearing a black cloak with the hood up, and just looking at him I started to feel fear. Chapter 697. I was instantly wary of the man, and I heard my girls pulling out their weapons as well. He didn't appear on my map at all. His ability to hide his life was greater than that of even the champion. Worst of all, I didn't recognize the man. He definitely wasn't Lord Rain. When I didn't speak, he let out a soft laugh that made my skin crawl. "So, you are Lord Deekson?" he said, and when I reached up to touch my face, he let out another hoarse laugh, lifting up a necklace in his hand. "Don't act so surprised. After all, you are the one who gave me this little gift to see through illusions. Lord Rain is merely a puppet I use. You could call me the true ruler of Alarith," he sighed, pulling back his hood. "A demon?" Xiao was the first to cry out. He glanced at her, and then his eyebrows rose. "I heard a demon lord appeared in the capital. They never told me she was so." "Beautiful." Xiao instinctively grabbed onto my shirt. The other girls got close to me too. I had ordered them all to hold hands and get close through slave command. Only Ruby didn't get that command. But she picked up on it. The man watching us seemed to notice the group as well. "Are you leaving so soon?" he grinned. "Return!" I cried out. "Why don't you stay a while?" The world began to warp as I disappeared from that place. There was no time to cast a portal. If this guy could counterspell, then he could keep stopping me from casting portal. Thus, I had to depend on return. It worked almost instantaneously. The only setback was that it was one direction, taking me back to my mansion in Chom. Given the danger I was feeling from this man, I didn't take any chance with anyone. However, while I said it worked almost instantaneously, it turned out almost was the problem, as the group disappeared. A hand shot through and grabbed my neck. I felt like my soul was being torn open. I didn't even understand how, but he was forcibly keeping us from returning. Fear started to push through me, but with fear, I felt an intense determination. He had a grip on my neck. There was no saving me. But if I stayed, so would the girls. With a scream, I wielded miasma like a blade, cutting it into my soul, like a rabbit caught in a trap chewing his own leg off. I had to cut a chunk of my soul off and sent it with return. The man holding my neck made a surprised sound. The entire act only lasted a second, but when it was done, the girls were gone, and I was still there hanging from his hand. The pain was so intense I felt like I was about to pass out. That's what I thought, but where his hand was, I felt even more pain. A burning sensation wrapped around my neck, and I felt like I was being choked. All of my life was leaving me. And I felt like death was imminent. Furthermore, he had a grasp on my very soul. If it died, there was no resurrection. Just as fast as it started, it stopped, and I was dropped to the ground. I let out a painful gasp for air, grabbing at my neck. That was just a little seal. I wouldn't have you taking off on me again, would I? The man chuckled. How interesting! You actually wielded miasma. Could you be? No. That's impossible. WH, who are you? I demanded, coughing painfully. I am Lord O'Berry's. The real Lord O'Berry's, he said, grinning malevolently at me. I am the demon Lord O'Berry's. Chapter 698. I had tried to use return, yet somehow the demon lord had found some way to hold me there. I had managed to send my girls on their way, but the cost was extreme damage to my soul, not unlike dying. However, I had succeeded and they were safe. Some kind of seal was around my neck. It wasn't a slave mark, but something else. It prevented me from being able to access my skills. I couldn't use Sportle, and I couldn't use Return. I also tried slave communication, but I only received silence. As for my girls, they were in Chom now. About 6 weeks' travel away from Alarith. In other words, no one was going to save me from this predicament but myself. Actually, some of the girls had portal equipped the last time I checked, but since I usually cast the spell for them, I hoped they didn't think of it and put themselves back in danger. A bunch of demonic knights grabbed me and picked me up, and I was dragged underground into a keep and jailed. They tossed me into a dark, damp cell with a dirty ground. There was a dull ache that filled my body from what I had done to my soul. It was difficult for me to recall what I had done. It had been something I did in the moment, desperate to protect the women and not let them get captured. As a result, I was the only one in prison. That's when I remembered that Carmen hadn't gone with us either. She must have been in the fight. I didn't know if the demon lord knew our connection. If he did, Carmen might already be dead. Widow's Dungeon. The demon lord's words brought me out of my thoughts. He was standing on the other side of the cell, watching me with just a hint of curiosity. What of it? I responded after a few moments of silence. You are the one who destroyed it, correct? Yes. Of course, I didn't destroy it. I completed it. This was a radically different thing, so I didn't mind letting this lie stick. He could have seen the tattoos on my body. I thought it a little weird he didn't seem to mention them. I had planted that dungeon so long ago. He sighed. I have to say, seeing you destroy decades of work was painful. It was especially depressing since I had come so close to finally achieving my goal. I had that Hero King right where I wanted him, and then you had to go about freeing his soul and letting him be reborn. You want sympathy, I responded, my lips curling spitefully. Number. I suppose not. He chuckled. How could a human ever relate to a demon? Ah, then again, you have that demon girl as your slave. Right, I suppose that is the nature of humans and demons. One always has to be master over the other. Well, I don't intend to be anyone's slave. How are you alive? I finally demanded. Elia and Shin killed you. Did they now? His eyes twinkled. Well, they tried. I am surprised you haven't figured it out yet. After all, the lore of Widow's Dungeon wasn't just their story. It was my story as well. My eyes widened and I jerked up. You don't mean? He nodded. I am the son of the king and Shin. Chapter 699. How is that possible? I asked weakly. You should be. Dead. He waved a hand. It wasn't so difficult. Right before they killed me, I used the soul of one of my followers and let them destroy him while I attached myself to Shin. Then she became pregnant. So I infested that child. At that point, I was able to start gaining enough power to influence her. Of course. I wanted her to kill the Hero King. The maid hero might have slayed me, but it was the Hero King who made my broken lands into a country. So, I had her kill him. The plan went perfectly until that damn maid hero gave her life to bring him back. Well, killing either one of them was enough. And then you fled to Osteria and started a war. Haha, that's the best part. I never even reached Osteria. I had managed to get control of Shin's mind before we reached the border. I tricked that dumb king and doubled back. While he was busy fighting with Osteria, thinking they were protecting his assassin, I was born, took control of Lord Rain, planted my dungeon, and prepared my trap. It was all perfect. His face turned into one of displeasure. Then you came and mucked it all up? What did you do with Shin? He raised an eyebrow. After she served her purpose. I didn't need her anymore. I took care of her, naturally. I lowered my head, feeling just a bit bad for Elia. I had hoped at some point I could reunite the two women. If he said he killed her, then it was her soul that would have been killed. There would be no chance for resurrection. Or to even show up in the dungeon for that matter. It's no wonder that Widow's Dungeon didn't have any knowledge of her fate. I had nothing else to discuss with this man. I simply needed to find a way to escape from him. But he didn't seem quite done talking to me, as he was still watching me with some interest. What is it? I demanded. It's just... I've captured you and have you chained up, and you haven't questioned what I plan to do with you. What does it matter? I snorted. You'll probably execute me, right? You'll do something that doesn't leave a soul behind. You should be afraid, he frowned. Who would fear you? My expression turned ugly and I spit on the ground. You are a coward. If you want to fight me, let's fight. How interesting. He scratched his chin. You are not you. But you are you. Is that what you did? I definitely must observe you further. Maybe I can get an answer to my own. Well, never mind that. I had no clue what he was talking about, and it only seemed to irritate me more. As the pain diminished a bit, I found myself growing a bit bolder. I guess that now that things were out in the open and I was captured, I didn't have any reason to fear him anymore. I only had to defeat him. He turned and walked away, apparently being done with his conversation. As for me, I gave a derisive snort into the darkness. I had only let myself stay captured to try to find out a bit more about him. Amongst my vast dungeon point store options, there were ones that should be able to cancel a seal with ease. Yes, I couldn't cast spells, but the blessings and the dungeon store were something else. For example, if I picked up poison resistance, I'd have that resistance whether I could access my active skills or not. However, when I tried to access the store, nothing happened. I tried 3 more times. Only then, with a frozen look, Ayusa, did I pull back my sleeves, which usually hid those markings? It was at that moment I realized why the demon lord didn't mention my tattoos that signified I had completed several dungeon lores. Because I no longer possessed any tattoos, my access to the dungeon store and all the abilities that came with it were completely gone. Chapter 700. I managed to stay calm and didn't panic at all. I coolly considered the situation. I couldn't access the store, and I didn't have the dungeon lores anymore. However, I did still have the dungeon skills I had selected before it went away. Although I couldn't use Sportal as it was locked by whatever binding he had done to me, I still had 4 jobs equipped. My ability to switch out jobs at will hadn't gone away. So, the seal was able to block active skills. But not skills that worked passively. Although my blessings were gone, I still had the last few skills that I had equipped before I lost the blessing and the access to my store. That meant that I had 4 jobs, 10x experience, 3 portals, silent feet, hide presence, map, and reset. I usually had advanced learning equipped, but because we were assaulting the castle, I thought it best if I had a few sneaking skills active. I also surveyed my jobs. It had been a very long time since I had taken a look. White Mage was now 45. And True Dungeon Diver had reached level 50 without unlocking any new job. That meant that there might be some other condition for more dungeon diving. Slave Master was at 48. It leveled faster given that it was attached to my girls. True Hero was now at 32. So it was lagging behind the other jobs. I had also gotten Harem Master up to 15, Dark Priest up to 15. Cartographer to 7, Linguist to 5, Monster Tamer to 30, Intermediate Magician to 10, and Merchant reached 8. These levels came both from using skills, and also the occasional leveling I was able to do on bandits or in the dungeon. With a 10x experience, levels could come quite easily. I also got experience from my slaves too, although I wasn't clear how it all got factored in. I knew I leveled far faster than a normal person though. After all, I hadn't even been in this world for half a year. Yet I already had levels you'd likely see on a skilled adventurer in their 30s. I tried to gauge my strength in the adventuring guild, and I was told that I sat at around a B rank. I think they were still underestimating me. After all, I did defeat the A-rank adventurer Alicia in one-on-one battle. Then again, that was kind of a conditional fight, and I really couldn't take credit for all of it. Octius had aided me a lot in weakening her and teaching me, and even then, there was a bit of luck involved. With these kinds of thoughts, I managed to drag things out until someone came to my cell. It was a day or two later. I actually couldn't remember how long I had been there. I was grabbed and pulled out of the cell. Chains were placed on my hands, and I was dragged forward by several guards, or demonic knights, I suppose. The mystery of where Lord Rain was getting all the knights was finally answered. Although I wasn't any happier with that knowledge, we ended up walking down a large, dark hall for some time. Were they bringing me to my execution? I looked around, trying to come up with a means of escape. Even then, I still didn't feel fear. I could hear the sounds of constant screaming. But it wasn't until they pulled me outside that I realized where I was. I found myself covering my eyes as I was brought out into a cheering arena. This was the gladiatorial arena. This is where I was going to face my punishment as a public spectacle. Chapter 701. As I was brought out onto the stage, my eyebrows began to furrow as I saw more people lined up. Then they widened in shock. "Deke!" Carmen cried out before she could help herself. I shook my head and gave her a look. Even without slave communication, she seemed to catch my meaning. She immediately glanced up at the observation box where Lord Rain would be. He was sitting there. But his attention wasn't on the arena. Furthermore, so many people were shouting that no one noticed her slip. I was still confused, though. Why was Carmen there? It wasn't just Carmen. There were 6 others on the stage. This included Bernard and a few others that looked like gladiators. Don't tell me that he was going to make me fight the other gladiators, knowing Lord Rain. Or rather, I should say the demon lord who controlled Lord Rain. This would exactly be in his motif. Glancing up at the Lord, I wondered just how much free will did he have? Was he just a pawn? Or was he controlled by the demon lord to the extent that every action was the demon lord's? Kind of like how Octius had once used my body, I heard a click and looked down with surprise to see the garden doing my restraints. I didn't feel any particular excitement, though. This arena housed many violent and powerful prisoners. If it was easy to escape, then anyone could get out of it. The only exit was sealed with bars and protected by 4 knights. Don't try anything funny. The guard also nodded toward a line of archers with crossbows aimed down in our direction. Since the matches were optional during this tournament, and not between prisoners, those archers usually weren't there. It was clear that their sudden presence was making the gladiators on stage feel a bit discontent. However, no one provided them an explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, Lord Rain's voice echoed out over the crowd, causing it to finally settle into a bubbly quiet. Welcome to the finals of the Alarith tournament. There was a bubbling of excitement and cheering. Meanwhile, I was poked in the back and encouraged to move up onto the stage. With an eye on the archers, I reckoned there was no gain in being difficult. I walked up onto the stage, taking the 7th place on the stage. Opposite Carmen. She was still shooting me, looks out of the corner of her eyes. But she didn't look any less curious than the other 6 contestants. Bernard, in particular, was watching me with a distinct frown. The finals always take the form of an endurance run. 3 days of non-stop battle until a winner is finally produced. However, this year, I've decided to change things up a bit. His words caused the contestants, as well as their representatives and owners on the stands, to look around suspiciously. Although this only seemed to excite the crowd even more, there will be 7 contestants in all, the 6 conquering gladiators. Lord Rain then smiled at me. And a traitorous lord. A traitor is that who he is, they should just kill him then. Please? My city, remember, all men deserve a chance. Even a traitor like him should have a chance to return. Am I not magnanimous? Cut the crap! What are you doing? Bernard shouted, no longer holding back. Some people gasped, some laughed, and some shot Bernard vicious looks, depending on their feelings about Lord Rain. The man himself seemed completely unaffected. The finals are a match where you put your life on the line. Chapter 702. As he spoke, a group that appeared to be mages had started rolling some kind of large device into the arena in front of them. It looked like a mirror frame without the mirror. This caused me to frown, feeling even more confused after his last words. "Death, I never agreed to this!" one gladiator shouted. "You can't do this!" Someone from one of the manager boxes yelled out. "Ha ha! What are you saying? Whether you die or not is entirely based on you. I am not saying death is mandatory. Just that death is a possibility." "Please, my liege, speak clearly." "What is it that you want us to do?" An older bloke with a beard who seemed to be a more respectful gladiator cried out. Lord Rain seemed to be relishing in people's shock and confusion, but he finally put up a hand and willed the room to silence. "Very well. For the finals, you will all be sent to another world." My mouth dropped slightly, especially given his bold claim. How could I not be surprised by such a declaration? Other responses ranged from confusion to incredulity. "It's a dungeon," he declared. "Although it's unlike any dungeon you have ever seen. This dungeon doesn't exist in levels, but locations. It's an entire small world. A dark world. In the center of that world is a castle. You should consider just being allowed to go as your reward. After all, this place is filled with riches beyond our wildest dreams. It will be up to you to acquire said riches yourself. I should also add that the reward I've promised is within that world. The first person to rescue the dwarf and take the treasure will naturally be the winner. We have to get the reward ourselves, one of the gladiators growled darkly. Correct! There is a castle in the center of this dungeon. This castle is protected by a terrible dungeon boss. However, there is also a portal in the treasure room that will return you to this world. It will remain open for 3 days. As long as you step through, you will live and get to keep whatever rewards you found. We were never told about any dungeons, Bernard said unpleasantly. How could I call any of you a true champion just because you are the best at fighting one-on-one? This is a time for you to truly put all of your skills to the test. Lord Rain seemed surprisingly patient. This way, every participant has a chance to bring home an award for their efforts. And have a chance to die? A youthful gladiator with moppy hair cried out. With great risk comes great reward. If you do not like it, you may leave and give up your chance. This caused even more displeasure upon the finalists. Look at it this way, Carmen suddenly spoke up. Bernard is undefeated. None of you have a chance of defeating him. Second place was always your best outcome. But now there is a chance at first. Bernard jerked at those words. And I was a bit surprised she spoke as well. She wasn't wrong, though. Everyone was treating Bernard as if he had already won. Some people were already starting to call him the gladiator hero. The other men seemed to realize this as well. One by one, their mope expressions started to grow a bit determined. In a fight like this, which was more like a race, every person had a chance at winning. Bernard's greatest strength, being the best fighter, was no longer an advantage. Lord Rain's expression turned pleased as the contestants were convinced of this. So, will any of you step out and not fight? Lord Rain asked. Put your hand down, Deke. Tisk. Knew it? I mumbled. Chapter 703. The 7 of us stood in place while the mages finished setting up the portal. They then placed several reagents and began a chant. Whatever this dungeon was, this entrance was far different than anything I had ever seen before. There were many things about entering this dungeon that I didn't think the other gladiators had thought about. They were blinded by being so close to winning, and also the promise of rewards. After all, they had all been battling 4 months now, and they were so close to the end. Just 3 more days and a winner would be announced. Furthermore, this was some unvisited dungeon unlike anything ever heard of. So the awards had to be immense. Even without them, Lord Rain had managed to put his rewards in there for the taking. For me, my thoughts were on the lack of resurrection, the buildup of miasma, and the level of monsters. What was the point of these rewards if an undefeatable dungeon boss was in the way? I wasn't scared, but I was cautious. I didn't like the idea of jumping into the unknown. I couldn't even understand how just a couple days ago I had been so impulsive as to enter the castle. I wouldn't be captured right now if I had been keeping a cool head. I was very curious why he decided on this method for the finals. I almost felt like he had done it specifically to entrap me. I also had a feeling that even if I jumped through that portal, he wouldn't just let me go as he promised. That means that I needed to find some way to escape while I was still in the dungeon. For everyone else, this was a 3-day scramble to be the first. For me, it was a 3-day trek to find a way to survive. You will all be teleported to a different corner of the world. You must trek across the world to reach the center castle and defeat the demon lord before the time is out. Once the portal closes, you will have no way to return to this world. This cursed lore is very special. It bubbled off and broke away from our world ages ago. That's why it's more of a world unto itself. This portal is the only way to travel between them. You may be the only humans to ever travel to this dungeon again. So make the best of it. As if he had timed his words perfectly, it was at this moment the portal opened. It opened a bit like a flower, the edges unfurling out far past the gate itself. It was alluring and welcoming. But this was a dungeon, so that was likely done on purpose as a calculated trap. Dungeons fed on mana. A detached dungeon like this. I didn't know how it sustained itself. Its miasma had to be compromised. It might even be dying and desiccated, much like Terra's dungeon had been. Either way, it would want to suck in and consume any creatures it could find to consume their mana. It was a dungeon wrapped like a Venus flytrap. Is 3 days enough? One of the men said nervously as he looked at the glowing entrance with awe. Oh, I forgot to mention that part. Lord Rain let out a laugh. Time moves differently in this world. You'd never be able to reach the exit in 3 days. However, 3 days out here are 3 months in there. What? As seriously, I didn't sign up for this. Oi! What are you doing? While we were focused on the pulsating flower of light, a line of guards assembled behind us. They were now moving forward with their pikes down. They were forcing us into the dungeon. These men had already given up their chance to escape. As for me, I never had a chance. I wasn't impulsive. But since I had no choice, I might as well get on with it. I met Carmen's eye once, and then I took 3 quick steps and leaped into the light. I was the first one to enter. You have entered the Twilight Dungeon. Destroy the lore to break the curse, or complete the lore for extra dungeon points and a blessing. Chapter 704. Hey guys, there is no Chapter 694. For various creative reasons, I decided to remove that chapter and insert at a later point in the story. That said, I did want to put a bit of a disclaimer here, as the end of V9 leading into the next 3-volume arc, yes. The next arc takes all 3 volumes to conclude, tends to be the part where a lot of people abandon the series. I don't typically like writing these disclaimers, because if you didn't have any issues, I'll be pointing out things that you might only notice now because I pointed them out. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is the very thing I am trying to avoid. I'll put it this way. The next 3 volumes I tried something out. Some people loved it. Some people hated it, and it resolves at the end of V12. This has caused a lot of people to declare that I ran out of ideas or the story lost steam. I think this comes from people not understanding the scope of my stories. First off, I don't write stories where the MC goes through his complete character arc in one volume. I space the characterization through the entire series. Neither MC nor any of the girls has had their story arcs finished. They have a lot to grow. These 3 volumes are about deconstructing Deke and putting him back together. It's just the beginning of his journey. To put it into perspective, if you see stories as a 3-act structure. V12 is the end of Act 1. Yes, V1. V12 are the first act of the story. It ends with a fully realized Deke. V12 ends in a fairly epic climax. And V13 has a soft reboot of sorts where all the girls get character arcs and evolve, and Deke grows into his role as not just a harem master, but a king. V13 VV24ish is going to be the second act of the story. It will involve a more well-rounded Deke, who has accepted his harem completely, which is one of the complaints I've heard most in reviews. While I can't say how long the entire series will be in the end, V30 VH36 probably sounds about right. Plus a few more bonus volumes. That said, I'd honestly say V12, V18 are the best volumes in the series. As in better than all of the volumes that preceded them. Just my opinion. But if you drop at V11 because you didn't like the direction it goes, I just wanted to write this to say it gets so much better. No, it's not going in the direction you think. And if you quit now, well, you are missing out on the majority of the story. I should also point out that we're at 694 at the end of Volume 9. Volume 18 ends with Chapter 1676. So, yeah, volumes are also much longer here on out. Now, knowing I've probably scared off as many readers as I've encouraged to continue reading, we'll start V10's free release tomorrow. Thank you all for continuing to read so far. And I hope to continue to release free chapters for you for years to come. What's a Whizzer? Chapter 705. When the bright light faded, I realized I was lying in the middle of a field. I had just leaped into the dungeon that Lord Rain had prepared for us. What was the name of the dungeon again? The Twilight Dungeon? It probably had its own story and its lore. But if it had disconnected from our world, then the story was probably something so old or distant that I hadn't even heard of it. I had heard of dungeons that had grown so vast that they had ceased to be a dungeon, but became worlds unto themselves. Some even believed that the world we lived on was only a curse that had somehow become a world. If that was the case, I wondered what story did that world possess. It was sort of like how people in my world talked about us all living in the Matrix. Or some kind of dream. I wasn't sure if I believed any of it, but I was certainly in a world that was named a dungeon. These were only rumors, but supposedly in the deepest parts of Great Labyrinth, each floor might be a world unto itself. With villages, kingdoms, sentient creatures, and monsters of their own. I had to stress they were rumors, though, because no one in Nobaris could even get that deep into a great labyrinth. The greatest depth varied depending on who you asked, but it definitely wasn't over 100 floors. And some even said no more than 50 floors. Yet, this was a dungeon that had no floors. I stood up, and I could see a vast field in front of me. However, my vantage point was immediately blocked by some rather tall trees. I needed something better if I wanted to figure out where the center of this place was. That was the goal, after all. I needed to make my way to the center. Hopefully, I'd meet up with Carmen along the way. The one advantage I had was that Lord Rain didn't know Carmen was my slave. Therefore, he didn't know that I had help on the inside. I also considered my girls on the outside. Supposedly. This world I was in moved differently. 3 months in here would be equal to 3 days out there. I hoped they didn't do anything stupid in those 3 days like come to rescue me. That was the extent of it. I thought I'd be worried about them, but I had a feeling like it'd all work out. They'd act smartly out there. They may not know it was Lord Aberys, but they should know his strength was abnormal. I only realized when my stomach growled that I had been waiting for nearly an hour considering my next course of action. You could never be too cautious, though, especially in an unknown environment. I survived the same way I got by while in the dungeon. I wished I had some means of escape. A bolt cutter, a lockpick, or some kind of bomb. Regrettably, I had no access to inventory. All of my food, armor, some potion ingredients, and my weapon were in there. Still, I was far better off than Lord Aberys thought. Of all the people, I was the one who was truly being sent to my death. Not only did I have a ward on my neck that kept me from using external skills, or should I say skills that affected things outside of myself, but I was also sent without food, weapons, or clothing. However, I still had my skills and my dungeon points. In some ways, I was better off than the other contestants. Remaining positive, I prepared myself, pulled up my map, and then began to advance slowly. Chapter 706. My first goal was to reach some high ground. If I could get a visual on the castle, and thus the center of the world, that would be best. After that, I'd be looking to secure transportation. I had a feeling that the castle was deceptively distant, and that 3 months wouldn't be enough unless I had a faster way to travel. I couldn't open portals, as that was considered an external ability, so my biggest time saver was no longer an option. I still had my multiple jobs, my experience bonuses, and my weapon proficiency. However, I lost slave communication, fire control, and most spell casting. Unless it was something that only worked for me, like map, I couldn't cast it. I used the map, which extended out as far as I could see, making sense of things at the edge of my vision. A distant lake may look like a blue line in my vision, but can be completely clear when examined on the map. It was that kind of thing. I moved through the forest for a bit, and it was then that I suddenly got a sense danger alarm. I leaped to the side, and just then a tiger-like monster leaped out from the trees. It had long tusks, and my immediate thought was that it was a saber-tooth. Normally, I would have cast some kind of spell to damage it. But I didn't have access to a spell. I only had my sword, and it wasn't a nice one like Lydia's growth sword, but a cheap steel thing. Ruwer. The tiger let out a rumbling roar before leaping at me again. I didn't know what level it was. So I quickly used Monster Identify while dodging it again. When I finally saw its status, I calmed down immediately. The Monster Identify called it a saber-tooth feral. It was only level 35. I didn't know how strong I was, but I had multiple jobs that exceeded that level by quite a lot at this point. Oh, is that all you got? I was a bit surprised. But I suppose this was the outer rim of the dungeon. If this dungeon worked like other dungeons I had been in, then it stood to reason that the closer I got to the center, the harder the enemies would be. That left me feeling somewhat interested in how hard things would get. However, at the moment, this monster wasn't much more challenging than things I offered in my dungeon in Chom. I shuffled my jobs around, re-equipping the long, abandoned hero with moderate swordsmanship and basic weapon proficiency. I felt much more at ease battling the monster using my sword. Just as I was about to strike its neck, a thought came to me. Instead, I struck it with the back of my hilt and then backed away. I readjusted my jobs again and then advanced on the monster. It lunged at me again, and I dodged and struck it again. Each time I did so, its movements became weaker. "Come on," I said, willing the creature to give up. It took another 15 minutes of careful movements. But the monster finally lowered its head submissively. I let out a breath of relief. So, I can do that much. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to tame an animal. It seemed like I couldn't use things like submission or weaken to make it easier. However, this animal was already a lot weaker than me, so it didn't take too much to beat him down and ultimately control him. Stroking the creature's fur for a bit, I finally jumped onto his back. "Come on, let's go." I ended up getting a quicker mount sooner than I expected. Chapter 707. True Hero, True Dungeon Diver, and Demon Knight were the 4 jobs I went with. After getting the tiger to behave, I didn't see any reason to keep the monster tamer job equipped. Thankfully, the tiger remained tamed even without the job. The first Demon Knight skill was Darkness Control, which was the same as Dark Priest. Nothing was surprising there. I'd need to level it up before it gave me anything interesting. As we ran through the forest, the tiger moved a lot quicker than I could, weaving through trees and jumping across crevices with apparent ease. He seemed to move at a speed or gave off an atmosphere that kept other monsters from bothering us. As a result, we moved forward in what I would have considered good time, and finally reached a big hill, which he also climbed up. At the top, I was finally able to get a lookout over the dungeon. It left me feeling a bit surprised. I could see the castle at the center in the distance. Thankfully, we had more or less been heading in the right direction. It would have been irritating if I had been going the wrong way for the last hour. This world seemed to be surrounded by a swirling fog. It wasn't black like miasma, but a gray color. There were numerous environments in this world and also weather patterns. That's right. I could see a distinct snowy region to the north, and there was an active thunderstorm to the east. It was odd to see multiple weather patterns within the same horizon, but that appeared to be how this dungeon worked. There was a mountainous area up north and a desert down south. I couldn't make out too many details, but I started to try to map out the easiest trip there. I saw a few methods of potentially traveling. As I sat and considered things, the sun slowly began to lower in the sky. The tiger nudged my arm, causing me to snap out of my pondering. I still hadn't decided. Had it always been this difficult to make a decision? I didn't feel like that was the case. It was just that I was on my own. And I had to be careful. Well, I had the tiger, but he wasn't going to help me very much as I got farther into the dungeon. Especially if I was right, and the difficulty started to increase. Just when I was thinking of sleeping on my decision, my eyes landed on a light. I hadn't noticed it in the daylight. But there appeared to be some kind of ruin that glowed with a green light. Now that it was starting to grow dark, it shone out of the forest brightly. Looking around, I reckoned that sleeping on a hill at night wasn't the safest decision. I'd check out those ruins and decide if they were a good place to stay the night. Chapter 708. We reached the ruins before the sun had set. And I dismounted from the tiger and looked around with interest. There was a distinct doorway leading in. I wondered if I should bring my mount with me. But then I decided to keep him out here to dissuade any other creatures from entering and catching me off guard. He casually jumped up onto a stone and lay down, apparently content to sleep anywhere. Before I entered into an unknown ruin, I looked around and found a stick. The tiger had lost a tooth in the fight, so I tied the tooth to end of the stick using some long grass. It wasn't elegant, but it was a weapon. I checked it numerous times before I was satisfied. You could never be too cautious. Only when I felt I was ready did I enter the ruin by myself. Immediately, I was greeted with a familiar room. It was a safe room. I relaxed a bit knowing that this room was probably the best room to stay the night in, especially when I was on my own. I pulled out some of the leftover food in my inventory and had a quiet snack. Then I walked over to the mural. This one wasn't broken or decayed, but still clear on the story. "Do you want to?" I stopped as I realized I was all alone in the room. In the past, there had always been someone with me where I could tell them my interpretations of the story. They would hang on my every word as I slowly unfolded the dungeons. I wasn't always right, but I had gotten close time and time again. My tattoos were a testament, too. No, those were gone now as well. I was just Deke. I felt like I should have been terrified to be alone, and while I felt lonely, I wasn't truly afraid at all. The mural seemed to depict some kind of battle. One seemed to be a force of good, while the other was a force of evil. Well, the murals depicted an army filled with knights in shiny armor versus an army of skeletons and demons. The mural didn't reveal anything else other than that a lot of people died and it seemed to last for some time. Was that what this world was? Were we walking across an echo of the battlefields where this war was fought that would fall in line with what I knew about dungeons? As I pondered this stuff, my eyes landed on the kiosk in the middle of the room. It stood to reason that I wouldn't be returning to this kiosk. There was no traditional entrance or exit. The only way to get out of here was to make it to the castle and fight through whatever the boss was. However, you never knew about the future. It was better safe than sorry. There might be a need to return to this safe room before the end. With a sigh, I stood up and touched the kiosk. As I went to register with it, there was a sudden surge of magical power. My body felt like it was flying, and I had a feeling I was familiar with. It was the feeling of transportation magic. I was being taken somewhere else. As I cursed my luck, my body disappeared, leaving an empty and abandoned Safa room. Chapter 709. I was standing in a dark room surrounded by stone. Other than the kiosk, there was nothing else here. I touched the kiosk again, but it didn't teleport me back. Therefore, I was stuck here. I took a few steps forward, and that was when I noticed that there was a large set of double doors in front of me made of stone. There were words carved into that stone. I didn't understand the words at all. They weren't written in the standard script that our world used. That's when a thought came to my mind. I equipped Linguist and then stared at the text a bit longer. After a moment, the words began to form into something I could read. Linguist has increased to level 9. Decode has been unlocked. I hadn't paid much attention to that job for a long time. The last I remembered, it was 5. However, I was reading whenever it was applicable. And that was always being multiplied by my experience boosts, so it must have been increasing passively all this time. Now that I tried to translate something, it went up another level with ease. I could now read the text in front of me, reminding me once again just how easy some things were in this world, while other things were extremely difficult. Before you lays one of Gregor's challenges. If you can complete this challenge, you will be awarded a gift that helps you on your way. If you fail, your bones will rest amongst the twilight forever. If you use your eyes, you will be blinded. If you use your magic, you will be blighted. Only a perceptive man can live. Only a cautious man can proceed. I read the entire thing 5 times. The first part only told you that there was a challenge. The second part was explaining what the challenge was. It spoke of eyes blinding me. That meant that the world beyond would probably be an illusion. It said I couldn't cheat with magic. It probably meant using some kind of magical means to see through the illusion. In that case, I pulled out a strip of cloth and wrapped it around my eyes. I took a step forward, and the doors in front of me began to open with a long, gravely sound. Then, I pulled up my map and glanced at it. As I thought, The map had a very specific path where the rest looked to be a pitfall. I imagined if I looked, I would be looking at either a flat room or a giant pitfall. I didn't want to check now. It felt easier if I didn't look at the illusion at all. Of course, I was still cautious. Pulling out the spear I had fastened, I began to push each step ahead of me before moving forward. Using my place on the map, I progressed forward one step at a time. The one in front of me crumbled when I pushed it down, but I had been going slow and patient, and so I didn't lose my balance. After about an hour of carefully stepping, I finally made my way to the end of the room. Chapter 710. When I finally reached the end, I took off my blindfold and glanced back over the path I had taken. I see. I shivered at the sight of a massive abyss that seemed to fall forever. There was no bridge at all. Had I not had the map, it would have been complete guesswork. I supposed I could have made my way simply by using the spear and pressing the area in front of me. But it would have taken nearly 10 times as long since I couldn't see where the next spot was supposed to go. I could see someone easily losing their patience as they tried to work their way through that maze. I made sure to look around and I didn't see any more text, so I walked forward. My lips twitched as I saw a treasure chest sitting in the middle of the room and behind it another kiosk. It seemed like it was far too easy. I used Detect Trap, Detect Monster, and every other passive skill that my locked skill set allowed me to pull from to confirm that this was simply a treasure chest. Since these were passive skills, I didn't need to have to actively cast them, just focus on them. Eventually, I had done everything I could other than open it. Even then, it took me another 15 minutes making sure I didn't miss anything before I finally opened the chest. Inside, I found a sword. I picked it up and inspected it. Star sword, composed of the alloy from a fallen star. That sounded interesting. Just to try it out, I hit my steel sword against the star sword. There was a flash of blinding light, and then a clatter as the steel blade fell to the ground. In a single hit, the star sword had cut the steel sword in half. This was a strong sword. I eagerly put it in my empty sheath. I no longer needed the spear that was nearly falling apart anyway. I did manage to sneak away some fairy dust, despite the fact I couldn't access my inventory, but God, I was a borrowed ability. And I didn't have my girls to use it. Besides, there might be other needs for fairy dust in the future. And knowing every ability of this sword I didn't feel was all that important. I touched the kiosk. At this point, more text appeared in front of me. You have completed one of 50 challenges. Complete every challenge to face the ultimate trial. Well, I had no such desire to defeat every challenge, but if each challenge did have an award equal to the Star Sword, I was interested in finishing a few more. Once I appeared back in the ruin, I tried to use my map to select areas that looked like fellow ruins. It looked like, for the time being, I'd be hitting up every ruin I could on the way to the castle. I didn't think I could defeat the boss on my own. In that case, I needed to gain as much strength as I could on my way to the castle. Lord Aberys had made a mistake. What he didn't realize was that all the strength I had gained had happened in dungeons over about 5 months. Now, he had just locked me in a dungeon and given me 3 more months free to get stronger. He had no clue what he started. Chapter 711. The next morning, I walked outside to see my Tiguri girlie awaiting me. My charm must be fairly strong if I was able to do this without some of the more aggressive monster tamer skills. I got on his back, and we started heading for the first place on the map I had indicated. I lost a bit of sleep last night, but I had mapped out a course for us to follow. I also made sure to keep track of the day as well. You could never be too careful. The next anomaly on my map grew sharper as I grew closer. It was at this point I was able to realize that it appeared to be some kind of abandoned fort. Since this dungeon was battlefield-themed, I supposed it made sense for there to be forts on the battlefield. As I approached it, I moved off to a hidden area and tried to get as close as I could. In the past, I might have sent one of the girls to do reconnaissance. Even Celeste could fly pretty close without being seen. Being able to change your size at will was pretty useful. However, I didn't have those abilities. All I had was my status and my wits. Is this a challenge? I muttered to myself. I began to see movement on the walls. Looking a little longer, I began to see soldiers. However, these weren't normal soldiers. These were skeletons and undead. I felt a bit of excitement at first. After all, a white mage was at his strongest against these creatures. If I had to fight anything on my own, these would be the easiest. However, my hand went up to my neck. I couldn't cast anything on them. The binding that Lord Aberys had put on me kept me from being able to cast anything externally. I could still use skills internally. One example was that I could cast Ladder, which emitted a shroud of light around me that seemingly only went one way, affecting my party and not aiding my enemies in seeing any better. While I could cast that ability, an orb, which allowed me to create an external light source seen by everyone, could not be cast at all. In that respect, I was pretty sure I could cast heal on myself. But if I needed to cast it on someone else, such as an enemy, I didn't have the ability. It was the same for any aggressive spells. I wondered why this was the case. But I think it had to do with the restriction of mana. I did have a theory that using a skill powered by external mana, like God Eye, could go around this block since I wasn't providing all of the mana myself. But I only had limited resources, and I didn't want to waste it unless I needed it. While I was thinking about what I could and could not do about the fort, the front gate began to open. A lone man on a skeletal horse came trotting out. I wasn't that knowledgeable about army ranks, but he seemed to be pretty high-ranking. He started to head out into the forest beyond. At that moment, a thought came to me, and I cautiously mounted the tiger and began to stalk him. Chapter 712. Compared to a horse. A tiger was definitely much better at stalking. Of course, he wasn't the easiest animal to ride, but I had no attachment or skill with horses in the first place, so it wasn't like I had habits I needed to break or anything. I could see the rider leisurely moving down the trail. It looked like he was heading to another fort. He had a rolled-up document in his hand, which he gripped tightly. It was strange to follow him. I always saw the creatures in dungeons as just mindless monsters, but they were probably much like the dungeon bosses. The longer they existed, the more they'd start to express their individuality. I didn't want to think about it too hard, though. Or I might find myself unable to kill them when I needed to. At the end of the day, no matter how much they acted like real people, they were just shadows and curses. Alea, at least, was based on the soul of a real person. She had been brought to life by my resurrection spell, and she had some semblance of her prior self. As for this guy, he seemed to have returned to his role in the army. He was delivering messages as if they were still in the middle of a war. I had the tiger stalk closer and closer to him. I desired to knock him out and determine just what he was there for. Just as I was ready to release an attack, a group of men leaped out from a hiding place in front of the messenger. "Insolent dogs!" he screamed, drawing his sword. A group of 7 men charged the man on horseback. Another shot an arrow, striking the skeletal horse. Although the arrow went right through it, the horse reared, tossing the messenger off his back. The 7 soldiers descended on the man quickly, but he seemed to have some formidable skill while fighting back. Did dungeon monsters fight each other, I guess? In an approximation of a battlefield, they would. I decided to sit back and watch. I was happy with a one-on-one fight, but I didn't want to have to take on a group of 10. As if fate wanted to spit on my thoughts, the tiger suddenly leaped to the side. An arrow had flown right where I had been sitting. My danger sense had triggered. But the tiger was able to move much quicker than me. That leap suddenly took me onto the path right in the middle of the battle. An arrow pierced the tiger's side. He let out a roar, and any control I had over him was lost immediately. I leaped off his back as he went leaping into the crowd of enemies, scratching and biting at anything he could reach. Now that I was closer, I could see that the men in front of me weren't skeletons. They were demons. It was an entire army of demons versus an army of undead. I realized where I landed. I was standing right next to the lone skeleton. My sword was pointed to the demons, though. He glanced over at me. "I don't know who you are, fleshling, but it seems like life or death situations make interesting allies. We can fight as partners or die as strangers, your choice." Chapter 713. I didn't have much of a chance to answer, let alone refuse. The tiger was pelted with several arrows, and 3 of the men were finishing him off. The remaining 4 came running at the pair of us. Meanwhile, there were still at least 2 demons with bows who were trying to pelt us with arrows. It was a dangerous situation all around. I pulled out the star sword and began my attack. 2 of them went after the skeleton, while 2 of them went after me. As soon as I raised my sword and blocked one of the enemy's swords, there was the familiar flash. He immediately backed up, grabbing at his eyes. The sword must have caused temporary blindness. The other demon had been expecting his attack to be supported by the first. He ended up hesitating as a result. I used True Strike, hitting and killing him in a single blow. Demon Knight had increased to level 2. You have unlocked Shadow Step. Shadow Step was that similar to what Xiao could do, where she was able to run through shadows. I instantly tried it out, only to find that it was only part of that. It was an ability that allowed me to dodge, using my shadow to blur where I was, and making it very easy to miss. That's a demon ability, one of the soldiers cried out. What side are you on, my own? I shouted, killing the second soldier. These guys weren't that strong. If I compared them to the knights I had ambushed in Widow's dungeon so long ago, they were much inferior to them even. However, I had gotten those guys by surprise and had the full list of my skills. Here, I could only use skills that affected my internal magic, and these guys were prepared and ready for me coming. That didn't mean I couldn't win. It just meant that it was complicated. Your saber-tooth feral has died. The message came just as I killed the second guy. I looked where the tiger had been fighting. The 3 who had ganged up on him had finally killed him, although 2 of them were wounded and the 3rd was dead. Feeling just an ounce of rage, I parried an incoming arrow out of the air, and then leaped at the 2 remaining men. Covered in damage as they were, they fell nearly as quickly as the first. I finally turned to the bowman, but after one look at me, he lowered his arrow and turned to run. I miss having wind magic, I lamented. Those arrows were dangerous to me. Tell me about it. The skeleton spoke from behind, causing me to turn. I let out a noise as I saw him. He was on the floor. He had taken nearly a dozen arrows. He was a skeleton. So most of those arrows went right through him. They were pelted into the ground where his skeleton was lying and didn't seem to damage him at all. As for the 2 demons, he had managed to kill them both. You are a strong fighter, the skeleton said. Stronger than me, perhaps. What do you want? I asked. Hee. Am I so see-through? I raised my eyebrow and he laughed again. Sorry. A little undead humor. Please, take this message. You must bring it to our troops. The princess's life depends on it. This is merely a dungeon. You are all puppets to an age-old curse, I said harshly. Whatever battle you fought and did ages ago, my only interest is getting into that castle. I see, he responded. If this is a dungeon, then you are a dungeon diver. Correct? I raised my eyebrow. I either expected him to ignore my words or meet them with disbelief. I didn't think he'd actually know about dungeons and even accept he was in one, I supposed. Most dungeon bosses knew they were in dungeons as well. I am. You will never defeat this dungeon unless you can single-handedly defeat the entire demon army. I do not know the world you come from, but we are the dead who fought against the demon lord Aberon. And if you wish to make it to the castle, you'll need an army. Chapter 7:14. This letter is a warning. And an introduction. The skeleton let out a rough exhalation. You have no lungs. And also, I can't stress enough how the arrows all missed. I do not understand why you are dying. Not. All damage can be seen on the surface. He gasped. I guess that made sense. They had to have some kind of mana or spiritual body since their physical body wasn't enough to keep them going. Those attacks must have been more than just physical. I needed to be more careful in the future. That doesn't explain the breathing, though. I thought out loud. Will you just come here and take this? The skeleton cried in annoyance. I looked at him cautiously and then sighed. Reaching out to grab the rolled up message in his hand, as soon as my fingers wrapped around it. His other hand shot out and grabbed my wrist tightly. I cursed as I felt some kind of energy entering me. I tried to rip my hand away, but his eyes shone with intensity as my wrist started to burn. Only after some struggle did I finally pull away. When I looked back at the skeleton, the light within his eye sockets had burned out. You have been inflicted with karmic debt. You now must assume the role of Drac, a slight king. Just when I was wondering what he had just done. Those words popped up in front of me. However, I had no clue what they meant. What was karmic debt? Whatever he inserted inside me felt a bit like miasma. I had a feeling that if I still had my blessings, that there was no way that this attack could have worked. It said I had to assume the role of some person. Was this skeleton that person? Did that mean that for the sake of this dungeon, I would now be seen as this messenger? Dracus? I already started to feel some kind of compulsion. It was like a need to continue to deliver that message. Was this what happened to other people who became absorbed by dungeons? Was that another way that souls were claimed? I cursed myself for being so careless. But I had never experienced anything like this before. I had never heard of anything like karma being a thing in this world. And dungeons being able to inflict dungeon divers was something I didn't expect. Furthermore, I was a white mage. How could I be so easily taken over by some miasmic curse? That was right. I was a white mage. I immediately equipped the job and started going through the list, desperately looking for anything that might enable me to overcome this curse. Every second I had it made me feel even more compelled to just go along with the narrative. I should pass this message along. I had to protect the princess. The princess was what was important. My eyes finally landed on a skill that sounded useful. Ablution. Level 40 white mage spell ablution. I had no clue what this spell did. I had even cast it once and seen nothing happen, so I had more or less forgotten about it. However, now, I thought I had an idea. Once I scanned it, the feeling of needing to deliver the message went away. But even without that, I knew I had succeeded. You have manipulated karmic debt. You have unlocked the job mimic. Karmic espionage has been unlocked. Now, that is kind of interesting. Chapter 7:15. I had a feeling that what I had just done was not something that happened often. It was probably pretty rare that someone was inflicted with karmic debt. Otherwise, I would have heard about it happening more often. Then you would need to resolve that karmic debt through a magical means, which only exists in a high-level skill. That meant white mages or priests. I imagined priests probably had their own version of ablution. Now, I had some kind of mimicry job. Perhaps the fact that I was frequently changing my face and had been hiding my identity for the last few months also contributed to this unique job being unlocked. I decided to just count my blessings. I gave up Hero for a bit and equipped Mimic instead. The rest of the demons were fairly low level, but with the bonuses, they were enough that Hero went up to 21. And Demon Knight was up to 3. They'd be higher if either of these jobs had been support skills. But I couldn't afford to concentrate on support right now. By the time I finished looking at this new stuff, the skeleton had already turned to dust, becoming one with the dungeon again. Since he inflicted me with his karmic debt, I had a feeling he'd never respawn again. Since I was karmically selected as the messenger, I wondered how this dungeon would warp if I didn't fulfill the role assigned to me. As I was considering such things, I felt a nudge on my arm. I looked to my side to see the skeleton horse. He had seemingly returned and was now acting affectionate like we were longtime friends. That's when it dawned on me. You think I am your master? Don't you I had taken on his karmic debt? So now I appeared to be Drake, a slight king to anyone in this dungeon. I wondered if I looked like a skeleton to them. They seemed to be conscious that they were skeletons. Although they were fighting on with the desires they possessed when they were humans, I cautiously touched the horse. He had no hair, and like his master, glowing white orbs were the only thing that indicated he was living at all. At least he had a saddle, so sitting on him wouldn't be a problem. I grabbed the reins and pulled myself up onto the horse. I had rarely ridden horses, and it had always been a disaster before. It was to the point where I was terrified of them and avoided them when I could. Now, I didn't have any of that fear. That didn't make me a better rider. But first of all, this horse was paired to me and attuned to me as its rider. And second, the horse was dead. I didn't have to worry too much about things like kicking it too hard when it didn't even have much of a body to kick. We moved down the trail, unconsciously heading in the same direction that the skeleton had been heading before the attack. When I reached a break in the trees, I glanced at the distant castle. That was a castle that belongs to the demon Lord Aberon. I didn't find it a coincidence that Lord Aberes was the man who sent me there, and Lord Aberon was the demon I needed to fight. The two demon lords had to have some kind of relation to each other. You said I needed an army, Dracus, I muttered. Then, let's see about that. Chapter 7:16. Interested in seeing how this supposed dungeon story played out. I rode the horse in the direction that he had been going. It seemed like he knew which way we were heading, so I trusted it. Perhaps my horse was still bound by karmic debt, unlike me. Along the way, we were attacked many times. It turned out that the saber-toothed feral had kept other monsters at bay. A horse didn't intimidate them as the beast did. Maybe it had nothing to do with fear, and monsters just left monsters alone. The feral might have just been covering up my stink or something. As a result, I couldn't move forward for more than 30 minutes before I ended up encountering something that wanted to stop me. Luckily, we didn't encounter any more demon ambushes. Those might have been too powerful for me to handle safely. However, a few wolves or a shambling undead that didn't appear to be part of any army were pretty simple to deal with. Since Mimic was such a low level, it went up to 5 fairly quickly. As for Demon Knight, it gradually increased to 6. Mimic unlocked Disguise, Change Voice, Charm Up, and Copy Behavior. Meanwhile, Demon Knight unlocked Dark Barrier and Dark Light. Did they think just tossing dark in front of the name of everything made it sound more demon-like? I seriously wanted to chastise whatever god came up with this world's naming convention sometimes. Finally, after a long day on horseback, I came before the fort we were heading to. At least, it was another fort guarded by the undead who wore the same colors as the last fort. This one was a bit bigger than the last one, and there was no chance I could approach it unseen. It was getting dark, though, and I had a feeling the random encounters I was experiencing now would triple once it got dark. I didn't think I could get any rest out here. I just had to trust in this supposed karma. After considering my options for another few minutes, I got off the horse and approached the fort slowly, giving them plenty of time to see me coming. I was very conscious of the arrows pointed at me, but I kept going as they didn't immediately start firing. Once I reached the front gate, I stood there in silence for nearly a minute before there was a call. "Who are you?" a voice called from the wall. It was too dark now to see any faces up there. Plus, there were torches on the door that blinded me. Taking a deep breath, I called out, "It is I, Draca Slight King, come to deliver an urgent message." I decided to leave it at that. This would either work or it wouldn't work. They'd either see me as a soldier like them, flesh or no flesh, or they'd see me as some kind of enemy. I fought the urge to close my eyes as I waited for a response. When the door started to open, I let out a breath of relief. It looked like I was Drake, a slight king in their eyes. I had guessed right. Now, it was time to see what could be done about this dungeon. Chapter 717. Going with the flow of the dungeon, I ended up inside the keep surrounded by undead. If my white mage ability was at its full, I wouldn't be worried at all. I felt confident I could take care of all of the undead with ease. Unfortunately, I couldn't use any external abilities, so I would have to fight the undead hand to hand. I could use a few abilities, but nothing like Sanctify Land, Holy Circle, or Stun Undead. I had some Waters of Life, which may cause damage, but it had more important uses than hurting a few undead. As I realized I was scoping the place out and strategizing just how I could fight my way out of here, I quickly lowered my head. I was supposed to be here pretending I was some guy named Dracus. I would have put on his clothing. But it had turned to dust when he died. I only knew him as a skeleton, but he seemed like a nice enough guy. "The commander will see you now," a skeleton soldier said in a gravelly voice and then saluted. I returned the salute and then followed after him. He led me deeper into the keep, and the more turns I made, the less confident I was that I'd be able to escape on my own. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to all come at me at once in here. Honestly, I was more scared of the wide Eden areas. The keep felt much more like a dungeon. It was harder to snipe someone from hiding while in these tight quarters. Eventually, I was brought into a room that had a large table and a map spread out on it. It was marked with various blue and red pieces. If I had to guess, the red pieces were the demons and the blue pieces were the undead. A quick look at the central castle showed that the red held it, so that all but proved my assessment. I did a salute to the completely unfamiliar skeleton, who was wearing a slightly nicer uniform than I had seen Dracus wear. I didn't want to seem ignorant, but I had a problem telling the difference between skeletons here. Other than his outfit, he looked like every other one I had seen. There were some differences, though. Not every undead was a skeleton. Just like in Mina's dungeon, I noticed all kinds of undead, many also containing flesh. It seems like the skeletons tended to be in charge. Maybe it had to do with their manner of deaths or something? Dracus. "What news do you bring?" the commander asked as I stood there staring at him in salute. "Ah. Yes, a message." I brought out the message that I had managed to deliver. The general took and unfurled it. I had, of course, already skimmed the entire message and knew the contents. The problem was that it appeared to be a code that I couldn't read. It seemed like the commander knew how to read that code as his teeth chattered as his eyelights scrolled down the message. "To 3 months!" he cried out. "What happens in 3 months?" I asked. Not sure if asking that made it sound like it was outside my station. "In 3 months, it will be too late. In 3 months, their formation will be complete, and the land of man will fall to darkness for eternity." Chapter 7:18. I was starting to understand now why the dungeon would only be open for 3 days. It might not be some arbitrary time that Lord Aberys set up. It might be simply that whatever scenario was playing out in this world, it would conclude at the end of 3 months. That left another question. How did the scenario end? If this was a curse, then it came from uncompleted lore. Whose lore? The demons or humans? Which side died in the end? And was the world plunged into darkness? I'd like to assume the humans won. But if they had, would we still be dealing with the demon lands in the north? Supposedly. There were demon lords, a demon king, and a demon country. It was all blighted land, ruled by a pair of particularly powerful dungeons that collectively were known as Hell's Dungeon and the Demon King's Castle. To finally stop the demon threat for good, both dungeons would need to be defeated. This is something that has been considered an impossibility for our current civilization. Shijiskar and the Imperial Cloud Metho had been fighting a war against them for as long as time remembered. Comparatively, Aberys was just a speck on the map when confronted with the Imperial Cloud Metho. And even that mighty nation could only just keep them from spreading across their borders. This dungeon might have been a relic from the time when the humans and demons were at war. It might have some greater meaning up north. I felt like if I knew who Lord Aberon was, that would explain a lot of this. "We need the princess to rally the troops," the commander said after some thought, breaking me from my considerations. "She was supposed to arrive last night." I blinked. "I was attacked on the way here." "It is possible that her caravan was also attacked by demons." "Damn it!" he cursed, punching the table and causing several pieces to fall over. In a way, this whole thing was kind of fun. It felt a bit like LARPing. I had reminded myself that this was all too real. I could die in an instant if I wasn't careful. This wasn't home, but a dungeon. If I died here, there was no one to resurrect me or take my soul out. I would truly be consumed by the dungeon and just become another soldier in this endlessly repeating story without an end. Wait. That's right. That's what this dungeon was truly needing. It needed an end. All curses desired to be finished. And once they were finished and their lingering ties were severed, they became a blessing instead. If ending this war was what would satisfy those conditions, then that was the best way to fix things. This princess. "Do you know the route she took to get here? It would be this route," he explained, guiding his finger down a certain path. "If her convoy was ransacked, then they'd bring her to this fort. It's the closest." "How heavily guarded is that fort?" I asked, looking as he pointed to a fort that seemed to be nearby. "Why, what do you have in mind?" the commander asked suspiciously. "If the princess is needed to rally the troops, then don't I need to rescue the princess?" I asked. "You are mad? Do you think you can just march into the enemy keep and take our princess back?" "That depends," I responded. Do you believe in karma? Chapter 7:19. I still think that you are mad for attempting this. Usually, they'd send us a ransom. We'd have to free some of their men or give up a fort. They won't kill the princess, though, unless they are being foolish, the commander explained. You said it yourself. We have 3 months. We can't afford any setbacks. You are a crazy man, Drakus, but I respect you. We were in front of the keep. It was still night out, but I figured that would be the best time to infiltrate an enemy keep. The commander was even able to give me an incense that, if burned, it supposedly kept the other monsters at bay. That way, I'd be able to progress in the night quickly without too much concern. As for my outfit, I was wearing the enemy outfit now. They had one in the keep, and I was able to squeeze into it. Why didn't it disappear for them? Whatever. Trying to understand the logic of a dungeon now was only foolishness. Once you are out of our sight, our men won't recognize you as one of our own, the commander warned. until you acquire the princess. You will no longer have our support and you'll be stuck on your own. That was the same position I was in when I entered this dungeon, so there was no change there. I had been worrying that the commander would struggle to accept my role, but Karma was very good at covering things up. I supposed I also had copy behavior, so I was able to copy the behavior I recalled in my rather short interactions with Dracus. It seemed to be enough to dupe the commander, at least, and that was what was important at the moment. Dracus, it seemed, was a lord, rank count. It was Count Dracus. Could it truly be karma that I ended up taking on the role of a fellow count? I couldn't say. However, I knew what I must do. So I began heading to the fort where the princess might have been recently caught. It was true that this was only our best guess. She might have been killed already, or taken to a farther away keep. I tried to keep a cautious optimism as I moved forward. With incense burning, I had already left the safety of the skeleton keep and began my journey on undead horse back toward the keep on the other side of a small creek. It was seriously a small creek. I could step across it if I needed to. My horse was able to jump across it with ease. After 30 minutes of riding, we didn't encounter any enemies either, although I did hear numerous scary calls on the way. I finally reached the keep. Dismounting from the horse, I decided to leave him in the trelline so that he could help with our escape. After I tied him up and started heading toward the keep, using the cover of darkness to aid me. I was glad I had just the right dungeon point skills to aid in my ability to move swiftly and quietly. If I was seen from a distance, I'd look like just another soldier. I might look like a suspicious soldier, but not one they'd fill with arrows in a heartbeat. This time, I saw a troop of similarly coated demons marching in formation into the keep. As soon as the last man passed, I jumped up and began marching right behind him. It was a bold move. Yet the people watching the procession enter the keep didn't look twice as I marched right through their doors and into the keep. The princess was as good as saved. Chapter 720. Long live the Demon King. Long live the Demon King. I quickly learned after entering the fort that the way every soldier greeted each other was with those words. I marched with the group until we reached a somewhat unwatched hallway, and then I slipped away as easily as I had entered. At that point, I had a sense of boat vu, remembering getting myself captured by the demon lord Aberes. I started to think that entering this way might have been a bit reckless, especially since I didn't even know where the princess was. However, as soon as I brought up my map, I took a breath. I noticed this once I took on the skeleton's karma, but the skeletons didn't appear as enemies to me. That was part of the reason I was willing to go along with the charade in the first place. Likewise, Sense Life detected everything in the castle. All of the demons came off as red. Only one dot appeared in the castle that wasn't an enemy. That had to be the princess. I was sure of it. Carefully looking around, I actually felt a bit more comfortable pretending to be a demon rather than a skeleton. I knew when it came to karma and this dungeon's strange rules, looks probably had nothing to do with it. But I at least could come off as a demon as long as you didn't check under my helmet. Demon helmets thankfully protected the horns rather than exposed them as some kind of status symbol. Actually, so far, the demons walking around didn't seem all that different from Shao. I was wondering if they were truly the enemy in all of this. Given the game-like nature of this world, sometimes I wouldn't be too surprised to find out that humans were the enemy all along or some glitch like that. I had spent plenty of time with the prince and princess, though, and I couldn't imagine them being bad people. If there truly was an enemy, it was probably not everyone. You had your good and your bad. Although I had to leave some room to admit that the nature, twisting way that miasma could affect people was hard to call good. I started moving carefully, taking full advantage of my dungeon skills to move around without being detected. I couldn't take the quickest path to the room the princess was in. I ended up having to take a roundabout way, which ended up taking much longer, just as I could see the door down the hallway. I heard another door nearby open and hid behind a tapestry. It was at that point that I could hear some of the demons talking. The princess is a boorish woman, to think that she would give you a black eye, my lord. I like them a little feisty, the other man said. I never knew that the woman was so beautiful. I also hadn't heard that she already had a lover. Whoever this man is, we'll hunt him down and string him up. Number. Actually, I'd rather like to play with her until she submits to me. I'll tie her down and have my way with her. As for her lover, he can watch as I turn his woman into mine. It turned out that whatever this dungeon lore was, it was a bit saucier than I expected. Chapter 721. My lord, we must be careful. We need the princess as our hostage. If you break her too much, the humans may push forward with their invasion. We've been skirmishing against the humans for years. They attack a fort. We retaliate. They've been looking for a reason to start some war. I say that we give it to them. Thursday, that borders on treason. My lord, the demon prince will be arriving later today. We must present a princess who is still in one piece. Don't mention treason to me. Why, yes. Apologies, my lord. The other man cowed. Well, just in case. Go find a healer and get her fixed up. When the prince comes, she'll be as pristine as the day she sought to leave the protection of her castle. I will, my lord. I heard footsteps racing away. And you, my lady? It's time to meet your destiny. The door closed as he entered the room with the princess in it. He was going to rape the princess that really would start a war. I left my hiding spot and quickly worked my way over to the door. I heard a female cry out, and then there was smashing. And then more smashing. Her voice was muffled, but I could hear a string of what I was pretty sure were expletives. Which was she a beautiful woman that won the heart of this lord, or a boorish woman strangely? After hearing what was going on in the room, I still wasn't certain. There was one thing I was pretty certain about, though. If I didn't go in there, this woman would be tarnished, and her lover might never be able to look at her the same way. I needed to go in there and stop him, one way or another. However, without a visual, I wouldn't just push my way into the room. I had to remain cautious. Who knew how strong this guy was? He could end up being another Elysia. If I had to fight someone that powerful in my current state, there was no way I'd win. I went to the room next to his, intending on seeing if there was some kind of peephole or something. Given the guy's current attitude, he seemed like the kind of man who would do something like that anyway. 2 seconds after stepping into the new room, I froze. From sense life, I hadn't detected anything unusual about this room, but as soon as I stepped in, it became painfully familiar. A safe room here. I never expected that a safe room would just be sitting around in an enemy keep. I supposed as a dungeon. Safe rooms could be anywhere. Did I miss out on a safe room at the previous keep? There was a kiosk as well? I wanted to go register, but just before I touched it, I remembered that these kiosks seemed to have challenges. I didn't have time to worry about that. Rather, my focus should be on protecting the princess. As I looked at the wall adjoining the room the princess was in, I saw something almost as good as a hole. I saw another dungeon mural. Chapter 722. The mural here actually revealed exactly what was going on. The first image showed the princess being taken by the demons. She was presented as a beautiful woman with blonde hair. I certainly couldn't imagine her as the cursing woman in the other room. I could still hear the sounds of shouts and things being thrown. It was only for that reason I felt I still had a few moments to check over everything first. The second image shows a demon lord pushing himself on the woman. However, in the third, it appears like another man shows up and picks her off her feet. He's a demon as well. And it looks to be a higher rank than the lord. The lord was sulking and pouting while the white knight was walking away with the girl in his arms in a princess carry. She was looking at him with a blush, and it looks like she had fallen for him, or at least was starting to. So, I didn't need to do anything anyway. The white knight was going to burst his way in, save the princess. And then she was going to fall for him. Wait. She was the princess of the humans. He was a demon knight. If the pair of them fell in love, wouldn't that start a war in the same way as the Lord was just talking about? What should I do then, if I allow the story to go a different way? Then there is no way I can predict how to end it. On the other hand, the current course is exactly what brings this lore to an unsatisfying end. Was it better to change the direction this dungeon was going? Or follow along with the story it wanted to tell? I recalled my impulsive self once saying in the widow's dungeon that I would bend the dungeon to my will and make it tell my story. However, that was easier to say when I was a portal away from going home. At the moment, I wasn't even technically in the same world. Just like when I left Earth and came here, I might end up trapped in another world, never to return. However, where my last world was a bitter one, and I only left my mother behind. Too many people depended on me from this new world. Dying was one thing, but being unable to return was something far worse. It was while I was waiting there that I started to realize something wasn't right. Thiedman Knight hadn't come to rescue the princess. The room had also quieted down a bit. If he was raping her right now, who knew what the future would hold? Making my decision, I ran out of the room and elbowed my way into the room next door. Drawing my star sword, in front of me, the demon was completely naked. He was on his knees. Behind him was a woman in a torn-up dress. She had a piece of cloth stretched around his neck and was pulling it tightly with gritted teeth. Meanwhile, she had her foot jammed into his back, trying to increase the tightness. He was blue-faced, choking, with his eyes bulging and his tongue sticking out. However, the most noticeable part of him was he was sporting an erection, which he was openly playing with. Ooh! Yeah. Almost there, he croaked. Why won't you die? Hearing her words, I looked up to see a familiar face. Carmen A. Master. She looked up from the suffocating man and tilted her head. Then let out a cry. Ah, it's not what it looks like. She let go of the clothing choking the guy, who sat back up while rubbing his neck. Ha! Ha! It's exactly what it looks like. Chapter 723. How did you know that erotic asphyxiation was my ultimate turn-on? The demon cried out happily. Ew! 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 Carmen screamed. Seeing the situation, a man naked in the room with one of my women caused a fit of fiery anger to shoot up within me. Carmen had various rips in her dress, which exposed various bits of skin and made her look very vulnerable despite her usually toned physique. The man was acting extremely perverted and was even getting off on her actions, no matter how vicious they were. My mind seemed to shut off, and all I saw was darkness. I lunged toward the man without even thinking, and my sword took his head without a moment of hesitation. It was only when his head hit the ground with a thud that I started to think again. Carmen. I looked up at her. She had her mouth opened, and she was a bit surprised. However, these demons were the products of a dungeon. His body would be absorbed by the dungeon soon enough. Killing him wasn't a big deal. However, I knew, even had it been someone else in a different situation, such as her with her genuine lover, I might have reacted the same way. That was what shook me up the most. As for Carmen, it must have been the extreme look of emotion on my face that caused her to choke up. Didikai stepped forward and grabbed her. And before I even thought about it, I was kissing her, my tongue gently exploring her mouth as I held her body against mine. It had been days since I had slept near any of my women, and it was a feeling I hadn't even realized I missed until I felt her warm body in my arms. She trembled slightly as I held her, but she didn't fight at all as I held her body close. When I pulled away, I had many things I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her that I was sorry I hadn't done anything sooner. I was busy being indecisive while she was nearly raped. I wanted to say that I missed her. I wanted to say that she was important. Instead, my hand reached around and grabbed her hair tightly, and I looked at her with a dark expression. You are my woman. And if any other man ever touches you, I'll kill him. Those were not the words I had expected to say at all. The only words that were more startling than my own were Armin's. She might have grown indignant or upset. She could have complained or shot me a glare. Instead, she lowered her head shyly, looking as meek as she could be. Why, yes. Master, I am yours. Somehow, those words were exactly what I needed to settle me. I let go of her hair. She didn't look upset. Instead, she reached out and grabbed my shirt, which had come out a bit and was sticking out of my armor. She looked extremely cute and alluring when she acted shy like this. I wondered what I had done that caused her to become so tame. When Miki wasn't acting mischievous, she might have acted this way, but Carmen was always the knight who acted like a princess. Now she appeared to be the princess, and I was the knight. Chapter 724. How did you end up here? I asked once my sudden rise of emotions seemed to settle. Once I entered the dungeon, I appeared lost in the forest. While trying to find my bearings, I stumbled onto a caravan being attacked by demons. I decided to try to help, but halfway through, I realized the caravan was full of the undead. I stabbed a zombie wearing a dress, and suddenly the demons were trying to capture me while calling me princess. They said they would take me to their lord, and I thought that perhaps you would be him, so I went with them. Instead, I was attacked by this freak. He said he fell in love with me at first sight. He made me put on these embarrassing clothes. It was then that I realized I lost all of my combat ability. Even then, I was about to escape seriously. But I was hoping to get more information from him before I left. Really? Oh. Right. I was confused until I remembered that I no longer had my blessings, and I didn't have harem master or slave master equipped. Since I had been on my own, I hadn't considered that cutting off my jobs would also cut off her jobs. She was back to being just a paladin. I felt guilty as soon as I realized it. Overall, without my boosts, her combat ability was only okay. Compared to standard riffraff, she was fine, but it wasn't at a level she could fight armies, especially with her limited attack abilities. I considered immediately restoring her abilities, but it would be weakening me to strengthen her. Since there were just the two of us, it didn't make sense. Instead, I accepted her back in my party. We need to escape before they realize we're here, I said. Ah, but I wonder if there is anything we can do about it. About what? The demon prince was supposed to arrive and save you from being raped. Then you were to fall in love with him. I absolutely wouldn't, she said, and then blushed. Besides, I already Ella love. That's right. I interrupted her. You don't know you are the princess. Princess, huh? This dungeon seems to use miasma to infect people with karma, I explained. I don't know much about it. Shower Astria might be able to explain it better. Simply put, when the princess touched you, she gave you her identity. I don't think that you chose to be captured just to meet me. You were compelled to be captured because that was the role you needed to play in the dungeon. Really? So, for some reason. The prince didn't show up. Did my actions somehow delay him? In that case, what does my stopping the Lord cause? If we take you out of here, how will that disrupt the dungeon's lore? Where is the prince? Was he killed? I wasn't. It just turned out that I showed up a bit later than expected. A voice came from the doorway. The two of us turned to find an unexpected man standing there. It was the demon slayer, Bernard. Chapter 725. I was wondering why the demons suddenly changed their attitude toward me. Bernard said with a frown. As soon as I murdered their prince, they somehow started treating me as their prince. Naturally, I was confused, and it took me some time before I decided to play along. I am glad I did, as it brought me here to this room. I nodded thoughtfully. You've absorbed the demon prince's miasma. This is a good thing. Oh, he cocked his head. Getting into the demon castle and getting past the demon king would be very simple if he sees you as his son. We might be able to get through without fighting him at all. And Bernard raised an eyebrow. This is a competition. Each man is on his own. Just because I lucked out and have a one way ticket to the exit doesn't mean I need to share it with you. I blinked at his words. I had forgotten that. I was here more or less as a prisoner. My only reward was survival. However, for everyone else here, even Carmen, this was still the final selection for the gladiator match. Whoever made it through the portal was the winner. If you help us get through, then there is no problem, I responded carefully. We have no desire to win at this point. We just want to get out with our lives. As for those awards, you can have them. I did have a use for the dwarf girl, and I had even been asked by the head of the church to protect her. But that was before many things happened. I had always considered finding and rescuing her as a secondary mission. We weren't close, and it had been many months since I had last seen her. I seemed to recall that she was a bit irritating. In that case, I'll be happy to help, Bernard said. I breathed out a sigh of relief. Good. I will help the princess and free her from your treachery. As for you, Deek Deekson, I will see you in hell. He pulled out his sword. Huh, why is that? I asked in a startled voice, but just to be careful. I pulled mine out as well and got into a protective stance in front of Carmen. Hee. You don't get it. The princess and I were meant to be together. The miasma? I hissed. Look, Bernard. You are not the demon prince for real. You don't need to follow what this dungeon tells you to do. The only thing I am following is my heart. No, you have the demon prince's karma, and she has the princess's karma. At this point in the story, you two are supposed to fall in love and be together. A flash of realization struck me, and I grabbed Carmen's arm. You mustn't let the karma affect your heart. She teared up while looking at me. I am sorry, Master. It's too late. The karma has already done the deed. I can't stop revealing my true feelings. She slapped her hands over her mouth as if trying to keep herself from saying any more. So, it was true. She was now in love with Bernard. Anger started to surge in me once again. There was one thing I wouldn't stand for. No one would take my woman from me. You heard her. Now, get out of the way and let our love ring true. Bernard attacked. Chapter 726. Bernard wasn't like the demon noble I had just killed before. He was the champion of Alareth, and a hero in his own right. He moved like lightning, and I barely managed to deflect his first attack, leaping back as I did. It all happened so quickly that I barely thought about it. But in a single move he was on the other side of the room, and he was standing a few feet from Carmen. This caused my emotions to start to grow cold. Humph. You've managed to block my first attack. It's been some time since I've found a warrior who survived when I intended him to die, Bernard said. I am telling you. The miasma of this dungeon is confusing you, I said, breathing hard. You are wrong about that Deek Deekson. His eyes flashed with anger as he looked at me. This battle has been coming for some time. Deke, I realized only then that he wasn't calling me human scum or something like that. He was referring to me by name as if this was personal. If it was his karma in control, he'd probably see me as Dracus, not Deke. Furthermore, his eyes looked clear. He didn't have a foggy expression at all, like he was just doing what the dungeon was telling him to do. That meant that he was doing this for a different reason entirely. Was it simply because we were rivals for the cup I already said? The gladiatorship doesn't matter to me? You can win it all you want? You think this has to do with winning some championship? He sneered. This is about something far more important. This is about the woman I love. Ha! I blinked. Carmen's eyes widened. Seriously, I asked, not feeling like I had heard him right. He reached out and grabbed Carmen, pulling her to him. Of course! Since the first moment I had seen the shiny knight on stage, I had always felt emotions for her. That's why I made sure to watch every single one of her matches. Then, when she took off her helmet for the first time, it was love at first sight. Who could not fall for this woman's absolute beauty and radiance? Ah. That's nice. I do try to always look good. Carmen blushed. Even if Bernard had somehow managed to fight off the miasma affecting his heart, and his feeling for Carmen were real, that didn't mean the opposite was true. Carmen had already confessed that her emotions were being altered. And the way she was blushing next to Bernard caused my heart to feel enraged. I was doing everything in my power to remain civil without attacking him and cutting him down that instant. Let go of her. What is it that you want? Whether I let go of her or not, that isn't for you to decide, you slave master." His voice was filled with vitriol, especially as he spoke those last words. "You know, how could I not know that you enslaved this beautiful woman? You have the job slave master. I've seen you prance around with your other women you bully and rape. To manage so many, you would have to be a slave master. That's also why Carmen was able to remain so strong. Your job gave her strength she didn't possess on her own and forced her to fight at a level that she shouldn't be fighting at. The way slave masters treat beauties like her, it's disgusting. I am keeping her safe? You are using her," he cursed back, spit flying as he shouted. "What do I want? I want to free her from your slavery. I want to make her my wife. Carmen will be mine." Chapter 727. Really? Carmen's eyes widened as Bernard still had his arm wrapped around her waist, which looked less solid and daintier within her ripped princess dress. The usually strong Carmen looked every bit the princess, right down to her blonde hair and blue eyes. Her armor had never done her body justice, hiding her alluring curves and inherent beauty. Now that the miasma had infected her, even her strength as a paladin was being suppressed, and her expressions and mannerisms appeared more like Eliana. "Carmen?" I reached out a hand to her. "In this dungeon, she's Princess Sophie, and she's fated to be with me, the demon prince." Remember, Bernard's expression turned dark. "Please, don't tell me you are under the effect of the miasma," I begged to Carmen. Her face suddenly turned red, and she brought her head against Bernard's shoulder. I won't say. I felt like my heart was falling, and the anger inside of me was building to the point that the blade in my hand was starting to shake. "You bastard!" I spoke slowly and darkly. "Carmen, you can't fall for him." Carmen glanced up. "Him? See, she has?" Bernard laughed. "This is truly fate. Even this dungeon knows it. Just accept your role as some useless human." The blood started to drain from my face as I started to remember the first dungeon I had ever been in. There was a bit of truth to Bernard's words, and that was what stung the most. My relationship with Lydia had spawned within that first dungeon. Part of the reason we ended up together. Or perhaps part of the reason we were able to survive the dungeon was because of our relationship. It was ultimately a story about a boy and a girl. We were cast in those roles. I hadn't been inflicted with a karmic curse at the time, but it had essentially been the same. What that told me is that there was a reason that the dungeon picked these roles. There was a reason that Carmen had become the princess, and Bernard had become the prince. Perhaps there were some underlying feelings there. Maybe it was destiny that they would complete this story. If I did nothing now, the demon prince would take her to the capital with him. This would likely be the instigating event that started the human invasion. Without it, there would be no war. "I think you guys have the wrong," Carmen started to say. "Darn it!" My fist hit the wall, causing her to jump. "Carmen!" I won't let you be with any other man. Master. About that. I will take your heart, your body, and your mind and make them mine? Really, Carmen's eyes brightened, telling me my words were affecting her. Don't be swayed by him, I said. I'll buy you anything you want. I will fetch you the shiniest armor from the deepest dungeon. Anything you want, I will make it yours. As my woman, I will make sure you never want for anything. I will care and love you every day. You beastly slaver. You think you can just promise her stuff and get her to turn like that? I am listening, Carmen said weakly. Gah. Princess. Chapter 728. I never imagined that the battle I had with Bernard would end up being a battle over Carmen. However, it was a battle I absolutely wouldn't allow myself to lose. The thought of losing her tore at my heart, and every second she was in his hands was like torture. She may have been infected by miasma, but she was a paladin. She had to have some kind of resistance to that. I couldn't allow her to become the Princess Sophie who fell for the demon prince. She needed to remain my Carmen, the slave, paladin, and champion, who I had a link with 4 months now. I had promised myself that I would take my relationship with my slaves more seriously. In the past, I had pushed Carmen and her sister to the side, but I realized I couldn't take advantage of people's feelings like that anymore. My only hope to keep myself from losing everything was to appeal to the Carmen that I knew. She was a girl who valued stuff as much as people. She was a bit shallow and was also vain. However, she did have an inherent desire to protect people, and she genuinely wanted to be a good person. Don't listen to this devil's sweet words, my love, Bernard cried out. I love you. Ew. What? Ahem. I mean, my body and mind feel like they're being torn apart, Carmen cried out. Princess Sandra. Sophie. Princess Sophie. Carmen. I don't know who I am. Please, master. You must tell me all the things you'll give. Ahem. I mean how much you care, or I might be lost forever. My mind was filled with rage and worry, so I didn't see any signs but to take her words at face value. I took a step forward, but Bernard held up his blade menacingly. Stay back, please, Carmen. I don't want to be without you. Ah! She let out a little noise, then covered her mouth. I think I love Bernard. Rage exploded inside me again. I won't allow it. I will steal you back, and I will have you, and I will make it so your body responds only to my touch. I will have my way with you until my body is the only thing your body remembers. See? Princess Sophie. He's a beast? Ah. You are drooling. Ha! Ha! Sorry. Carmen looked away. It seems that I have become Bernard's love forever. So, Master will just have to do those things. I won't let him. Bernard screamed, seemingly finally realizing that Carmen was playing with him and shoving her to the side while he lifted his sword. Ultimate destruction! A surge of power exploded around him, quickly building within his blade. I held up my sword, but his attack was far quicker and polished than I could do. And I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to block it even as I held up my blade. Without Carmen defending me as a fully armored paladin, there was no way I could stop this. He truly wasn't holding back at all. All of my anger and frustration finally fluttered out as common sense returned to me. I had been screaming and yelling in an enemy fort, fighting with the demon prince over a woman. I started to feel caution again. But Bernard was already racing at me with his sword raised. Oops! Carmen put out a foot, which Bernard hit as he lunged toward me. I sidestepped as the man stumbled and then fell right out the window behind me. He fell out the castle tower and plummeted to the ground with a scream and sudden tremor of thunder as his skill backlashed. When the smoke cleared, I heard a yell. "Carmen!" he screamed from down below. "Guards! Get the intruder and kill him!" "We need to go." I ran out and grabbed Carmen's shoulder. "WH, what about all the other stuff?" she asked, her fingertips pushing together and a face filled with red. "No time? Phooey!" Chapter 729. I could hear people all around quickly heading up to the chamber. I was a bit surprised after the fuss we had made that they weren't already upon us. However, when I stepped out into the hall, although I could hear countless demons coming toward us from both directions, I hadn't seen any yet. If I had portal, this wouldn't even be an issue. I'd simply cast the spell and escape with ease. However, I couldn't teleport. Teleport? Of course. The idea hit me immediately. I spun, grabbing Carmen, and then diving into a room right next to the chambers that held the princess. A few moments later, I heard men run by in the hallway and even kick in the door. However, I had a feeling that they wouldn't be checking this room at all. I had a feeling that those guards would treat this room like it didn't even exist. Hey. Safe Room Carmen looked around worriedly. "Is your mind clearing?" I asked. "Ah, why yes," she nodded. "I mean, I am a paladin, so the miasma wasn't affecting me too much in the first place. But I suppose if this was a safe room, then it wouldn't affect me much in here either." Within a safe room, the miasma was repelled. Monsters wouldn't usually enter this room, and it was a good place to rest up if you were feeling beat. I didn't know why it existed, but it was a concession that the curses gave those that tried to challenge them. In this case, all of the demons out there wouldn't notice this room. Only Bernard would be able to see it. And there was a good chance he wasn't looking for it. It wouldn't show up on a map. And what person would just randomly check doors while pretending to be the prince? He would trust his soldiers, not even thinking that there was a room that fell out of their perspective. I looked over at Carmen, who was looking at the mural with some curiosity. Technically, the mural was about her. If the curse wasn't affecting you so much, what was all that talk earlier? I asked. Carmen blushed. I told you, but you weren't listening. The curse did infect my heart a bit. You are right. It was making me feel things that I didn't before. Once I became aware of it, I was able to cleanse my body of it with one of my paladin skills. I see. However, the effect it had wasn't to make me have feelings for the demon prince. Really, but that was how the story went. The story went that I fell in love with the knight that protected me. Carmen touched the mural that showed the princess in the arms of the demon knight. Yeah, but no knight rescued you. I came in and... Oh. I stopped, closed my mouth. I already have complicated enough feelings when it comes to Master. To suddenly have a curse bullying me into loving you like a helpless princess. It was all I could do to keep from embarrassing myself. So, that was ultimately why she was acting the way she was acting. Chapter 730. I nodded slowly as I considered things. Carmen was my slave. And we had both had times where we were close and times when we were apart. I had the charm-up ability as well as harem master, slave master, and affinities for both. Simply put, it was very easy for a girl to fall in love with me. It was something I had been conscious about for some time. I had always been worried that the women in my life didn't have genuine feelings for me. I had told myself things like a person couldn't control their looks, and if a woman more easily fell in love with something because they were attractive, how did that differ any more than charm-up slave affinity, at least when it came to Lydia, Miki, Celeste, Xiao, and Tara? I knew their feelings were genuine. They had stood on a stage and shown me they had genuine feelings for me. As for Eliana, she was a princess and wouldn't be so easily swayed by something like charm-up. She likely had her means of resisting such a cheap trick. Thus, I also knew her feelings for me were genuine. That's perhaps why I felt comfortable getting closer to Eliana compared to anyone else. When it came to Astrea and Alea, they were powerful creatures, and I was too worried about keeping them under control to even think about something like love. However, when it came to Carmen, Celicia, and even Reza, I wasn't so quick to say that what we had was love. I was their master, and they were my slaves. There could be love there, and attraction, and desire. But that didn't mean it was at the same level as with the other girls. So, when Carmen was suddenly inflicted with such an overcoming feeling of love, I could understand how it was embarrassing and didn't match how she felt. Once we left this safe room, those feelings might surge back up again. Where I had some kind of strange control over my karma thanks to my new job, Carmen could only suppress hers. It'd be like a disease with flare-ups. Except it'd be emotional flare-ups that caused her to act more like a princess in love with her knight than Carmen. At least it wouldn't get to a level where she'd forget her name or something. As a paladin, There is no way the curse could infect her so strongly. However, from the moment we leave the safe room, her emotional state will be having a war with the dungeon curse until we ultimately leave. I meant what I said, though. I found myself grabbing Carmen and pulling her to me. You are my woman, and I won't let any other man have you. I kissed Carmen. With those thoughts, I hoped to keep her grounded. She gasped as our kiss broke off. But she didn't collapse against me as the princess might. Instead, she looked at me with a cocked head as if seeing something interesting. What is it? I asked. Master, if I may say something. I am not the only one who has changed. Your personality is a bit different too. Chapter 731. What do you mean? I asked, feeling just a bit confused. First, can you tell me what happened when you were intending to break into the castle? Carmen asked. I've been quite confused for a few days now. The group just disappeared. I received a message that said that everything was okay and to keep doing what I was doing. Celicia was gone. And all of the other girls had left? I frowned a bit at that message. Maybe the girls just didn't want to worry Carmen. Maybe they were afraid Carmen would attack and try to free me, so they decided not to tell her what was happening. I decided to explain to her everything that had happened from when we got into Lord Rain's keep to how I tried to use return, and then was captured and tossed into the dungeon alongside the champions as some kind of cruel joke of his. I even told her about my new job, my disappearing tattoos, and perhaps the most worrying thing, I could no longer detect her as a slave. As far as I could tell, my connection to Carmen as a slave was gone. Carmen admitted that it was the same with her. She just didn't feel my presence. It was like when she was in a dungeon and I was outside the dungeon. Our connection was distant and foggy. However, we were right next to each other, so I should have been able to detect her perfectly. The party connection between us worked fine. Carmen listened and added when she thought things were relevant. Eventually, she looked up at me with a bit of a serious expression on her face. I think I can tell you what happened. You know, I've only heard of such a thing happening once before. It's in the archives of the church. It has to do with the origins of our most recent split in the church. A split? Oh. You mean the church of big breasts versus the church of small breasts? You are saying there is a story to that, yes. The story goes that the archbishop once battled a powerful demon lord. Her goal was only to keep him distracted long enough for reinforcements. She succeeded. That demon lord used a soul sword and struck the archbishop down. However, she was a powerful healer, and her soul power was strong. Rather than dying, she managed to keep her soul alive. Both halves surviving. However, they were completely split in two. They ended up forming to separate bodies, with two separate personalities. One woman had the breasts, a cool demeanor, and a cunning mind. The other was flat-chested, excitable, and fiery-tempered. However, they were both the archbishop. At first, they were trying to work on a way to bring themselves back together, But as their studies continued, they became more different and more individualized. The two halves became irrecoverably separated. They refused to turn into one woman again. That fighting continued to grow, eventually turning to how they wanted to run the church. Instead of loving the mother and the child, the larger-breasted archbishop put favoritism on the mother and lesser importance on the child. They fought relentlessly until they split the church in two. The Church of the Flat Breasts went south into present-day Izmir and the Ostri publication, while the Church of the Large Chest remained in the area that is now Aberes. "What are you saying? What does that have to do with me?" I asked, getting a sinking feeling. "Master, I believe that when you cut free your party to let them return, you also cut off a piece of your soul." Chapter 732. Are you saying that there is a second me out there? No. Number. Carmen shook her head. The Archbishop had an extremely resilient soul and a much stronger constitution than Master. What I am saying is that when you cut away a piece of soul, you cut away a piece of yourself. Piece of myself. It would be the parts of you that you wanted to lose. Some would be things that you see as weaknesses. The parts of you that you dislike. The other would be parts of you that were closely connected with your party, although I think they'd be the same. The parts I want the least are my party. No, I mean, why does one form a party? What are you looking for in those you work with? They are inherently there to pick up the slack for your weaknesses. It's like the things that you find weakest about yourself that are the same things that you rely on your slaves the most for? I guess that kind of makes sense. If I am right, then that explains why you are different. Do you feel different at all? I thought about it for a moment. I guess I haven't been afraid since I've come here. I am also struggling a bit more to make decisions. It's likely that you cut away your fear and your impulsiveness. Carmen agreed. I'd also say you've cut away some of your compassion and your restraint. What do you mean by that? I grabbed her arms. She let out a laugh. It's kind of funny. You are less impulsive but less restrained. It may take you longer to make conscious decisions, but when you do something, you do it with a heavy hand. I let go of her arm, feeling a bit worried over what she had just said. However, even thinking of doing something about it caused a bit of fear and discomfort to emerge inside my heart. I lost my blessings and my slave connections. Those are the easiest to explain. You would have needed to sever your slave connections to send them back. They were sent back home with the piece of your soul that still had the connection in it. That might be why they didn't try to rescue you. They may. Think you are dead? I spun around. Really? All they would have is a piece of your broken soul. If they tried to call the rest of your soul and resurrect you, they would fail. That broken piece will degrade with time. It's not being eaten away by miasma, but considering how much is left, it might be gone in a month or less. I took a calming breath. with time dilation of this dungeon. It will only be 3 days by the time we're out. I might still be able to recover it if we're fast. I am sure the girls wouldn't just let it dissipate either. That's right. I had no reason to worry at all. Miki was a 9-tailed fox. She could keep my soul protected indefinitely. The only thing that bothered me was just how much pain my girls might be in knowing I am gone. See, I still had compassion. Well, it wasn't to the point where my heart hurt or anything. It felt more like it'd just be unfortunate, knowing what I knew now. I'd start second-guessing everything if I kept thinking about it. It was best if I just moved on. Master, speaking of which, how do you plan on escaping from this room? I put aside my concerns about the missing part of my soul. Right now, we were still trapped in the dungeon. That was what we needed to work on at the moment. First things first, am I still able to switch positions with a party member? I used my ability and let out a breath when I saw my position in the room change. Ah, Master, don't do that so quickly without asking. Sorry. But at least I know how we can escape. Chapter 733. So, the kiosk works like any other kiosk. Once we register with it, I can transfer and switch just like we always did. I see. But the last one had some kind of challenge attached to it. It's from some guy named Gregor. I am not sure if he has a relation to the dungeon, or if he was some kind of hero who entered this dungeon before us. Perhaps. He was a dungeon builder. Are you familiar with the name? Carmen shook her head. I am sorry. That's not a name I am familiar with. Then I suppose we should get going. Prince Bernard might be able to figure out we're here, especially if he has sense life. Let's not give him time to consider that. She nodded. Together, I grabbed her hand, and then the pair of us touched the kiosk together. There was a chance that nothing would happen, and I was kind of hoping that was the case. However, I felt the familiar transportation magic, and a moment later, I was back in that empty room with the door and the kiosk. I looked around when I felt my hand was empty. Spinning around, I had a bad feeling. Carmen wasn't with me. I had the linguist job, so I could read the text. I hadn't even considered what would happen if it took us to different challenge rooms. What would she do if she couldn't see anything? I felt worried. But once again, it was only a superficial concern. Carmen had to make it through, and even if she failed, hopefully. The worst problem was that she was thrown back out into the real world. I walked up to the door and once again read the text. Before you lays one of Gregor's challenges. If you can complete this challenge, you will be awarded a gift that helps you on your way. If you fail, your bones will rest amongst the twilight forever. Ge. I forgot about that last part. I had to have faith in Carmen, though. She'd managed to make it through somehow. That's when a thought hit me. I pulled a pen and paper out of my inventory, and I wrote a note. Then, leaving it at my feet, I tried another party switch. The only reason I knew it worked was that the note I had just written disappeared. thankfully. Carmen hadn't tried to go through the door just yet. I quickly read her door and wrote down what it said in the common tongue. Then I teleported back. I picked up the sheet of paper. There was a tear on it, like she tried to use her dagger to write something. In the end, I could see the mark of a kiss on it. She didn't have a pen, so that was her way of letting me know she saw it. Breathing easier. I went to look at my challenge one more time. I frowned, realizing the text wasn't the same as it was before. Cheaters never prosper. Since you wish to help another on their trial, then you can handle both trials at once. Oh? No. Chapter 734. The new text was the only thing that was on the door now. Apparently, these challenges were a bit more interactive than I thought if they could detect something like cheating. The worst part, though, was that it said I had to complete both challenges, but it didn't tell me what those challenges were. I tried to remember what I had seen. I had written down Carmen's challenge, so it was in my mind a bit fresher. In the darkness, you will walk. Light will not save you. Only a vigilant man can live. Proceed cautiously. That sounded a lot like my first challenge. I wondered if these challenges had nothing to do with where you started and everything to do with how many you were done with. The first one had to do with sight, although, in my case, I had to blind myself from horrifying illusions, and in her case, she was blinded by darkness. Okay, so I'd be facing some challenge in the dark. However, what was the second hint? I had only barely glimpsed it before I had had the great idea to help her. I managed to only recall one line. Keep your eyes open. What was with these and eyes? I guessed if the first one was some kind of blindness, then the second one meant you had to see something. If my guess was right, then I'd be shown something I didn't want to see. Maybe it'd be a friend being killed. Maybe it'd be some terrifying monster. Either way, if I looked away, I'd die. I'd have to watch the item steadily, or I'd perish. I took a breath and entered the room. The door shut behind me, plunging me into darkness. Then I could see something right in front of me. It looked like it was all just darkness. I started to walk forward, a strange feeling welling up in front of me. I could hear shouts. Some of them sounded female and some unpleasant crunching noises, but the entire room was dark. I couldn't see any of it. One mission plunged me in darkness, while the other showed me some horrific vision I had to walk through. Did the maker of this challenge not think things out too well? He decided to punish cheaters with a double challenge, but the challenges canceled each other out. I still felt a strange uncomfortableness until I reached the end. There was a flash of light, and then I was on the other side. In the treasure room. I couldn't believe how simple it had been, but I couldn't deny it either. Their attempt at doubling up my challenges had made them unbelievably easy. I opened up the treasure box and looked inside. Inside the chest was a vial. I picked it up and examined it. It was called Star Potion. Star Potion, a potion created with stardust. Effects unknown. Hey, what is with this mysterious gift? How can I even use such a thing? I was still complaining in my heart as I hit the kiosk and returned to the safe room. I found Carmen already there. She looked like she had been through a bit of a fight. However, she appeared to be holding a bright, shining shield. I guessed that it was called the Star Shield. I thought a simple glow spell would be fine. Carmen said tearfully, "As long as you are safe." I used the kiosk to transfer to the ruins, then switched with Carmen and did it again. Like that? The princess had escaped the keep and the demon prince. Perhaps. It was a little too easy, though. Chapter 735. Where are we going now? Master Carmen asked after we spent a night at the ruins. I walked out and stretched. Considering if I should catch another tiger, I didn't think even that animal could hold both of us on it, so I decided against it. I had left my horse tied by the fort. He was undead, however, so it probably wasn't a big deal if he stayed there a while. It wasn't like he was going to starve to death. "We'll need to go back to the fort," I explained. "She was the princess, and the fort was the place she was supposed to return to. However, just bringing her there would change the course of events for this dungeon. The lore would begin to change. And I couldn't say whether it'd even be possible to satisfy the lore if it didn't run the same way as the story suggested. The demon prince was supposed to take the princess back to his castle. They'd fall in love. And then the humans would attack the demons trying to reclaim her. At least, that's how the story seemed to be going. The other reason I wanted to return to the fort was to see if there was another safe room and Gregor's test there. I was interested in gaining the next reward. I still had the star potion in my hand. I wasn't sure if I wanted to use it or not. There was no guarantee what it would do. I could use God Eye on it, but I wanted to be cautious and not rush things. Just do it. "Master! Wait! Stop!" Carmen caught me looking at the bottle with a frown, and so she swiped it from my hand, and then pinched a bit of fairy dust on it. At this point, it'd be impossible to recover it, so I might as well use God Eye. With a sigh, I used the skill to look at the star potion more in depth. Star potion. An ancient potion made from stardust and created by a dungeon. It will restore a person to their complete selves, in body, mind, and spirit. Wait, isn't this exactly what I needed? I cried out as I read what the god I just told me to Carmen. "Yes, Master. This might be able to repair your soul. You'll be back to full strength. It'll fix the damage of your soul." What about the blessings and my slave connections? "I don't know, Master." She shook her head. "You'll just have to try it and see." I nodded. Very well. I took the potion and popped it open, and then immediately downed the vial in a single motion. It tasted bitter, like cough syrup. But I made sure to drink the entire thing rather than guess at it. A moment later, I could feel a warmth growing throughout my body. My connection to Carmen suddenly returned. "I can feel you as my slave again." "It's working." I suddenly felt something burning and hot around my throat. It felt like the dark magic was fighting back. My eyes bulged as I suddenly felt like I was being choked. "Master!" I collapsed to the ground as Carmen cried out with worry. A moment later, I felt a crack, and then the pressure around my neck disappeared. The dark seal has been broken. Finally, my true power has been unlocked. I cried out. What? Sorry, I just always wanted to say that. Chapter 736. After the seal broke, not much else happened. I felt like I had more energy and strength. But I didn't feel any different. Has my personality changed again? I asked. Let's see. Heads or tails? She flipped a coin. Oh, um, uh, she caught it. Nope, I glowered. I would have picked it. It would have been. Crap. I was worried that might happen, she admitted. You were able to heal the damage to your soul. But it's like regrowing an arm. It's just not the same. She said that like it was a very normal thing to say. I had heard that even arms could be reattached or grown from nothing with the right magic. But as a white mage, I still hadn't gotten a spell powerful enough to do it. Have you ever had to regrow an arm? I asked, suddenly feeling a bit suspicious. No, she cried out, blushing. That never happened. Although she said that, she wasn't looking me in the eyes. Carmen? I just heard from a friend that it's never the same. Like it never feels quite like the first arm. That's not saying it's worse or better, just that it's new. I shook my head, deciding not to ask any more questions on that, as she already looked sufficiently bullied. Whatever. So you are saying that the piece of soul I lost is gone now? Well, if it exists, it isn't a part of you anymore. You have a complete soul once again. Your slave bond restored, but the other girls didn't. I still couldn't feel them. Carmen's expression grew a bit worried. I know. It almost felt like my connection to the weaker part of your soul was severed, and then reconnected to you. The other girls are likely to distant, so it was not able to create a connection with them. My blessings are also gone, I said, looking at my arms and legs, which were blissfully free from them. You may not ever be able to recover those blessings, Master. I took a deep breath, but then nodded to myself. The tattoos weren't exactly something I wanted. As for the benefits they gave me, they did allow me numerous affinities and perks. But I was never terribly comfortable with most of what they gave me, and I often considered them curses as much as blessings. They had forced the girls to remain my slaves, even if they wanted to leave. They had increased their affinity for me, making them feel things that might have exceeded what was natural. Although I had accepted their love and vowed to accept the love of all the women in my life, that didn't mean I wasn't always aware of my slave affinity. I still had my points, and that was what mattered. Then again, it'd be nice if I had at least one tattoo so I could access the dungeon store. On that note, I tried to cast a portal, only for it to fizzle out. I didn't have my ability to travel out of the dungeon, even if I had the blessing. Given the strange nature of this dungeon that supposedly sat in a bubble outside of reality, I had no clue how good my portal was. I cast portal one more time, this time aiming for the fort. The portal opened without a problem. As long as we were within the same area of a dungeon, it would work. At least we had resolved the issue with walking. Carmen and I took a step through and returned to the fort. Chapter 737. It's the princess! Open the gate! They were much more open and friendly when I returned with Carmen behind me than previously. We had been seen walking down the path, and the skeleton sentry immediately responded. By the time we entered the castle, the skeleton commander I had met earlier ran down to meet us, an ecstatic look on his face. Dracus. You've done it. You've saved the princess. He let out a laugh. Carmen wore a weak smile and waved as the men all around her cheered. After all, she was a paladin. Undead was her mortal enemy, and now she was being surrounded and worshipped by them. I hadn't thought about it earlier, but I perhaps should have checked how she felt about them more before I dragged her into this situation. Dracus, you have prevented a war. For your accomplishments, you will be granted an increase in rank. I will make sure you become a part of the high nobility for sure. The skeleton patted me on the back with an expression that I hoped was a smile. Yes? My lord, however, I am not sure about preventing a war. The princess was captured by the demons. I had to kill one of their lords to free her. I spoke honestly. Do they think they can just bully us like that? Well, we have the upper hand now. We've been planning an attack against them for some time now. Perhaps we should use this opportunity to begin our invasion. I am afraid that our men just aren't fired up enough for war. I winced at those words. This battleground seemed to be at a standstill for a while. The humans and demons had been gathering their forces. However, when the demon prince took the princess, that had finally given the humans the courage needed to begin their assault. If the princess wasn't taken, then we were back to this standstill. I didn't know what to make of it. Yes, Commander. It was dreadful. I suddenly found Carmen clinging to my arm. We barely managed to make it out of there alive. Her voice was slightly different, and she was starting to exude the attitudes of the princess once again. She had been in a safe room all night, so the miasmic curse was kept at bay. It seemed like as soon as we left, her curse started to reinsert itself a bit. I nudged her, and Carmen blinked. She closed her eyes and put her hands together, muttering a spell. It was the purification spell. It'd keep her mind clear. But it looked like she wouldn't be able to completely escape what the karmic curse was doing to her. That was something I had already expected. What I needed to think about now was what to do to instigate the war. We still needed to attack the demon castle. It was the only way for us to escape this dungeon. Just as I started considering our options, there was a loud horn that sounded from outside. A man on the wall let out a shout. "An army! It's the demons! They're attacking!" It looked like I didn't need to consider anything at all. Bernard decided to act on his own and start the first attack. Chapter 738. Battle didn't begin right away. Their army ended up surrounding our fort, and a small group came out, demanding to speak to the commander. Rather than show myself, I decided to remain low. I had a feeling Bernard had a way of detecting me inside the keep. I had advised the commander to pretend the princess wasn't there, but for some reason he wasn't willing to do that. Perhaps it was the will of the dungeon that we couldn't deceive them in that way. "What are you doing, surrounding our fort?" "This act of aggression is unacceptable," the commander shouted as soon as he appeared on the wall. "Don't be so naive, Commander. Skirmishes have been breaking out along our borders for years. It was only a matter of time till one side made a move. And so, you have decided to show your true colors. Is it the commander wasn't just talking to the demon? But he was trying to incite the morale of his troops too. Everyone in both armies could hear them yelling back and forth. The commander on the skeleton side wanted to make it abundantly clear who was at fault. His men would be filled with indignant rage, and the demon side would know that every death that followed was because of their hubris. I felt like I could learn a few things about leadership from these guys. I wasn't sure if I was in charge. I could motivate a troop in quite the same way. "Will you stop hugging me so close?" I asked. "I refuse," Carmen said, nestling her chest around my arm. "You never acted this way before. You are making the skeleton soldiers feel awkward." "It's fine. At first, I had feared that the princess would be revealed to be Carmen, especially with her fighting the karma and using spells to diminish its control on her. However, it seemed like in the mind of these soldiers, she had already become the princess in body and spirit. That princess was still acting extremely affectionate with her savior, causing more than a few brows to furrow. I understood that this was a result of the dungeon too. The princess fell in love with the man who saved her. I saved her. So she was in love with me. It still felt a little awkward to see Carmine acting so affectionate, though. "We want the princess returned to us, or we will attack." "Returned? She is the human princess. How ridiculous." "You failed to kidnap her the first time, and now you want us to just give her back." Even the commander was incredulous by this statement. If Bernard was the one pushing this, though, and he wasn't completely controlled by the dungeon, then he likely didn't care about the rules of the dungeon. He wasn't attacking to set the dungeon right again, but because of his desires. Thinking about it, I didn't realize my arm had wrapped around Carmen's hip and held her closer to me, an act that caused her to grow a pleasing smile. "This is not a request. This is an ultimatum. You have until tonight. Tonight, we will attack your fort, kill all of your men, and claim your princess. If you give her up now, we will allow you to live." Chapter 739. Pure Bullying. The commander came off the wall and cursed as he approached the pair of us. The demons have truly gone too far this time. He didn't not notice how close we were holding each other. But other than a twitch, he didn't say anything and pretended to notice nothing. What about the other skeel? I mean, humans, the man who gave me his karma, Dracus, seemed to be aware he was a skeleton. But everyone else in this undead fort seemed to be acting like they were humans. So I wasn't sure if I should call them humans or skeletons. I decided it was best to just keep calling them humans. It made it easier to remember what side I was on. "Reinforcements?" he asked. Regrettably. I didn't anticipate such a swift retaliation. You had barely walked through the door when they did this attack. They must have sent their men immediately after. You had to realize they were on your heels the entire time, right? Actually, we returned a different way. I scratched my neck. Wait, that's right. That gives me an idea. The commander cocked his head. You have a plan to help us get reinforcements better? Oh. But I need to check a map of our fort first, I responded, hoping he didn't find it too suspicious. You were the man who saved our princess? He responded after a moment of silence. Get me a map! Once he gave me the map, I opened it up and copied the contents to my map. Then I put it on a table and started talking. Okay. Here is what we are going to do. After finishing my plan, the commander had a slight grin on his face. If you can do that, then this will be a huge blow to them. You'll get a promotion after this. Didn't he already offer me a promotion? Well, anyway. I sent him on his way excitedly, and then I left with Carmen still holding on to me. This trip didn't have anything to do with the mission, but I made it sound like it did. We were looking for a door that didn't belong. It took about 30 minutes. But we still had plenty of time before the demons would launch their attack. I found a door that didn't appear to have a room on the map. I pushed inside to find another safe room. I nodded my head. I had been almost certain that if the other fort had one, this had one as well. This had been what I was looking for when I stumbled on this fort in the first place. Shortly after entering the safe room, Carmen removed her grasp on my arm and took a step away. Apologies, Master, she said, her head lowered, blushing. It's fine. I waved it away. It's kind of nice to see you express yourself in that way. What are you saying? She grew very flustered by my words. I decided not to say anything in response. I had meant that she usually acted conceited and full of herself, and made unreasonable demands. Strangely enough, the princess seemed to be lower demand than the paladin. If I said that, though, I'd need to push her out of the Safa room to keep her from making me pay for that comment. Chapter 740. Before we continue, perhaps it would be a good idea to get rid of your karmic infection with ablution. Carmen's eyes widened sharply. You had a skill that can resolve this. Why didn't you use it sooner? I coughed awkwardly. I didn't want to say that my sudden cure had been so sudden I hadn't thought of it, and that we had been busy up until now. Besides, she had been handling it herself, so I didn't think about it. I raised my hand. Ablution. Carmen glowed with a white light, and after a moment, she opened her eyes. Is it better? It should be. With that resolved, I turned to the kiosk. Carmen followed me. You said something about some kind of challenge, since I am able to translate the text, and you are not. It's best if you don't try to finish this challenge, I explained. I am capable of translating, Carmen said, causing me to glance over at her in surprise. What? Do you think that a paladin isn't prepared to translate obscure text? Did you forget how we met? I suddenly remembered that she had been researching Terra's dungeon. Tara was pretty foggy on how long she had been buried in that dungeon. It predated Abury's, both the country and the demon lord. When I got specifics, though, she grew vaguer. She was aware of Shajiskar, and she knew her parents had even come from there. However, she couldn't even confirm if they were living in Osteria at the time. The country that existed before the Aberrus and the Ost Republic. However, one thing was for sure. Considering Carmen was there planning to break through an ancient dungeon and take control of an age-old clockwork dragon, she had to have some means of translating ancient texts. I seemed to recall meeting her while she was piling through books reading. Could it be that Carmen was a bit of an academic? I had completely forgotten about that aspect of her. But if she had been church-educated her entire life, she had to be pretty smart, right, Master? The way you are looking at me irritates me slightly. Maybe I should leave the safe room for a bit and recover that loving personality you seem to like so much. Nothing. I coughed. I mean, it's good you have some means of translating the demonic text. I was just surprised that you didn't get the linguist job as a result. You spent a lot of time teaching Miki to read, and she also didn't gain the job. Carmen shrugged. Isn't it a lot stranger that Master seems to pick up so many jobs with these, I wonder? Most people have a very clear path, with most jobs being the advancement of previous jobs, plus an occasional honorary job or hobby on the side. Only Master seems to have such a hodgepodge of jobs. Is it because you are from a different world with a different education system, or is it because of Master's inability to commit to a career that leaves him with no specific clear job path? At first, I thought she was saying something nice about how I was special, but suddenly it seemed like I was a NEET or something. I wasn't a NEET. I was the lord of a country. Besides, my abilities were supportive, so it was good that I had a lot of them. It made me multi-faceted in my skills. I was a jack of all trades. It wasn't because I was indecisive. However, the longer I thought about it, the more depressed I got. To distract me, I decided to forget about my woes and check out the mural that depicted the next part of the story. I had not expected anything exciting when I glanced up at it. But when I saw what was drawn, I could only let out a noise. "What is it?" Carmen asked, growing just a bit concerned. "I am not sure I understand the dungeon lore at all," I said. Scratching my chin,